Hello. What's up? European viewers tuning in past midnight. I appreciate. Hi, everyone. I hope I sound okay today. I messed around with my mic levels, so hopefully it sounds it sounds fine. And put on some noise suppression, so like yeah. Oh, you like the thumbnail art? My friend teased me She said that I drew Matpat's lips to look a little too luscious, and I was like, bro, don't look at me. I'm a little peaky. Yeah, it is a little peaky. How's that? I think that should be fine, right? It sounds a little off. Oh boy. I did put a filter on. Hold on, let's edit filters. Well, where's my How's that? How's that? How's that? Okay. Cool. Cool. Yay. Audio troubleshooting live with Crimson Ender. Yeah, I found out there was like a button, just a little button I can press. He is not yassified. It's just my art style, guys. It's just my art style. Like, stop coming for me. That's what I get for having my art inspired by like Kingdom Hearts and Yu-Gi-Oh and Inuyasha, I guess. Sorry, when I draw boys, they're pretty. Sorry to be gay, I guess. Um, I think we're gonna get started. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking do this. All right. So, welcome to my stream. Today, we are not going to be covering a stinky sludge queen. We're going to be covering a fellow that I have been watching for a very, very long time. I realized recently I've been watching him since pretty close to the beginning of his channel. Um, so, like, I think it's going to be interesting. Crimson Ender by Shonen Mangaka Arc when? Oh, bro, that's already been there. Will this be on the exam? Yes. Um, so what we're gonna do is I have prepared a lot of videos. I'm going to play them on 2x speed, and we'll see how that goes. The first set of videos that we're gonna watch are from Matthew Patrick's slash Game Theory's past, like old videos, some of the oldest videos on his channel. We are going to be watching the first video that I ever saw from Matpat. That's where we're going to start, and we're going to watch a couple of the older videos, and then we're going to start to watch some transition videos. And then one of the key points I want to touch on is his Sans Ness theory. And I think that video was really a turning point for the channel. And guys, that video is like not, it's like 8 or 9 years old. I was like, how is this so old? But yeah, it's quite an old video. I didn't realize how old it was. But I guess Undertale is like it's almost 10 years old, so that's something. Sans Isness will be on here. Absolutely. It's one of the key points of this video of this stream. And we're gonna watch his last video that he made before retiring. And we're going to also look at some of his like self-reflected videos. And I think this is interesting because I think he sort of has like an interesting arc because he seems very aware of the fact, but he's also like very much admitting that like, hey, like I'm just following the algorithm and what YouTube tells me I should be doing. And I kind of want to talk about that. Matpat transition, so proud of him. Uh, all right. We'll be normal today. We'll be normal today. Is Steven after not surviving gonna be featured? I don't know what that one. I don't know what video that is. That does not sound familiar to me. So, ba ba da ba. The first video that I ever saw. Oh, boys and girls and fellows. This video is so old. I'm gonna hit you with something. Where's my little Guys, this video is so old. It's not. It's in the square aspect ratio. No. We might. I think we're gonna watch it like this because I don't want to mess around with my aspect ratio right now. So we're gonna watch it like this. Um, yeah. So this was the first video that I ever watched by Game Theory. It is 12 years old. So I've been in this since the beginning. Uh, do a barrel roll. So it's about how the roll that you do in Star Fox is not actually a barrel roll, and they talk about like what it actually is. YouTube archaeology tonight, yes. Hi guys. Hi newcomers. You can smell the Mountain Dew on the video. Yeah, but like I kind of liked that about his old videos. That's why I started watching them. All right, baby, let's freaking go. Settings, playback speed. Um, we'll go 1.75 for now. This video is under 8 minutes long. Steven after not surviving is a theory slash creepypasta that Sans is Steven after he died of cancer. That's crazy. All right. All right, let's go.
Nintendo has been part of a cover-up since 1993, and we're more stupider as a result. This week, the truth. Hello,
Bro, the old intro, dude. Okay, I kind of want to slow it down because I love Matpat's old videos. They're so funny. Let's go normal for now. Don't fail me. Don't bore me, Matthew. Um,
Nintendo has been part of a cover-up since 1993, and we're more stupider as a result. This week, the truth.
rewatching it just because I want to.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory. We didn't invent the word truthiness, but by golly gosh, we believe in it. Have you
Oh
ever
my
played
God.
Star Fox? Chances are it's made you dumber. The game is just one big lie. It all boils down to one thing.
I remember. Oh, it's just this is really cute. I like how random the memes are, and that was just like how YouTube was back in the day, where you just like insert random, like it was. I think it was like very angry video game nerd, but oh my goodness. Oh, also, I forgot to say, if you want to add a video to the queue, send me a $10 super chat with the title of the video, and I will add it to the list of videos we watched today. More stupiders, so we're more and more stupid. Yeah. Oh, hey, Sai. Yeah, it's just visual filler so that like something was always going on the screen.
Team Star Fox sucks at flying. Let's look at the facts. Do a barrel roll! Peppy Hare tells us in the closing minutes of the first level, and like obedient puppies, we follow his orders, pressing Z or R twice, joyful.
The edginess, it's like, oh, you're an obedient puppy that's gotta listen to this stupid old man rabbit. Like, come on, dude. Uh, it's really refreshing covering a channel that doesn't make me want to shoot myself. But anyway,
Seeing our ship spin like a top, deflecting all incoming lasers. And so we barrel roll our way through the Lilat system, past Starwolf on Fortuna, past Andross on Venom. So impressed were we with this little catchphrase that we make it into one of gaming's most recognizable memes. Even Google got in on the act. Do a barrel roll! Do a barrel roll! Do a f***ing barrel roll indeed!
sorry, I'm dying. Uh, I'm laughing because I love it. Uh, phone, shut up. Uh, sorry, I don't feel the need to drink yet, which is a good sign.
Peppy Hair is a lying bastard. This
Whoa, 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 whoa. Matthew, chill. Fucking chill, dude. There's no need to curse. Watch your goddamn fucking mouth. God, I miss the old Matpat. He was so edgy.
isn't a barrel roll.
And we'll get
Not even
there.
close. It's called an aileron roll. If this show had any budget, I'd demonstrate the difference by hopping in a plane with an
Actually, it's an aileron roll.
expert pilot, probably including some comedic routine where I was made sick by the G-forces created. Instead, you get some Mythbusters footage and a couple of still images.
Wow. Remember when Game Theory didn't have a budget, and now it's like, yeah, it's kind of insane.
So you know the shape of DNA, the double helix pattern? Imagine a plane following the path of one helical strand. Or maybe you've ridden a roller coaster with a corkscrew, it's the same thing. That is the true meaning of a barrel roll. If there's another plane doing a complementary helix, it becomes a rolling scissor. The purpose of a real barrel roll is to slow the relative forward motion of the plane without changing direction,
Rolling scissor is what I did with your mom last night.
causing an attacker in the rear to fly ahead, which is called overshooting. The aileron roll, meanwhile, is exactly like in the game. The plane rotates around its longitudinal axis without leaving its linear path. In combat situations, it's useless. So here we are. We've been made to look like fools. Our prank calls to C-SPAN were for naught.
In Iraq, everyone was getting barrel rolled.
Oh,
The That's just a theory, a gay theory, and pride. Oh my God. No, the old memes are killing me. I haven't seen some of these memes in a long time. 12 years ago, I would have been about 20. So I was already out of high school when these videos were coming out, which is nuts.
Sure, I guess do a barrel roll is a lot more catchy than do an aileron roll. But unless this show miraculously gets thousands more viewers, many young gamers will grow up to be the laughing stock of their
Oh, Matt. Oh, Matthew. You could not have known. You could not have known.
aviation schools. Tragic. But the lies don't stop there. During the dogfight missions, you have the ability to escape an attacker by performing this move. The game humiliates our intelligence by naming it a U-turn. The maneuver is actually called an Immelman turn, where a pilot makes a half loop upwards followed by a half roll, resulting in the plane being above the attacker and headed in the opposite direction. This is not to be confused with the split S, which is basically the downward equivalent of the Immelman. Now, players of Star Fox, myself included, would think that this U-turn would make an excellent tactical move considering it works so well when Wolf, Leon, and Pigma refuse to get off our asses, but frankly, it's not. The Immelman turn results in a considerable amount of speed loss, making a plane an easy target for an air-to-air missile. Even the more advanced half-Cuban 8, a speed-increasing maneuver that takes the Immelman and ends it with
I love that this is just like, yeah. It's really interesting that like he's just really it's like pop science, but it's really interesting that he's like very focused on like scientific accuracy and how like that would mostly start being like Austin's job, like the science, like that would be more his thing. And Matt just went in a completely different direction. Really interesting. Oh, also, hi, Britt. Welcome, welcome.
a nose dip back to the plane's original altitude doesn't solve the problem. So now we have a second example that we're controlling a flying team with zero understanding of the basic maneuvers and how to use them properly. They're doing
Bro, Matt, chill. Chill, Matthew. Chill. Like, Matt. Oh my God. Oh, thank you, Silas. Thank you so much. Yeah, game theory going lore crazy, especially here's the thing, and I'm going to talk about this later, is that he ultimately is not really correct on like the lore. It's more, we're going to talk about this. We'll talk about this, but Matt's newer videos are more like fan fiction in a video format than they are like actual theories. Furry. A game furry. Okay, yeah, anyway.
they're doing stuff that in a normal dogfight would get them killed. Star Fox seems to be a game of high speed, high intensity space flight, but that's just what they want you to think. Look at this. It's the last of the game's 3 advanced moves. The somersault, which in real life is just called a loop. The first rule of Air Combat 101 is to avoid movements in a purely horizontal or vertical plane of motion so as to disorient an attacker. Star Fox's quote-unquote strategic somersault ignores all that. But taking it further, one of the basic concepts of mid-air dogfighting is the trading of potential energy, or in this case altitude, with kinetic energy, or airspeed. I'll try to explain. As a plane climbs higher, it's fighting against gravity, exchanging some of its
Okay.
kinetic airspeed energy for potential height energy. When a pilot decides
Ow.
to descend, he's working with
Okay.
gravity, thus increasing his airspeed or kinetic energy at a faster rate. As a result of this energy transfer, a fighter jet's movement takes place not in a three-dimensional sphere where any movement is equally likely, but rather inside what's called a tactical egg, where upward and downward movements are affected by these gravitational principles. How
Okay, it's very interesting. Something I'm noticing as a similarity to our usual toxic sludge queen is that like the continuous sentences were definitely a mark of like early YouTube where it's just like where do I get a word in edgewise, where do I pause? He gets lore wrong a lot, yeah. Is it just Game Theory channel or his other channels? I think I'm gonna focus on Game Theory, but if anybody wants to link like a film theory or food theory video, then we can do that. We might take a peek at the rest of them if we have time, but I just went through the Game Theory channel to pick out a few ones that I really wanted to talk about. Um, another thing that I another thing that I want to talk about, and like one of the big problems with Matpat's videos is that like it's already evidenced here before we really even get into his turning point is that like we're not talking about the context of the games and how like there were obviously technological limitations and by the time those could be overcome, we already had a formula for what a Star Fox game was. So, like, Star Fox was one of the first 3D games ever. I think it was the first 3D game to ever be released on the SNES. And it, like, needed, like, a hardware upgrade. It was insane. It was intense. Like, you look at it now and it's just, like, kind of like, wow, they're just some polygons floating around in empty space. But for the time, it was really impressive, and there wasn't much more they could do before that, other than what they did there, because it was basically like a 3D version of Asteroids. Um, and then by the time we get to Star Fox 64, we already kind of have an idea of what a Star Fox game looks like, and every other Star Fox game has kind of followed a similar formula with the exception of Star Fox Adventures and Star Fox Advance, since um, since those had like an adventure, like third person fighter aspect to them. Also Tactical Egg is my drag name. I'll never forgive MatPat for his "Don't hug me, I'm scared" theory. Maybe I'll cover the "Don't hug me." I don't have it on the list, but I do remember not particularly being fond of that theory. So maybe I'll add it on.
All this
Or you could pay me money and I'll put it on.
relate to Star Fox? Look at the loop. It's a perfect circle. If you don't believe me, time it. The loop takes 3 seconds, exactly 1.5 seconds going up and coming down, which means that they're totally ignoring the physical principles of the tactical egg. The only explanation for this would be that they're going at an incredibly slow speed and braking while descending in the second half of the loop. In other words, they're not flying for their lives. They're not pushing the limits of their machine. Quite the contrary, it's practically a leisure flight. So let's review. No
Yeah,
one on the
but
Star
that's
Fox
like,
team knows the difference between an aileron roll and a barrel roll, despite it being one of the first moves taught in basic aerobatics courses. The Immelman turn, which is the fanciest move in their repertoire and the one that they rely on in open air combat, realistically just makes a plane an easier target. And the fact that the loop ignores basic principles of gravity shows that they're in no big hurry. The saddest truth of all, though, is that these 3 moves are all reserved for air shows. Definitely not during life or death dogfights. Nintendo
I mean, fair enough, but like I think that like most people that play Star Fox, their closest comparison to like what they're going to know planes from is air shows. So of course it's gonna, yeah, of course it's gonna kind of appear like that. Pokemon racism, Jinx justified video, don't hug me, I'm scared. Oh boy. Let me just I'm gonna like copy that and add it into my notepad. Thank you for the super chat, Adrian. It is a cute doggy picture. Not immune to cute little doggies. All right, let's keep going.
Nintendo's Space Aces are really just a bunch of flight school rejects.
Bro. Peppy, no. Peppy, chill. Certified bra moment. They're supposed to be dunce caps. uh, chill, Peppy. Fucking chill. Yeah, they're supposed to be dunce caps, but oh. Yeah, you think it had to be intentional? I don't think it was. Well, maybe.
But is it really all that surprising? I mean, would actual pilots
Bow
want
me on your
this guy as
tail.
part of their team?
Whoa! Help me!
I didn't think so. Doing
I like Slippy the Toad. Okay, I'll do the don't hug me, I'm scared one then. Jeez. Yeah. Okay, sigh. $5? $5? Okay, I'll do it just because I like you. I'll do the don't hug me, I'm scared one. God damn. On my list. Jeez.
aileron
Fox, remember when me and your pops were in the clan? Yeah, we love.
roll. Yeah, that's never catching on. Can't say I didn't try though. Anyway, it's just a theory. A
Slippy
game
on!
theory.
Whoa! Whoa! Matthew, fucking chill.
A game theory. Thanks for watching.
Bigger coward for not doing the deadlock on Team Fortress 2 versus Overwatch. Is that a video? Isn't Deadlock like a different channel? I'm also like not into Overwatch, so and I haven't played Team Fortress 2 in like 10 years. Ah, okay. Well, that was a blast from the past, wasn't it? Yeah, we're doing this video. I couldn't resist. I couldn't resist. Um, so yeah. If you guys weren't familiar with Matt's old videos, I think we need to talk about this one. It's something. This is game theory, best boobs in gaming. All right, women, I'm so sorry. You deserve so much better than this. I could just choose not to. Uh, okay, guys, chill. Yeah, this would have gotten Matpat demonetized back in the modern day. Yeah, this would have gotten Matpat canceled in the modern day. Yeah, he did some weird videos that were like kind of weird. Let's see. It's got 10 million views, which is kind of one of the more higher count views that he got back in the day. Anyway, I joined and this is the first thing I see. I'm sorry. Um, actually, they did do a video on how big Luigi was, like how hung he was. So, all right, we're gonna. Yeah, let's go. Oh, okay. Okay, so I forgot that Matt used to be in the Screw Attack family. Matt, Matt, why are you calling them females? Gross. Gross. Dude, if you call women females, you're disgusting and I don't like you. That's nasty. I hate this. I hate this video. Ah! Thank you for the subscription, Sciencey. I would still rather watch this video than any Lily video, though. Bro, your mom watches this and you may. Oh my god.
Bombshells, busties, bouncers, bobbies.
Matthew, fucking chill, dude. Oh my god. I don't want to listen to a song. I don't want to listen to Matt sing a song about boobies. I don't. I don't want to watch it. How old was Matt on the this is 12 years ago and he's in his 40s, so like he was in his late 20s when he made this. There's no fucking excuse. I think he is. Hold on a second. Hold on a sec. Hold on. I need to what do I start a video? He was content farming very clearly. Let me see. Matpat age. He's 37 years old, and that was 12 years ago, so he was 25 when he made this. There's no excuse, Matt. Matt. God. Okay. No, I don't want to look at boobies.
Bronskies, buttons, pops, oops, bullets, busters, Betty boop, and big boppers,
I'm just
bongs,
gonna.
bongs, bongos, boulders,
I'm just.
bean bags,
I
balloons, bombs,
hate
bing
this.
bongs, butter balls, bumpers, bunkers, boobs.
Matt, you little pig. You little piggy. You little pig man. Matt Pat was still younger then than he is now. Whoa. Deep. Boy. Not the fucking dead or alive. No. No.
What? Oh,
No.
hey, sorry. I was just checking out those
Dude.
awful tan lines. Anyway, hello, Internet. Welcome to Game
Oh my
Theory, the show
god.
that teaches
Sorry.
you
I'm cool.
important life lessons. Like last time when we talked about how to use body language to tell if someone's lying to you. Truly a useful skill. This week will be no different. We're still practicing tactics that will help us identify liars. Just
See, Matt, this is a little stinky. This video is pretty stinky. Matthew, you know that most of your audience is teenagers and kids. He had to have known. I didn't think I'd need to do this, but I think I need to go get a drink. One moment. Matthew, ever thought about watching Movie Bob? I do. I'm actually subscribed to Movie Bob. I don't always agree with his takes, but yeah, I need that. Okay.
Just a different type of liar, and we won't be looking at their faces
Matthew, chill. Chill.
to do it. The theme today, natural knockers versus falsified fun bags. Because really, who wouldn't want this ability? Take for instance Ivy Valentine, Laura Croft, and Mai Shiranui. Truly, they carry around the grandest of Tetons in gaming. Their Titanic Tauntaun
Ah! Ah! I really want to do ketamine right now.
seem like natural impossibilities, but are we prematurely assuming they're augmented? And how about the women of Nintendo? Could the perky polygons of Peach, Zelda, and Samus actually be the doings of Dr. Mario? By the end of this faptastic episode, you'll have become a real-life
Bro! That. Ah! 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 Uh, I'm so looking forward to that toaster bath I'm having later.
lens of truth, able to identify who's sporting a silicone set and whose humdingers are 100% homegrown. Now, identifying the difference between an organic cantaloupe and a lab-grown cassava can be quite the challenge, especially since push-up bras, padding, and implants have all gotten considerably better in recent years. Science, changing the world for the better. There is one easy way to tell though, and that's by touching them.
Help!
Pumped up papayas will always feel harder than a natural breast. Sadly though, this isn't an option for us since 1. We're talking about virtual women, and
I
2. We're
can't.
gamers.
Ah, Matthew! Matthew, you have. Why is this video still online? Hey, 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 hey. I didn't say I was a Movie Bob fan. I said I've watched a few of his videos that I don't always agree with him. I'm subscribed because, I don't know. Yeah, I have no words either. Like, how do I even react to this? Like, it's gross, yucky, Matthew. Relax.
Bragging about our high score in Burger
Chill,
Time isn't getting us
dude.
any closer to unlocking Baldur's Gate, if you know what I mean. So,
Baldur's Gate mention. Imagine Pat's kid finding this. Bro, how old is his kid? Like 6? I'm pretty sure Stephanie was around at this point,
in life and in
so I
games,
think
we're
he
left to
had a
judge by
girlfriend.
what we
But
see. So what are we looking for? Mai Shiranui from King of Fighters will show us
holy
everything we need to
shit.
know. Mai serves as a great tutorial this week because she, being a strong, independent, and progressive woman, leaves her breasts unfettered. In other words, her sweet chariots swing low. And this is our first major indication that Mai's melons are au naturel. You see, real breasts
Ah, kill me. Ah. No, dude, like Stephanie was helping him make these videos. I don't know if it was this early on, but she's always been a part of the channel. Oh my God, this man is okay. That's Matt really said egg queen. Dude, where's my phone going off? I gotta turn off the notification sound. I'm going on to do not disturb mode. Stop trying to call me when I'm doing a stream. I'm busy. I chose to suffer. Yes, no, dude. If I can cover Lily Orchard, I can cover Matt's booby video. We can do it. We can do it together. I'm gonna speed him up though. Ah!
respond to a woman's movement. When walking, they bounce. When laying down, they flop to the side. And when bending over, they respond to gravity, becoming more conical. Fake breasts tend not to move as freely and tend to hold their round shape in all positions. But as we can see here, there is no stopping Mai's motherload. They do it all, marking time like a pendulum,
Oh,
flopping with fatigue, and
goodness.
getting so excited that they just move on their own for no real reason. Also, real breasts have a slight sag in them, whereas fake ones appear to defy gravity, forming more of a cliff rather than a gently sloping hill. For example, compare Mai's chest to gaming's heraldess of the hoo-ha, Lara Croft, and you can clearly see the difference. Laura's rack just floats there 3 feet from her body. Either her underwire is a suspension bridge.
Oh, our video games are anti-gay one. I was thinking about covering that one, but like that one's low-key homophobic. It's anti-gay. Yes, I'll cover that one.
Or Laura's got herself a set of store-bought silos. Also notice that Laura's love muffins never move. If she wanted, she could probably prop herself up on a ledge with those things. Look, Ma, no hands.
It's
Mai's
because
seem to
of
be other
the
cup, maybe large, but they have a
limitations,
natural
but
fall to them,
whatever.
indicating that they're real. Her God-given gravitas brings to mind the words a wise woman once spoke. They're real, and they're spectacular. One other telltale sign to look out for is something I've labeled butt crack cleavage. For an example, look at Blondie here from TNA Extreme Beach Volleyball. Oh, does she have a name? With this game, I didn't think it mattered. Anyway, see how the cleavage here is pushed up and rounded, making it appear as though she has a butt in the middle of her chest? This either means the breasts are fake, or her twins are getting a big push from underneath, which in this case, she is clearly not. So keep in mind this rule of thumb: butt crack on chest, inflated breast. So what about Ivy from Soul Calibur then? Her jumbo-sized jubblies.
Listen, Matt, I know that Ivy is a sensual woman, but stop objectifying this queen.
Would certainly seem artificial, and her choice of costume certainly gives us plenty to look at. But the answer here isn't quite so clear-cut. Looking at the gameplay, her chesticles certainly move around quite a bit. Quite a bit indeed. And round though they are, a brief look at her official figurine shows that they have quite a bit of sag, being slightly larger at the bottom than the top. What gives us our definitive answer, though, is this. I'm sure you're asking yourself what exactly we're looking at
Fucking
here because we've been
chill,
staring at Ivy's chest
dude.
for the last 30 seconds of the video. It's the placement of her top. In all that it reveals, it's what it doesn't reveal that tells us the truth. You see, nipples always tend to be symmetrical and point in the same direction. Botched boob jobs, on the other hand, leave them pointing in different directions. Now look at Ivy's chest. I ask you, where are her nipples? Now, let's just take a moment here to reflect on the question that I've just asked. We're about
Stop! Maggie, chill! I'm also an Arrow Ace transgender person. Why are we watching this? Because I'm digging up. I want to see Matt's cringe older videos. But I think this is too much for me. I think I am gonna have to skip this one. I'm sorry, Matt. This video is cringe. I can't watch it. I'm sorry, guys. I can't. I'm not strong enough. Ah. Also, hands down, obviously Solid Snake has the best boobs in video gaming. Ah. Thanks for the super chat, Boggle. Ah, too cringe for Chris. Yeah, sorry, I really tried. I really, really tried. Okay, this one looks more normal. If I see a boobie, if I see one more breast, I'm out of here. Oh, I should probably read Boggle's super chat. Sorry, my brain's not working. Hello and welcome to Gay Theory, and on today's episode, we're going to uncover the original letters of Sneed, Speed, and Seed, formerly Chucks. Wario's got the best dad. Yeah, that was a big yikes. Also, like, no offense, but like, just because the boobs got a little bit of help doesn't mean they're bad boobs. Like, all boobs are good boobs. If they're your boobs, they're good boobs. Thepunkeffect.com. Matt, you're not a punk. You fucking nerd.
over the teeth, over the gums, look out stomach, here comes game theory. God, it tastes like 8-day-old hippie. God, it tastes like
I'm sorry. Hi, what is happening here? Okay. How do you know how 8-day-old hippies taste like?
Here comes game theory. God, it tastes like 8-day-old hippie.
I remember you consume the mat chalice. What was such a good? What was it? I remember specifically that the boob video was one that I skipped back in the day. I'm like, I don't need to watch that. And I still don't need to watch that. It's theory fluid. It's what gives Matpat his secret powers.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, where each episode is like unlocking a treasure chest of knowledge. Hey, listen, we have a big anniversary coming up. April 18th officially commemorates our first year of theories. So, how do we celebrate this momentous occasion? By honoring you guys, the fans. Honestly,
Matthew, Bucky, chill, dude, with the boobs. Oh my goodness. What? Hooters? Bro, chill out.
this show would be nothing without you. You, the commenters on YouTube debating the pronunciation of Aerith's name. You, the bonus point players, prompting me to dig deeper into my knowledge of pop culture. You, the bloggers who spur open and honest conversation about the show. But especially you, the fans who write in week after week with your own brilliant suggestions for future episodes. So today we're
It says a lot that you can get through several of Lily Pete's videos, yet you can't get through one Matt Fat video on boobs. Yeah, the thing about Lily is that she hides how horny she is, so I'm sorry. I just get like I don't want to sound like a prude, but I get like kind of uncomfortable just being blasted in the face with pictures of naked people like like that. I just don't like it very much. Sorry. He must have felt so smug putting that, hey, listen. Oh, I'm sure he did. All right,
starting a
let's
countdown of
go.
my top 5 favorite viewer submitted episodes. Because let's face it, what self respecting gamer doesn't love a good countdown? So enough gushing. Let's start with number 5, coming from Ronnie, host of his own shows Digressing and Side Questing and Random Internet Encounters, who suggested looking at the real life equivalents of Zelda items. I've always thought that Link's satchel is a lot like Mary Poppins' carpet bag, magically producing things like
Uh-huh.
fishing poles, Hylian hoverboards, and my personal favorite, a giant oversized ball and chain.
Yeah, that's literally just what it is. There's nothing really more to read in on it. And I like it's a video game. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. The hammer space is fine. Like just don't think about it. It's fine.
Seriously, our little elf boy can't even carry this thing, but when it's in his pack, poof, weightless. Video game logic, you're the reason this show exists. Anyway, there's a lot of things we'll cover eventually. The lens of truth, fire arrows, and of course the hookshot. But today we're focusing on potions and power bracelets. Is there such a thing as a real-life blue health potion? How about a green drink that instantly boosts your stamina? And can wearing a bracelet actually make you stronger? Today I'm telling you everything you need to equip yourself to be the healthiest hero on the block.
See, these kind of videos I didn't mind so much because it was like very much like, yeah, this is video game logic, but how can it apply in real life? And it's like a little bit more self-aware. Are we doing game night after this? We are.
But be warned, this alternative medicine of the Zelda universe may come with some unexpected side effects. In the original Legend of Zelda, old hags living in caves sell mysterious red and blue liquids, calling it medicine.
Old hags living in caves. That's the gender of the day.
Yeah, like that's not sketchy. Oh, but wait, it's service with a smile. Well then in that case, this business is totally legit. Link, always a sucker for homeless cave women, decides to purchase some blue brewski, holding onto it until he's gummed to death by a rogue like before shotgunning it and recovering all his hearts. So we're looking for a blue potion that'll cure whatever ails ya, from a rock to the face to a bad case of dark nuts. So what's our green-clad hero chugging? Probably colloidal silver. A colloid is a substance evenly dispersed throughout another substance. In this case, silver particles are dispersed in water. And
Back then, it was obviously a shitpost. Yeah, like, yeah, I mean, like, I think that's okay, but it was definitely, like, more obviously a shitpost just in the way it was designed, and he just really jumped the shark and just started taking himself way too seriously.
yes, you heard right. That means you're literally drinking metal. Colloidal silver is often sold as a blue liquid and is promoted as a cure-all, able to fix everything from sore throats to eye infections to zits. In fact, while researching this episode at the local greengrocer, the man behind me at the cash register insisted his friend swears by the stuff, saying that it cured a problem in his foot. But before you go off running to the nearest Whole Foods to spend your well-earned rupees, be warned. Silver has no biological function in the body, and none of the miracle cure claims have been proven by science. You know what has been proven by science, though? That drinking colloidal silver will turn you blue, literally. Take a look at
I
Stan
remember
Jones
this
and Paul
guy.
Karasan here. No, these images aren't doctored. These two men have a condition called argyria, which has permanently tattooed their skin, eyes, tongues, and lips blue. Now all they need is some drums and a shaved head and they could have their own Las
Oh
Vegas
my
show.
god.
Argyria comes from an improper long-term exposure to silver, so it should come as no surprise that both men have been drinking our little blue potion for years. So if you really suck at Zelda and chug a couple hundred of these potions, Link's sprite will actually turn blue. Try it. I dare you. Let me know how it turns out for you. Blue
That can't be. That's not real. Matt, don't lie.
skin. Now that's what you get for trusting someone who sells medicine in a cave. Jumping from Link's first game to his most recent, how about a green potion for stamina? In Skyward Sword, the green potion, which for many years replenished magic, now increases your stamina, allowing you to run for longer distances without getting tired. There's even a side quest dedicated to it. Your effeminate friend Fledge, who
Whoa, Matthew. Not the homophobia. Don't drink colloidal syrup silver. Good advice, Sai.
for some reason always sounds on the verge of orgasm.
Matt. Matthew. Oh my god. Okay. It's fine. It's just been one taste of like 8-year-old hippie. Jesus.
Demands that you give him some because Lord knows no one actually does anything for themselves in the Zelda universe. In the course of a day, this miracle drink helps him go from doing 60 push-ups to 4,000. Yeah, sign me up for some of that. So what's green, safe to drink, and will supposedly help improve your stamina? Grass. No joke. Drinking silver and chasing it down with a glass of grass. How did I not realize that this would cure all of my medical problems? But not just any grass. Wheatgrass, the organic world superfood. They say that eating 1 pound of wheatgrass is the
Okay.
nutritional equivalent of eating 23 pounds of other
Um, backdoor pilot to food theory? Matt. Sorry, I have like the reason that I don't really want to cover food theory is because I don't trust Matpat to like handle it delicately. And food is such like a sensitive issue for a lot of people, and like spreading misinformation about food is how you it's how you start eating disorders, Matthew. Matthew, no. This is why YouTube needs like YouTube needs to expand the community notes feature. Like we should be able to be like, hey, this isn't scientifically accurate, like kind of like how Twitter has it. Like I know that like YouTube kind of has uh Surgeon General warnings or whatever about COVID and stuff, but yeah. I don't fully trust him on anything. No, but like food is such a sensitive topic. The fact that he gets like so much other stuff wrong, I just don't like that he got into the food theory thing. I don't think that was a good idea. I don't think it was responsible. I don't think he's educated enough, and like I don't like pop science food crap. I think it's very not good.
vegetables. Not only that, but they say that it prevents tooth decay, reduces high blood pressure, improves digestion, prevents hair from graying, works against the common cold, coughs, chronic fatigue, skin conditions, ulcers, and even fights against cancer and AIDS.
Okay. If you're ever sold food and the pitch is, hey, it does this, and it's just like this laundry list of things that it prevents and helps with, you are being scammed. Period. I don't care if it's like a berry or a grass. I don't care if it's a weed. If something is saying it can cure everything like this, you're being scammed. Like eat like pomegranate seeds or chia seeds or whatever if you want to. Put wheatgrass in your smoothies for some extra fiber, but if you for a second are buying it because you think it's some sort of panacea, you're being lied to. Nothing can do that.
That's good grass. Finally, an experiment done by
Okay.
some guy looking to sell his books on the benefits of wheatgrass. He claimed it increases stamina, as mice that were fed this superfood ran in their little cage wheels more than mice.
So like he acknowledged that the research came from the person trying to make money on it and is not citing any peer reviewed papers. So that's fun. That's interesting. That's cool.
That didn't eat the grass, in numbers that were, quote, outrageously higher. Now call me a skeptic, but I tend to doubt any scientific
Okay, there
study
we
that
go.
uses
There
the
we
word
go. Okay.
outrageous to describe its results. So I designed my own experiment, which is probably just as scientific as this guy's was. For this test, I grew my own wheatgrass. Seriously, just slap some overalls on me and call me Farmer Matt. Coupled with some other common ingredients I found online in recipes, I've developed the perfect green stamina potion.
Matt, that's not how science works. Doesn't grass have silica, which is toxic to you if you aren't a sheep? Wheatgrass is fine. Yeah.
Now all that's left is to test it. Mmm. Tastes like I'm eating my lawn. 3,998, 3,999, 4,000. So here's the thing. This part of the video was supposed to be me chugging wheatgrass while doing push-ups and running on a treadmill. But I got sick after drinking the wheatgrass. And you want to know why? Because the energy and stamina that come from drinking wheatgrass actually come from little microorganisms that grow on the plant
Ew.
itself. And as far as 23 pounds of other vegetables equaling 1 pound of wheatgrass, complete lie considering that both broccoli and spinach match it point for point. Memorial Sloan Kettering is a world leader in medical research and a place where my fiancée Stephanie worked at for a while.
Yeah, see, he was already dating Stephanie at this point. So she did know about the boob video.
They found that all the claims about wheatgrass were either founded in incomplete tests, weren't tested at all, or
Okay.
best of all, defied the laws of medicine.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Matt Pat. You did go into how, okay, I'm sorry for judging. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry I doubted you. I'm sorry.
Huh, go figure. Wow, it looks like I did more push-ups today than I did yesterday. It must be the wheatgrass. I'm gonna go write a book about it and make millions. After I roll this way. Finally, we jump back to the original Legend of Zelda to look at the Power Bracelet, which gives Link increased strength, allowing him to push big rocks, but only 4 certain rocks. Hey, it's a very selective bracelet, okay? So is there such a thing as a bracelet that can make you stronger? Yes, and not just stronger, but also more flexible and with greater stamina and balance. Check out Power Balance, a rubber band with a holographic sticker.
Okay. So he is talking about like scams and stuff. Okay, so this video is very clearly about like, yeah, the fact that it's like, hey, like look at these scams that we came up with in real life, but they don't work, so no, this doesn't exist. Okay, I understand the video. Reminder that Matt was a theater kid. That doesn't really matter, but the joke potential is really strong. I mean, is this like another gay joke?
But
Anyway.
not just any holograph, like on those Pokemon cards that are so popular with the kids these days.
Pokemon. Who says that Pokemon is Pokemon?
a sticker that has been
Relax.
specially treated to resonate with and respond to the
Uh,
natural energy fields of
I have like such a bee in my bonnet about like quackery, so this video is triggering me.
the body. Don't believe me? Well, call me LeVar Burton because you don't have to take my word for it. Just look at celebrities like Robert De Niro, P. Diddy, and Bill Clinton, or athletes like
I remember when this was a thing. God.
Shaquille O'Neal and Lamar Odom to see what holographic vibrational body technology can do for you. The preceding message would have been brought to you by Power Balance if they
Oh,
hadn't
hey,
gone
Anthony.
bankrupt. Look, I know you guys are smart because hey, you're watching my show, so I don't need to explain to you how ridiculous these claims are. Let's just say this. When repeated tests kept showing that these bands
Hmm. I think Matt needs to touch grass. Thank you, Anthony, for the super chat. Oh, I was gonna say a theater major that married a woman? It can't be true. That's what we call a unicorn, actually.
produce none of their promised benefits, a representative of
Isn't Matthew like kind of bisexual though, or is he straight? I've He's been a little bit horny towards some video game dudes, as I recall. Or maybe I'm just like misremembering. Was that somebody else? I know that there was somebody that I was a fan of that was like, delicious. This video game boy. I'm like, okay. Maybe that was H Bomber guy or like Big Joel or something.
the company stated, quote, "We admit that there is no credible scientific evidence and supports to our claims. Therefore, we engaged in misleading conduct." End quote. Don't you hate it when science gets in the way of your scheme to rip off hundreds of gullible consumers? And yet, people still claim these power and wellness bracelets actually work, just like they believe that drinking silver with a wheatgrass chaser is keeping them healthy.
Yeah, I have like a lot of problems with this. You just wish he was bi. Leave me alone, sigh. Matt is kind of on the border. He never says anything concrete. H Bomber guy is definitely bi. I mean, I think H Bomber guy is very openly bi, but I think that I think I might be thinking of Big Joel, um, who just like says like some really out of pocket things about how much he likes certain video game, like I think it's actors, probably not video game characters. Stop bullying me on my own channel, Sai. Well, the homophobia, dude. Why are okay okay why are lesbians like the most homophobic towards gay men though? Like why? Like tell me why. Didn't Big Joel say he was bi, or am I stupid? I think he said that, but like he used to make some like really out of pocket comments. Just came out of nowhere sometimes. It was really funny. Anyway,
So what's it all mean? And what does any of this have to do with The Legend of Zelda? Well, let's take one last look at what Link's got stuffed into that satchel of his. A green potion
chill. Stop, Matthew.
for stamina that's no better for you than a glass of V8, a blue potion that literally turns you into Santa Smurf, and a rubber band with a shiny sticker. Our research today has shown that these things just don't work the way that they're advertised. And yet,
Dude, can I be like real and honest and vulnerable? It makes me feel some type of way when I see guys drink something that's really gross. And I don't know what type of way, but it makes me feel something. Okay, Anthony, I was kidding. I'm so sorry that people were being like weird at you for being bi, but like I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I love lesbians. Um and I love you lesbians. Lesbians are cool. My mom's a lesbian, so like if I didn't love lesbians, then I would my mom would kill me where I stand. But anyway, I'm sorry. I just drank a can of cider and I'm like, oh. the brain rot is real, and I'm like kind of getting a little worked up, like in
People
a really
still
hyper
swear
way.
by them, claiming miraculous results,
Oh,
drinking.
right, what I wanted to talk about. So I at my work, I found out that one of my stop, raccoon, stop! I don't. I I the indescribable feeling of watching man drinking gross stuff. I love it when men drink the concoction. Yeah, see? Yeah, see, I'm not the only one. What pronouns does Krim have? Krim has he, him pronouns. Thank you very much. You can use its pronouns too, but that's only for people that want to be gender neutral, but I have revoked they, them. Um, I've revoked people's they, them privilege because people will use it because they're uncomfortable with me being a man, so no they, them. But you can use he, him, or its pronouns. I love it when men drink the Jekyll Hyde potion because I also like a hot, evil Dom boyfriend and soft, nice boyfriend. Okay, I'm a little tipsy. I just chugged. No, I didn't even finish half of it. I'm such a lightweight. Um, I was gonna say something in that. Oh yeah. So at work, I found out that one of my coworkers just finished her degree in like acupuncture and Chinese medicine, and the effort it took me not to be a shithead about it. Like I can't. The quack whacker in my little heart screaming out. When it comes to men drinking weird stuff, does that include raw eggs like Rocky? More like Gaston. All right. I think it's like some nostalgic thing of like watching kids. Like I don't know if kids do that anymore, but like when I was a kid, like people would like mix together a bunch of actually it's making me gag thinking about it. Maybe I'm not into it. I remember people like mixing a bunch of like weird like sauces and milk and okay. Maybe I don't like it. Maybe I just think it's funny sometimes when people on film do it. Um they're just like sorry, I'm trying not to gag. Look, I had like an experience at work, okay, just this past week, and it was mm, teenage boys need to be cleaner, I think. So I'm like a little bit sensitive on the tummy right now. But like I would remember that like kids would like mix things up in a little cup and would like dare each other to drink it. And that's what it reminds me of. Okay, sorry. Ugh, I'm imagining that campsite being almost half the height of your little demon guy. It's actually kind of tall. He's a little tall boy. Who needs to eat bird? Okay, okay, listen. No, okay. I can't. Mm, acupuncture and Chinese medicine have been documented to have actual positive effects on patients. I don't want to get into that right now. Maybe I will someday, but right now, like, yeah. There's something to be said about how, like, if you're going in for care, it's like the placebo effect is very strong, but if you're doing like things like acupuncture and Chinese medicine, you're also probably conscious of your health and taking care of yourself. So like there's like stuff to be argued. It's like, okay, but are you getting better because you're getting acupuncture, or are you getting better because like you're in the care of someone that's trying to make you healthier? You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Okay, I'm very open-minded about like eating different foods. Like I love like interesting foods that I've never tried before. Like I love cool foods, like and I love some stuff that's usually considered weird. Um, but if it's something that I find is like if I find distasteful, like I have a really hard time eating it. So like be kind to me if if you want me, if I'm very much an atheist, but if people want me to like, if people invite me into their cultural thing, as long as I don't have to actually like do any like praises to gods or anything, then I'm like perfectly okay in like participating in the cultural thing as a guest, but like don't ask me to do stuff praising any gods. But I'm perfectly okay with being invited to like secular. I don't want to say secular, but I'm perfectly okay with like like cultural exchange. But anyway, I'm gonna play the rest of this video.
Silver to stay healthy even after they've already been stained blue, or lining up in Whole Foods to pay $4, $10, $20 for liquefied lawn clippings. Link would probably be right there with them, appearing next to Lamar Odom to sing the praises of Tryon Z bands. And at least in the games, they certainly seem to help our hero. Link is able to run longer, fight harder, and push heavy rocks after obtaining these items. So what gives? Is my theory just wrong? Do I, for the first time, have to say that there are no real-life equivalents for these items? Heck no! In both real life and Zelda Land, it all boils down to the placebo
Ooh,
effect, the
placebo
phenomenon of a
effect. Here
useless
we
substance like a
go.
sugar pill resulting in an improvement in a patient's medical condition. In short, it's all about expectations. If a patient perceives something as a powerful medication, it can heal them. If he views it as harmful, it can have negative effects.
And like I'm victim to the placebo effect as well. Oftentimes, like I get migraines a lot, and as soon as I pop an Advil or an naproxen in my mouth, even though like it's still like sitting on my tongue, my headache will start to feel a little bit better. Not all the way, mind you, because it is a migraine type headache. Um, but even though it's like a real condition that I have and I am taking real medicine, just the act of putting that medicine on my tongue is starting to soothe me because of how, like, you'd be surprised how powerful the human imagination is. It's kind of fascinating, really. Would I be up to attending ritualistic sacrifices to Quetzalcoatl? Probably not. I mean, I know that was a joke, but like, I go up for. I'm very sorry. I'm a little bit pissed. I'm a little bit pissed drunk. A little bit, just a little bit. I'm fine.
In this way, the human mind has unbelievable healing powers. For instance, in one test, subjects who had gotten a tooth pulled were given a saline injection, medically useless for relieving pain, and yet when they were told it was a powerful painkiller, it worked just as well as morphine. And in general, the worse the
Wow.
pain, the stronger the effect. So say Link is about to die, takes a swig of his magic cave wench medicine, believing it'll heal him, and
Magic cave wench is this month's gender.
somehow he finds the strength to keep going. It's not what he's been drinking that gives him the strength to keep fighting, it's his expectations that this potion will heal him, stop the pain, and put an end to that obnoxious beeping sound. And unlike claims about colloidal silver or wheatgrass, this has been proven by science. The placebo effect has also been shown to work against fatigue and can give increased strength. In other words, Link had the power within him the whole
Strength.
time, and he was just being held back by what he mentally thought were his limitations. These items are doing nothing more than helping him realize his potential. And isn't that what this series is about anyway? A young boy who is destined for greatness, slowly realizing that he has had this power locked away within him the whole time. It isn't about potions or power bands to survive to the next dungeon, it's about pushing yourself, unlocking the courage to get back up and keep fighting. Wait, unlocking courage? Huh, coincidence? I think not. Anyway, it's all just a theory, a game theory, bottoms up.
Interesting. So like I like that he tied it back into the themes of the game, and that's not really something I see him do a lot these days. I like that. Man really started overthinking a little guy drinking his health concoctions. Yeah. Uh, Magic cave wench water. All right. Next one. The cube's secret. Okay. Why I wanted to watch this one was this was one of the earliest videos of Matpat getting a little bit conspiratorial and really kind of like peppering in things that were like dubiously canon. So, and it's really like I know that like this was one of the videos that he did that really started to affect how the public viewed viewed the actual lore of the game.
Here's a new cube for you to project your deranged loneliness onto.
Everyone's favorite rhombohedron has a scary little secret inside of it. And no, I'm not referring to this guy's penis.
Kill Matthew. I liked this intro the best, I think.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, determined to be the first show ever to talk about Portal without once mentioning cake. Wait, I just blew it, didn't I?
All right. So this is kind of like Matpat had found his stride and he had a formula and he was like making videos like this pretty consistently. So I think like this is we watched like a couple of like old Matthew Patrick videos, but now we're going to be watching a few of like what he was back in the day, what made game theory.
Damn it! Let's call a spade, shall we? The companion cube is a box with hearts on it. And yet, despite
Yes.
being an inanimate object that appeared for a fraction of the first Portal game, the gaming community instantly fell in love, myself included. Without speaking, without even moving, the weighted companion cube, which by all definition should qualify as an item, quickly rose through the ranks of gaming's all-time most memorable characters. Take that, Rystar! Screw you, Chuck Rock! You're no match for my parallelepiped pal!
And here's I just want to say that I just want to say that as far as the companion cube goes, it's kind of like proving a point, isn't it? It's that it makes you get attached to this inanimate object and then it kills it in front of you. And that was like kind of the point. Is it wanted is that the experiment in university experiment was like, like can we get people like to form an emotional connection with an inanimate object and then how will they react when we make them destroy that object, you know? Yeah. The point of the companion cube is in Portal is literally going, isolation is a hell of a drug. Yeah, because until you meet GLaDOS, and I guess the turrets too, but like you don't really interact with any other characters in the game. The only time you ever see another human being is when you glimpse yourself through the portal. So like of course the first thing that you're told that is your friend or your companion, you're going to form an emotional bond to because up until then you haven't really seen anything friendly. The turrets are like more like they talk to you and they sound a little sad, but they're also actively trying to kill you. But you do feel kind of bad for them. And then the companion cube, while it doesn't really say or do anything, it just sits there and has a heart on it. You're told like, hey, this is your new best friend, this cube, and it's just really interesting as like as an aspect of a game and just a commentary on the human condition. Um, and as I recall, that idea just flies right over Matt's head in this video. Even if you try to sneak the cube out, GLaDOS destroys it. Yeah, I remember that. I think she destroys it in like the elevator or something.
We grew grew to love this rectangular prism so much that we let it into our beds, let it chill our drinks, and let it all up in our feminine underparts. But perhaps we were too quick to let it plaster
Matthew,
our privates.
chill, dude, chill out. Start again, please. What? I don't know what you mean, side Z. I yeah
Maybe our passion for
yeah
this hexahedral ombre was a little misplaced. We grew overly attached because we were alone and desperate for a
yeah
friend in the testing
exactly.
chambers of aperture science. But in our haste, we didn't bother to ask questions. We didn't stop to notice the odd coincidences. What do we really know about the nature of these cubes? What black secrets are hidden behind those pink hearts? Well, first, we need to know why we love the companion cubes so much. Back in the 1950s, when psychology was still interesting because there were no limitations on human testing, those were the
I love how he's just like this is so out of left field.
days. Donald Hebb placed volunteers into extreme isolation, leaving them in small empty rooms with goggles and headphones to block out sensory input. The test was supposed to last 42 days. Test subjects barely made it 4, as they quickly descended into madness, unable to think clearly, so lost in deprivation that they failed basic skills tests. They started to have vivid visual and auditory hallucinations, ranging from the room filling with dogs to feeling their arm getting hit with pellets fired from a miniature imaginary rocket ship. In short, the
That's
aperture science
insane.
testing would truly push subjects to their psychological limits as they wandered alone in room after room with no end in sight. Humans truly are social creatures, and studies have shown that lonely people are much more likely than connected people to believe that inanimate objects have emotions and intentions. By the time Chell and the player reach Chamber 17, we're so ready for companionship, we'll give it to anything, including a glorified storage crate. And if you think back to the Tom Hanks movie Castaway, same thing happened there. Wilson, the bloody-faced volleyball, was the film's version of the companion cube, giving Tom Hanks someone, anyone to interact with while in isolation.
See, this is what the lore of the companion cube is, but there's another 8 minutes to this video, so you know that it's not gonna just end here.
On the island. So basically,
Yeah, the old videos were always on an excuse to talk about other topics like this. You say that, but again, he's only gonna talk about this for a brief amount of time and then veer off in another direction.
the companion cube is just a lovable little pile of parts that happen to be in the right time at the right place. Then what reasons could we possibly have to distrust our cuddly little cube? Well, would you believe me if I said that the weight inside those weighted companion cubes came from the bodies of failed test subjects, the dead and dying predecessors of Chell? Let's look at the evidence. What initially prompted this theory is the achievement you receive when you drop your companion cube into the incinerator during the first game. The name of the achievement is fratricide, a term denoting the act of killing your brother. It seems like an odd choice of words until you consider that the thousands of test subjects captive at Aperture, the ones who used to live in the large boxes visible at the start of the second game, are just like your brethren and may just have ended up downgraded to a smaller, more
Ooh.
disposable box. Well, first, we know it's physically possible. Our Metroid Morph Ball episode showed that a human can fit into spaces much smaller than zero point 0.1 cubic meters.
All right, taking a little pause. React to the chat. The coffin cube thing. This is why I never watched theory videos from this era. LOL. So much dramatic for no reason. Yeah, yeah. Am I gonna do the Wally one? That's a film theory video. I wasn't planning on it, but If somebody wants me to, I can. I was just gonna stick to game theory today. Excuse me. Um, like the edgy, like sort of like, what if dead people? What if dead people? What if this person was dead the whole time? Like, I don't like theories like that.
And without even breaking into
The Morphball video is dumb. Yeah, that's why I'm not covering it. Be a good one too. Okay, Sai. I'll put it on the list. If we have time, we'll watch it. Wow. Wow. All right, back to playing.
pixel measurements, it's easy to tell that a companion cube is significantly larger than any version of the morph ball. So physically cramming a human into a cube is absolutely possible, but is it actually what's happening? To find out, we need to examine the way GLaDOS speaks about the companion cubes.
The Enrichment Center reminds you that the weighted companion cube will never threaten to stab you and, in fact, cannot speak. In the event that the weighted companion cube does speak, the Enrichment Center urges you to disregard its advice. If it could talk, and the Enrichment Center takes this opportunity to remind you that it cannot, it would tell you to go on without it because it would rather die in a fire than become a burden to you.
Now, GLaDOS is not our friend, and is far from a reliable source of information in the first game. In fact, most of what she says is false and meant to mislead Chell. Thus, her insistence that the cubes are A, unable to talk, and B, should be ignored if they do, make it seem like the reverse is true, that they may be able to talk and that their advice should be heeded. That's certainly the experience former Aperture employee turned test subject Doug Ratman experienced. In the Portal comics, Ratman is shown to have conversations with the companion cube he carries strapped to his back, with the cube literally giving him helpful advice. In fact, the cube's advice is the one thing that keeps him alive. It even warns him against taking 2 pills labeled as Zyprazidone, supposedly antipsychotic medication, except that the real medication would be named Zyprazidone, without the A. Careless typo made by Valve, or perhaps another Aperture test that the cube was aware of. Well under its
Well, like if the character is psychotic and if this character is psychotic and is talking to a man in an object, I think like Occam's razor applies here. Matpat was a weird little freak until the apocalypse came and he sacrificed game theory on the altar of Fazzy Sans Bear. Thank you for the super chat, Boggle. Uh, the Wally one is that what if the food they eat is dead people? Oh yeah, the Soylent Green is people thing. I remember that.
effects, the cube no longer talks, and Ratman almost gets himself killed without its advice. Seems like GLaDOS would have a vested interest in keeping people ignoring this useful source of information. And speaking of Ratman, throughout the games you see many of his ranty scribblings on the walls. In his first chamber, you see cubes over the faces of various pictures. What many have assumed is just schizophrenic hallucinations or a fixation on the cube, maybe something completely different. Notice he hasn't placed cube images over just the faces of one gender, but both men and women. The term objectum sexual is given to people who literally fall in love with inanimate objects.
Matthew.
Like this woman who dumped her bow and arrow fiancé Lance to literally marry
The point of these theories is to violate Occam's razor. Yeah. Alex the Shiba says, I just want to say that you're cool. Oh, thank you, Alex.
the Eiffel Tower, or this woman who married the Berlin Wall. Talk about your awkward wedding nights. Now, if Ratman was indeed in love with the cube and suffering from objectum sexual, he would associate the cube with one specific sex, not plastering its picture over
Stop. Ah, the biphobia is real.
multiple genders.
Ah.
Additionally, notice that the calendar is of the girls of Aperture Science, meaning that these pictures are of people who have worked at the company, Ratman's friends, his co-workers, people he loved and cared about. If they were dead and shoved into cubes, it would make sense that he would put cube pictures over the top of them and have hearts drawn around them. And let's not overlook the message written here either. Quote, the weighted companion cube does speak. I'm not hallucinating, you are. Then in Portal 2, GLaDOS adds,
I think that one was about to say, I love you. They are sentient, of course. We just have a lot of them.
again, making allusion to the fact that the cube may be able to speak, but more importantly, describing the sentience of the cube. To be sentient means having the ability to feel and perceive. Sentient characters also display desire, will, and personality. So to say that the cube is sentient would differentiate it significantly from the likes of a turret, for example, which may at first appear to have feelings and consciousness, but are in fact just programmed to respond to various stimuli in very specific ways. A human inside a cube, meanwhile, would definitely...
No, I think that like I think like it's canon to the games that the turrets were given sentience. Like, isn't that? Hold on a second. I swear that it's canon that the cubes are sentient. These different
Thank you. Get mad. Don't make lemonade. Prometheus was punished by the gods for giving the gift of knowledge to man. He was cast into the bowels of the earth and pecked by birds. Remember that. That's all I can say. Don't forget, it won't be enough. The answer is beneath us. Her name is Carolyn. Oh, why? I did everything you asked.
like I'm pretty sure it's canon to the game. I always got the impression that the turrets were sentient and like needlessly so though.
don't understand.
Like it always felt like in Portal that like everything was given sentience even though it wasn't necessary all the time. Like with the some of the walls and the turrets and stuff, just because it made them easier to work with, or that was the theory. Like so much of like Aperture Science was like, let's just do it because we can. There's no question over whether they should or not. It's like very clearly just doing the most for no reason. So like
And I'm fine. Wait, oh no. Why? Hello, target acquired. Hello. Hi, target acquired.
yeah, I always assumed that the turrets were yeah, the needless and cruel sentience. That's like part of why they're so sad. Portal 2 is so good. Like what a good sequel. It's rare to find sequels that are that good. That's my ooh, look, my Patreon. Wow. Yeah, we're gonna watch this video eventually. Anyway, back to this one.
Qualify as a sentient creature.
Oh well, we have warehouses full of the things. Absolutely worthless. I'm happy to get rid of them.
Throughout the entirety of both games, GLaDOS only
Yeah, like
uses words like worthless and useless.
it's just it's just GLaDOS being cruel. She's cruel to Wheatley as well, and she calls him stupid and worthless and useless. And Wheatley's an AI, so
To describe one thing, the value of human life.
Remember before when I was talking about smelly garbage standing around being useless? That was a metaphor. I was actually talking about you.
So not only has she opened up the possibility that the cubes can talk repeatedly, she refers to them using the same language she implements when talking about other human test subjects. What she
I think what's a more dark possibility is that the companion cubes have AI, but they just can't talk, they can't see, like they're just aware, but they can't receive any stimulation, and they can't like have any physical and reaction, and it's just like needlessly cruel because like it's aware, but it's like it can't do anything about it, and that's like really messed up. And that's like the darkest theory I ever had about the companion cubes is that they're AI, but there's like absolutely no point to them having AI because they don't have a function other than being a weighted cube. Yeah. While on this topic, can we talk about how they make doing tests a metaphor for addiction? Mm. That's a big one. I don't feel comfortable talking about addiction because I've never experienced addiction before. Knock on wood. I'm very lucky for that. A lot of people that have gone through what I've gone through have also gone through addiction, and like, I think one of the reasons that I'm like like I feel very lucky that I never experienced that because it would have been so easy, and if I had, I would have gotten sucked down into like a pit that I don't think I'd be strong enough to pull myself out of. So I'm not super comfortable talking about addiction. So I'm not gonna. But yeah. Also, thank you. I really like the I like the seriousness of the combo, but they have these deep voices that I'm fully distracted. Yeah, I think that's the funny thing with the turrets.
is saying and how she's saying it gives a strong indication that the cubes may be more than meets the eye. Then there's the disintegration sound clip when GLaDOS automatically decides that she wants to bump one of these cubes off. Listen to it a few times. Can you hear buried in amongst the metallic clang a cry for help? A last plea from someone who has just been euthanized by an AI with no regard for the waste of human life? And finally, perhaps the most bizarre and unexplained coincidence of all. Unlike every other item in the game, a companion cube is never faced with the threat of a material emancipation grill. The material emancipation grill, or grid depending on who you ask, is a particle barrier set up to disintegrate any unapproved contraband leaving the testing chamber. Weighted storage cubes, edgeless safety cubes, discouragement redirection cubes, and things that don't have cube in their name. Basically any non-organic materials that are meant for that room and that room only. Why does this matter? Well, we've already discussed the companion cube's demise in the first Portal, that unforgettable incinerator scene where our cube friend is in the fiery furnace before we can even get close to the particle grid. Then in Portal 2, the one and only chamber in the entire game with a broken particle field just so happens to be the same one as the one and only chamber where you can interact with a companion cube. Coincidence? I think not. And why does it matter? Remember that organic test subjects are cleared to pass through these barriers, while cubes are not. So if these boxes did indeed contain the remains of humans lost under the guise of scientific progress, should a companion cube pass through, the exterior box would disappear, leaving only the curled up human inside. In other words, the companion cube is people. So the next time an evil, dishonest AI presents you with a cube box and tells you to become friends with it, think twice. Science has no mercy. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. Not pooped on Portal? Did you know this is actually part of a Portal?
But yeah, we just talked about how GLaDOS can destroy it if we sneak it out, if we like glitch it out of bounds. I was more adding on the Aperture's way of doing science is pointless and the committedness to it is disturbing pile. Yeah. Is Harlan Edison the I have no mouth guy? I think so, yeah. To be fair, the Harlan Ellison's work is considered to be what changed and opened more to the science fiction in the same way 2001: A Space Odyssey inspired most of its elements. Yeah. Yeah. I love I have no mouth and I must scream. I have no mouth and I must scream is very dark but realistic take on AI having sentience and being driven insane. Yeah. Like if you think about like if you think about uh the companion cubes and the turrets as being like characters like that, I think that it's super dark. And like Portal was really honestly made for nerds that would have played that game slash read that book. So I don't know. I think maybe I think I think this is very close to the I think this is on the same level of like what if it was all a dream? Like if there were dead bodies in it, yeah, that would be kind of dark and fucked up. But I think it's so much more interesting to think about them as like little cubes that have like artificial intelligence and are like sentient, like on the same level that GLaDOS is, but unable to move, unable to like see or hear or act on anything, and is being driven insane because of that. Um, I think that's more dark. I think that's more of an interesting video theory than this one. But anyway, let's freaking go. This video. Oh, thank you for the subscription. This video was this video kind of started like some controversy in the game theory audience. I remember when it was coming out, people were like, "Matt, you need to chill out. Um, like this is a little insane. You're being kind of ableist." So like, content warning for ableism. And yeah, this is going to be interesting.
Move over, Walter White. There's a new anti-hero in town, and his
Freaking
name is
Bowser!
Mario Jumpman Mario.
Oh boy. I'm not ready for this one. We're gonna. Oh, this is 13 minutes long. We're gonna play back it on 1.75.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, where we put the O in Super Mario. Sorry, Super Mario? More like super villain, because behind those plump cheeks, that bulbous nose, and that 80s porn star mustache is a truly evil man. And let me make it clear, no, that's not a joke. This isn't a psych, fooled you guys moment like we did when we were disproving Mario's communist connections, nor is this mere speculation like when we looked at the franchise's link to staged kidnappings. No, after doing the
What are you talking about? Uh,
research, I am convinced that this
it,
so
it is a two-parter. We have the second part lined up.
called hero of the Mushroom Kingdom is in fact a murderous, womanizing animal abuser, a cruel, misanthropic sociopath. Do I have your attention now? Get ready to have your worlds rocked, theorists, because this one is going to be a doozy that will forever change how you feel about gaming's biggest mascot. The warning signs were present from the very beginning. Donkey Kong for the arcade featured Mario's first appearance, but even in those early days, something was off. The story, as we know it, goes like this. A giant ape steals Mario's girlfriend and the heroic Italian must get her back. That's it. And it sounds good in theory, but have you ever stopped to consider why Donkey Kong steals the girl in the first place? place? Of course not. Raised on movies like King Kong and years of damsel in distress fairy tales, we just assume we're the good guys fighting the evil primate to save the girl. But you know what they say about assuming, don't you? It makes an ass out of you and me. Here's the truth.
Oh, Matthew said a swear.
Did you know that Mario was Donkey Kong's master? That he abused the ape, which is why DK broke free and stole away with Mario's GF to get even. Yeah, that's a factoid you don't hear Nintendo trumpeting about their red-clad cash cow. Now you would be 100% correct in asking me, well, where does it say that Mario is DK's master? The arcade game didn't come with the story. Cash cow. Now you would be 100% correct in asking me, well, where does it
Oh. Ah. Oh my god. Oh, this is 10 years ago. 2014, baby. Oh my god. You sound fruity. I have a sneaking suspicion fruity was not the word that was used in the comment he's talking about. He's just a theater kid. Yeah.
say that Mario is DK's master? The arcade game didn't come with a story, and ports to Atari and ColecoVision give a vague Mario must save the girl plot. Other sources, like Crack.com or Wikipedia, cite the book Geektionary, which I checked out. But here at GT, we try not to rest until we have primary sources.
Sure, Matt.
So I dug a little deeper and found this. I give you Donkey Kong Circus from the Game & Watch Gallery, the prequel to the original Donkey Kong where we see Jumpman's side business, where he just so happens to be running a circus show, and the star attraction, Donkey Kong. DK juggling pineapples and avoiding fireballs, all while balancing atop a barrel. Made to look like a fool, forced to burn his hands, scolded and laughed at when missing a pineapple, clearly not the proper way for a great ape to be treated. A master willfully putting his pet into uncomfortable situations, physically injuring them with fire, laughing at and humiliating them. Mario's lucky that the Tanuki suit is the only thing that got PETA's attention. Oh, but dear theorists, we've only just begun. If we're talking Mario's predilection for animal abuse, we don't even need to troll the obscure reaches of the Game & Watch Gallery. Mario doesn't do much to hide his violent tendencies. In the wake of Donkey Kong, upset at being forced to climb girders for his girl, Mario punishes his freshly captured ape in their next game together, Donkey Kong Jr., where he tears Donkey Kong away from his son, cages him up, and then uses a whip to defend his prize. In the final screen, Mario even whips birds to do his bidding. But what's worse than his treatment of the adult Kong is his abuse of the younger ape. Think about what we're seeing here. Mario is forcing a baby monkey to cheat death in order to rescue his father. Just look at the utter distress and fear on that poor ape's young face. In the third screen, he uses a lever to actively try to electrocute DK Jr. Let me reiterate that point. Mario, this icon of gaming, paragon of heroism, tries to electrocute a baby monkey for rescuing his...
I mean, he was the villain in that game, and it was like there wasn't an intention of like there was no intention of him being him being the mascot of Nintendo at that point. Like that was like the second game he ever appeared in outside of Game & Watch.
Father, a father who is put in danger and humiliated in a circus show run by a red-wearing carpenter who wields a whip. This is the behavior that we have ignored and overlooked, dear gamers, and this is the information that Nintendo has been happy to silently sweep under the rug. But wait, that's not all. We're pulling all the skeletons out of the closet this time. Mario is an equal opportunity animal abuser. He also hates insects. Take for instance Wigglers, innocent, happy caterpillars that, across the Mario franchise, show absolutely zero intentions of ever hurting Mario. They have daisies on their heads for crying out loud. And what does our hero do? He ruins their home, not once, but twice, in both Super Mario 64 and Super Mario Sunshine. Then, after trashing their homes, he proceeds to jump on them, crushing them to death. An innocent creature who did nothing wrong but get upset when his home was violated. From this perspective, Mario is no better than a child burning ants with a magnifying glass, torturing small insects just for fun. And Wigglers are only one of multiple examples. That's not even mentioning creatures like Cheep Cheeps, fish who are just swimming around peacefully, not even attacking Mario, who get targeted, burned alive by Mario's fiery vengeance. But let's cut the guy some slack. Wigglers and the rest are quote-unquote enemies in the game because, you know, Mario's supposedly the hero and stuff. What's inexcusable, though, is his mistreatment of his family and his allies. Take, for instance, the Yoshi.
Oh,
We learn at the
boy.
beginning of Yoshi's Island that these cute dinos are responsible for saving Mario's life. To recap, a stork drops baby Mario, who, as luck would have it, lands safely on the back of a Yoshi. The rest of the game has a team of Yoshis risking their lives to reunite the baby with his kidnapped brother, then delivering the two back to their parents. A cute
You were wrong. Mario's an animal abuser and punches the shit out of Yoshi.
Story, right? Heartwarming. Gets you right there. Well, fast forward to adult Mario, hopping once more atop his trusted and loyal friend to save the day, and wait, he just punched him. Look again. Mario punches the Yoshis to get them to extend their tongue. You can even see the Yoshi flinch before it happens. He is physically beating this animal to get it to do what he wants it to do. And let's not forget that Mario will drop a Yoshi into a pit without hesitation, just to get a couple extra inches out of his jump. A pit that, time and time
I
again,
mean,
has clearly been
that's
shown to
not
result in death.
canon.
Once again, we don't just see animal abuse, we see family abuse. Lest we forget, this is Yoshi, the same creature who had to deal with this and this to keep baby Mario safe. These tender-hearted dinosaurs are practically family, and what do they get? A punch and a pit. Disposable like tissues. If only they had fed that obnoxious baby to a piranha plant, the Mushroom Kingdom would be a happier and safer place. Speaking of abusing family, though, this next one, in my opinion, is Mario's worst sin, his treatment of Luigi. Now, stop for a minute and look at this guy. He's an adorable coward, an awkward wannabe hero who thinks the world...
I mean, like, I honestly think what happens is that like it's kind of cartoony, and like I never saw it as punching when I was younger. I didn't even think about it that way. I thought of it as him like pointing. I've heard people argue against it because like, oh, his fist is closed and he makes contact. But like even if it is hitting, at the end of the day, like Mario's a very cartoony game, and there's like some cartoon logic there, and there's like some slapstick. Like when you jump on a Goomba, they get a little slat, and you see the little eyeballs. Like it's not that deep. You know what I mean? It's not that deep. Like anyway, I'm gonna read the chat a little bit. Yoshi's Island is peak. I love Yoshi's Island and Yoshi's Story. Yoshi is like my favorite Nintendo character, and Bowser's a close second. I mean, I guess I like Link more, but like I mean like Mario character, I suppose. Imagine a plumber this sinister. Um, did this video come out before or after Mario Kart 8 and Luigi's Glare? I think it would be before, because this is 10 years old. Older sibling privilege is to torment your younger sibling. Yeah, it's just kind of silly, goofy, like friendly rivalry stuff. Like, yeah.
of his brother. Look at the way he reacts at the end of Luigi's mansion when he sees his brother is safe. Even though it's told mostly through gestures and goofy sounds,
Aww.
his joy is moving. Without doubt, Luigi is one of the sweetest, most genuine characters in gaming.
I
In
love
Paper Mario, you can read his
Luigi.
secret diary, which goes on and on for pages about how much he admires Mario, how much he wishes he could go on these adventures, how he's asked over and over to be included on the next big quest. And what we read is that Mario has crushed those dreams, crushed them like the thousands of Goombas he's crushed under his fat Italian weight, denying his brother any chance of fulfilling his dreams, of living a happy life. But it gets worse than sheer neglect. Look at the ending of New Super Mario Bros. Wii. Luigi flies in, offers Mario and Peach room in his balloon, and then they just fly off without him. They don't acknowledge his existence, they don't thank him, they don't invite him to fly with them, they just flat out ignore him. He is less than the Koopa remnant on the bottom of Mario's shoes. Luigi doesn't get any thanks at the end of Mario is missing either. After Luigi's completed this quest, Mario just strolls out and stands there. Stands there, no thank you, no nothing, just staring at his brother like, I hope you liked the lamest adventure in our franchise, bro, because that's the most you're ever going to get. But what's...
I think you're reading into that a little bit. You don't really see a lot of dialogue from Mario characters, and I haven't played Mario is Missing, but like I think maybe you're that's a stretch, my dude.
disgusting,
Even for
and
you.
I mean disgusting, is Mario's behavior at the end of Mario Power Tennis. Yeah, we're pulling out the real obscure games to get to the heart of this jacket. Does it sound like I'm fired up? Yeah, because I'm fired up. I am angry that I have been deceived by this sleazeball plumber for decades, that I have called him a hero, that I have been his
Dude,
fanboy.
it's
Here's
just a
why. In Mario
video
Power Tennis,
game.
if Luigi wins, this is what happens. He celebrates. For once, this perpetual player 2, this second fiddle gets his chance in the spotlight. People are cheering for him. A stadium full of people are celebrating Luigi. He's holding a trophy, and what does Mario do? The brother who Luigi would love the approval of more than anything else, what does he do? Walks up to him, applauding, laughing, slaps him on the back, and then grinds his shoe into his brother's foot, stands there, and grinds it in. Still smiling, still laughing. He's so unfeeling, so bereft of love or affection for anything or anyone, even his own
Imagine a
He's
plumber
unwilling to
this
let Luigi have
sinister.
even this smallest of victory in a game
God.
that no one cares about. And look at Luigi. His moment of glory is ruined. A brother he thought would be proud of him in this moment of victory instead
There's a comparison I want to make, but I won't do it.
upon it. It flies completely against everything Luigi has ever associated with his brother, and the look on his face proves it. He's confused, he's bewildered, and we should be too. We've been lied to, and if nothing else I've talked about today shows Mario's disturbing, cruel nature, this moment, this willingness to smile in your face while doing something completely awful and selfish, shows how evil he is. And you know what? There's more. Lots more. Besides torturing monkeys, besides destroying the homes of animals, beyond beating and killing dinosaurs, and beyond being a cruel, heartless brother, Mario's sins continue. So join me next week. Yes, next week, as we conclude our trial of
Yeah,
gaming's
this was
biggest
his
icon,
first
exposing his fondness for
two-parter.
women and murder. Have I convinced you yet? If not, there's still plenty more to go. In the meantime, it's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. Seriously though, have I convinced you? Click on one to vote. And before you do, make sure you subscribe so that you don't miss next week's thrilling conclusion. And last time, Charmander won by 3% over Squirtle. Bulbasaur, sadly, didn't have a chance.
All right. Do you guys think he sees a therapist after every theory video? Uh, yeah, I think it was more like oh, you beat Mario and Mario's not used to Luigi winning, so he's yeah. Anyway, yeah, the brain. Get ready for some really out of pocket ableism for this video. It gets pretty wild.
All rise. The trial of Mario Jumpman Mario continues. Witness for the prosecution.
Oh boy. Yeah, that whole is this wholesome character is actually evil is lame. Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah. You know they always made him play as Luigi in multiplayer. I love Luigi. I would play as Luigi. Like I'd prefer it, honestly.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory,
Mario
where we,
canceled.
get this, theorize about games. Shocking, I know. But seriously, if this was The Matrix, by watching this show, you'd be choosing the red pill. And that would
Oh my
make me
god.
Lawrence Fishburne, but white. Anyway, racial
Uh classic 2010s treating the DSM like it's a lore document for Elder Scrolls instead of things real people struggle with. Yup. He's red pilled and based. Yeah, but like I think there have been videos he made that was like, look, this evil character is actually the good guy all along, which I'm the older sibling, so I always played Mario with the real controller. Duh. Yeah, I'm the older sibling, but I just liked Luigi. I liked green as a kid. As a kid, green was my favorite color. Now red's my favorite color, as it turns out.
sensitivity aside, as a lifelong
Yeah,
Nintendo
that's
fan,
weird.
no
That's
topic has
suspicious.
gotten me more fired up than this one. The true nature of Mario. Trust me, it gives me no pleasure to tell you that Mario is an opportunistic
Matt, it does give you pleasure to tell us that Mario is an opportunistic animal abuser and all that stuff. Like you do love it. You love it, my man. You enjoy it. You enjoy being a smug little know it all.
animal abuser or cruel, unfeeling brother like I did in part 1 of this duology, but the truth has been hidden from us long enough. Electrocuting baby apes, trampling his brother's victories, these aren't necessary for saving the Mushroom Kingdom. Instead, these are the moments that show his true personality, the one hidden behind his plastered-on smile and joyful Yahoo! And while last episode started the sin counter, we're far from through as we dig
Not the cinema sins counter. No.
through Mario's betrayal of both the woman and country he's trying to save. By the end, we'll have a pretty
Okay,
strong
here we
and
go.
surprising
No!
diagnosis of what's going on inside the head of gaming's biggest mascot. So let's talk for a minute about Mario the Man-Whore. Sure, we all know that
Bruh. Oh my god. Peru slowly being driven insane by Matpat's increasingly unhinged lunacy that he calls game theories. Uh, I'm doing just great. I'm doing just fine. I'm swell.
Princess Peach is Mario's main squeeze now, but it's easy to overlook his flings with other women. Take for instance Pauline. The girl stranded atop the girders in Donkey Kong may appear to have the same fashion sense as the Toadstool Princess, but one look at the promotional box art of our damsel in distress shows us that Pauline is a very different type of gal, wearing tight
Bro, I need you to chill with the misogyny. Like, stop. This Pauline slander. Pauline is a fucking professional. She is a mayor. She is a politician. She owns a jazz club. She is a businesswoman. Like, I like Peach, but Peach is a girl. Pauline is a woman. Like, I will not. She's a queen. Ah. Thank you for the super chat, Alex Ashiba. I hate how CinemaSins. Oh, no, it scrolled too quickly. I hate how CinemaSins has ruined people's way of watching movies. Me too. We are going to talk about that someday, but not today. Yeah, like, do not come for Pauline like that.
low-cut red dresses.
Oh
Pauline is
no, a woman has a fucking low neckline. Everybody ban it. Like, that's a pretty modest dress. Like, this isn't Jessica Rabbit we're talking about.
certainly a departure from the buttoned-up, kiss-on-the-cheek prone Peach.
Oh, Mario.
And yes, while Pauline and Mario were in love long
Good
before
lord.
Mario's adventures in the Mushroom Kingdom began, the feelings that drive a man to leap over anthropomorphic fireballs to rescue his lady love die hard. Case in point, the Mario vs. Donkey Kong series, where, after years of absence, Pauline makes her grand return as Mario's quote-unquote special guest.
I'll point out that, like, Peach isn't Mario's girlfriend. Like, like, they're not dating.
For those of you unfamiliar with this more obscure series, Mario is debuting a new theme park based around his hit toy line, and his VIP guest at the ribbon cutting is Pauline. No signs of Peach anywhere. Now, as a committed man myself, I speak with authority when I
I love that Matt's like, hey guys, I'm married. Guys, I've got a girlfriend. Check it out. Like, uh... weirdly, I'm getting Lily Orchard yapping with poor understanding of the source material. Yeah, yeah, no, MatPat's also definitely a yapper. The big difference between MatPat and why I wanted to cover him is he has a lot of the same problems with media literacy that Lily does, but he's not toxic sludge. And considering like that's the part that I wanted to talk about, I can just completely focus on the content of the video because I'm like outside of the rare mentions of like I've got a wife now. Like Matt doesn't really get into his personal life all that often, and I really appreciate that. He's a professional. Like say what you want about Matthew, but he is a professional, and I respect that, even if he's fucking very incorrect and I don't like how his videos work. He's not a turd. The bar is low.
say you do not invite another woman as your date to any sort of function ever, especially if she is a former girlfriend. Later, in Miniland Mayhem, she even gets her
Okay, what?
a former girlfriend. Later, especially if she is a former girl.
Whom you repeatedly went through the trouble of saving from the clutches of a giant kidnap-prone ape.
Land Mayhem, she even gets her own toy modeled after her. There's no Peach toy. And speaking of old habits dying hard, when DK kidnaps her and Mario comes to the rescue, she refers to him as her hero. If there were any more red flags flying in this situation, I'd say that this was a communist conspiracy.
Dude.
And before you leave racist
Dude.
comments about this being either before or after a Peach Mario celebrity breakup, timelines agree that the MVDK series takes place around the same time as New Super Mario and Super Mario RPG.
Again, like, Peach isn't Mario's girlfriend. And I like that in like recent games, like in Odyssey, like Peach is like, no, I'm not like just somebody that you can date. That's not like the point of me. Like, I have my own person and I have my own desires, and like, I'm not just gonna marry you just because you saved me. Like, she's sweet and she's flirty, but that doesn't mean that she's dating Mario. And she might have had a crush on him at one point or another. She might even have a crush on him to this day, but that doesn't mean that they're dating, right? Like, you can like someone and not want to date them, or want to date them at some point and not want to right now. Like, I think like I think that how do I say this? I think that like we have like this weird obsession with like, oh, if you have a crush on someone, you've got to date them, and like, I don't think that's true. I don't agree with that idea personally. Like, I've gotten crushes on people all the time, and then like think that that means I gotta date them. But the thing is that like, I shouldn't say all the time, but like sometimes I get crushes on people, and it's like, I don't mind getting crushes, but it's what comes next that like I just don't want anything to do with. But like, because of the way our society works and says how relationship works, it's like, well, I like them, so I've got to tell them, and now I've got to date them. When it's like, it's fine if a crush stays a crush. You know what I mean? And like, for some people, that's just better for their friendship and maybe for them as people. And like, it seems to be saying that like it's better for Peach and Mario to like, they're flirty and they might have a mutual crush, even if you want to read it into that. But that doesn't mean that Peach wants to date Mario, you know? Mario has no timeline, shut up, Matt. Yeah, that's another thing, is like this desperation to fit everything neatly into like this box so that it all works out and it's all internally consistent. Like, I don't, like, I think it's boring. I'm gonna use Zelda for an example. Like, Breath of the Wild is very clearly supposed to take place many years after all the other games we've played. And Skyward Sword is supposed to be like the first iteration of like the earliest iteration of the hero we've seen, but it doesn't really matter. Like, the internal details don't really matter. It's more like, and the ideas and the themes. And after that, they just do what makes sense for the story. Like, yeah, like the Hyrule in Twilight Princess is shaped a little bit different than the Hyrule in Ocarina of Time. But the reason for that is because it makes more sense for a level design, um, for a level design aspect. Like, there is a bit of a story there, but like, gameplay, especially for Nintendo, is always elevated as being more important than the story. And you just kind of have to accept that there's going to be some internal consistencies. If you sweat the small stuff, you're going to kind of miss the point. Like the wider lens of the video game. If you're like, oh, but like, why is Lost Woods up here in one game and down here in another and over here in another game? It looks like it doesn't matter. Like, what matters about the Lost Woods is that there's always a Lost Wood in almost all of the Zelda games, and it's supposed to represent like confusion and like this sort of part of your adventure where you don't know where to go, and there's like certain puzzle solving mechanics that are very consistent to like all of the Lost Wood locations, and it's supposed to give you that same sort of feeling. It doesn't really matter where on the map it is. um and like if you think about it too hard, you're just going to piss yourself off. And I think that's what like people like Matpat do. And it was fine when it was just like the odd video like this, but now that it's taken over the game and like people are like, oh, but this in Five Nights at Freddy's, this footprint has four toes, so it couldn't possibly be this animatronic. And it's like blacks, like it's fine, it's really fine. Just like think about what more would make sense and like kind of rhyme from like a storytelling perspective, and don't like worry about inconsistent little details like the number of toes or exactly where on the map something is located. Like if you do that, you're gonna miss the point of the story. And yeah, sorry, rant over. um yeah, I'm just gonna. Oh, Jer Bear, can we talk about how FNAF has ruined this type of discussion in general? Absolutely. We're gonna get there. I have some of the FNAF videos lined up. It's when Watsonian versus Doylist readings become, yeah. I love how Scott made Mr. Hippo the pig on Map Hat. Me too. Keep playing.
A point in time when Mario is very clearly committed
Also,
to the
like,
Princess of
Mr.
Eden.
Hippo
And
flew right
even
over
if you
Map Hat's
don't
head.
believe in Mario timelines, Nintendo has gone on record saying that this DK is an ancestor to this one. So clearly some time has passed with these two maintaining a very close relationship. Sorry, Peach. Looks like Mario may be having his cake and eating it too. Aha! But let's not forget Mario's other girl,
The
Daisy.
aha
But Daisy is
reference?
Luigi's
That
girl.
was a
I
niche
hear you
one.
thinking. That's right, I can hear your thoughts. Daisy may be Luigi's girl now, but everyone seems to forget her origin story. Princess of Sarasaland, she made her first appearance in Super Mario Land for the Game Boy. And yes, while the manual and promotional material may bill this as Mario saving just another princess out of the kindness of his heart, there's no denying what you see in the final scene of the game. "Oh, Daisy, Daisy," he cries out when seeing her. Now, I'm sorry, but that's not how a friend greets another friend. Names only get repeated in romantic settings. Need more?
Oh god, YouTube really was a different place in 2014.
Proof? Boom! That heart tells you everything you need to know about what's going on here. And once again, timelines list this game as occurring right after this. So very clearly, this is still very much a thing. And wait, this also means that, once again, we see Luigi getting the shaft. Mario dates a woman, tosses her aside, still expects her to play golf with them, and Luigi is left with the sloppy seconds. The hand
Oh,
me
bruh. Bruh, nothing. Oh, not the fucking sloppy seconds.
downs. The girl apparently not good enough to stay in Mario's little harem. So if Mario's crimes against animals and family aren't good
My headcanon is that Daisy and Luigi are each other's beards, and like Daisy is a lesbian, and Luigi's kind of a little bit fruity too.
enough, it seems he's also an adulterous plumber who can't keep his plunger in his pants. And while crimes of the
Bro,
heart are indeed serious, his
relax, chill
ultimate
out, dude.
betrayal is against the very people he's trying to protect. The
Okay, this is something that I'm very excited about. So let's go.
denizens of the Mushroom Kingdom. Mario is a murderer. Murderer. This hero of the Mushroom Kingdom has killed hundreds, thousands of toads in his quest.
Oh, Bogglevon! Thank you for the super chat. Scott Cawthorn gained the same reputation as Dark Souls for environmental fractured storytelling, and it was entirely undeserved. From soft stories are purposeful, and Scott was just fucking with kids. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Also, B Parker, I agree. They didn't have Mario lore down pat as it is now, and Daisy just wasn't developed yet. Absolutely.
To save them from the evil clutches of Bowser. Look at the story from the original Super Mario Brothers. Quote, it's here somewhere. The kingdom was invaded by the Koopa, black magic. There we go. The quiet, peace-loving mushroom people, aka toads, were turned into mere stones, bricks, and even field horsehair plants, whatever that is. Blah-de-blah-de-blah. The only one who can undo the magic is the Princess Toadstool. There you have it. Each and every brick you shatter is someone you were supposed to be saving. And the game takes it one step further, rewarding you for killing them, giving you points for each and every block you smash.
Okay, so here's where I disagree. I don't think just the random blocks are toads. I think it's the ones that like shoot out mushrooms and coins and stuff. Because if you look in some of the games, hmm, this is not illustrating my point. What game am I thinking of? Oh, you know what? It's Super Mario World. What I wanted. Oh, it's really hard to see better. Yeah, this is what I wanted. This one. This one. So if you look at the brown blocks, they have little faces on them. Their little eyes are clenched closed. Um, and that's because I think, here's my little headcanon, is that these blocks are the toads. And they shoot out a mushroom and then they don't have their mushroom anymore, but that's why you can't break them. you can't break certain blocks, and the blocks that you can't break are toads. Um, but not all blocks are toads. I think that makes a lot more sense. And like I guess you could say that these sort of ones could be toads as well. You can break those, and yeah, it's a little dark. But I think this is the only game that you can break non that you can break brick blocks. But I don't think these ones are, because these are solid, right? These are all really solid blocks. Whereas these are turn blocks. So it's like they're almost like, I don't know. I just don't think all the bricks are toads. I just think the ones with faces are. And then like these sort of turn blocks are like disguised to look, I don't know. Maybe I'm being pedantic, but that's the way I always took that piece of lore, that like only the blocks that give you mushrooms and turn into like that solid state afterwards are the ones that were toads. Um yeah. That's my head canon. That's my game theory. All right, reading back. I think it was badly translated. Yeah, that's very possible. What was? Haven't played Neo yet. Oh, The World Ends with You, Neo. I actually haven't. I played like a little bit of The World Ends with You, Neo, but I haven't finished it yet. It doesn't grab me the way that the original one did. Uh, the theory by Vine Sauce that Luigi has terminal brain cancer, the whole thing is just a hallucination from it. I feel like that's kind of shitting on Matpat.
Earning points for killing people? That's what happens when you play the anti-hero. Games like GTA, Overlord, Prototype, not
Oh my god.
Mario Brothers. And if the original games were bad, look at his behavior with a Mega Mushroom. Look at his utter lack of concern for anything in his way,
Yeah,
knowing
that one's
full
a
well
bit.
that each and everything in front of him is an actual resident of the kingdom. He even celebrates his massacre when he finishes. And while we're talking about his murderous tendencies, let's talk for a minute about Mario's preferred method of delivering death: crushing. While the game makes it
It's
seem all for fun, it's pretty disturbing when you think about it. In fact,
Well,
to prove
yeah,
the
because it's
point, let's
cartoon
get morbid
violence.
for a
Well,
second here
that
while I tell you a story. In
okay.
Southeast Asia, as recently
Matthew. Oh my God, this was like when he brought up the death of real life children in his FNAF video, which we are gonna watch, I think, unless those are the ones he hid. Matthew, don't compare Mario to real world tragedies, dude.
as the late 19th century, a
Uh,
popular form of execution was by elephant. One variation involved elephants trained to crush each and every limb of a
okay, you know what? Not comfortable with this part of the video.
binge. Could
Matthew, Matthew, chill, chill, dude. I'm not drunk enough for this, bro. Oh my god, bro. What is wrong with you? We're taking. We're 2 hours, 2.5 hours into this stream. I'm gonna take a small beverage break. Go get some snacks. Go get some drinkies. Go pee. You might even have enough time to take a little poopy. I'm gonna need a little break. I'll be right back.
all alone, confessing while alone and on, without the clue, without a sign, without grasping it. The real question to be asked, where have I been? I'm a sharpshooter at Booth's masquerade, hiding both face and mind, and free for you to draw. I'm a sharpshooter, what else should I be? Please don't take off my mask, revealing dark. Moments of calm, nothing left to be found. A mirror right in front of me, that's where I found an empty glass, reflecting that's a truth. It's telling words that to be told. I need the mask. I can't tell you how to see me. Just a cage of bones. There's nothing inside. Will it unleash me, burning down the walls? Is there a way for me to break? I'm a sharpshooter at Paul's masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a sharpshooter, have no face to show. Please don't take off my mask, night is sky.
Yo. Hello, hello. I'm back. I think one of my
Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful. You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to
I
leave.
think that
Please promise you'll take me again.
this this music is from this video, and the channel is Nintendo and Chill. It's Nintendo and Lo-Fi 2. But yeah, this is from that was from Silent Hill, and the one before it was from Persona Beneath the Mask. Anyway, it's just like remixes. They're like royalty free from. Ooh, hold on a second. Okay, sorry, my little. Uh, hmm, my audio's being weird, but I'm peeking, peeking, peeking. All right. Was Silent Hill ever on Nintendo anything? A couple of them. Yeah. Um, Let me double check which one, but I think there was Silent Hill on Nintendo. Oh, it might be coming on Switch. Interesting. I mean, I played the first. See, I only really like the first four games. They were on Game Boy Advance somehow. I don't remember that. Wii and Wii U. Yeah, but it was probably one of the. Ooh, there's Silent Hill game comes. Ooh, Silent Hill F and Silent Hill Townfall. Silent Hill Ascension. Silent Hill. What? I didn't play those. Sorry. Anyway, I love Silent Hill. I gave up after PT though. I should play some of the other games. Anyway, maybe I will play a bunch of Silent Hill games someday on stream. But this is about Matthew Patrick being weird. Oh my goodness, Paige. Thank you for the super chat. I have no ability to be objective in this subject. Matpat's smarmy presentation is infuriatingly annoying to me on a spiritual level. His pseudo intellectual bullshit is just a cherry on top. I find that like the pseudo intellectual stuff is really interesting because I find like as a person, Matthew Patrick is actually quite anti-intellectual when it comes down to it. But oh my god, thank you for the super chat page. You're very generous. I really appreciate that. Um, Goodness gracious. The Room is the fourth one, right? Yes. Yeah, any Silent Hill after 4 is trash. I did like PT. PT was really interesting as a concept. I'm sad we never got it and we didn't get Silent Hills. Silent Hills would have been so good, you guys. Like Guillermo del Toro, pardon the pronunciation, Hideo Kojima working on the story, directing, and then Junji Ito working like as the visual director. Like, oh my god, that game would have been like there's an alternate reality where we got that game and it's like made for me in a laboratory. Like you need to so Silent Hill F is being written by the Higurashi when they cry guy. That's going to be interesting. I just googled the room and forgot the room is, also the Tommy Wiseau thing. Yeah. I really related. I when I played Silent Hill 4 because I played it much. I think probably long after it came out. Yeah, it came out in 2004. So yeah, I played it in around like 2013, 14, I think, and like, that feeling of being trapped in your apartment. I just really related to that. I was kind of a recluse at that point in my life. I got better, but oh my goodness. I will never forgive Konami. Neither will I. But yeah, there is a universe where we got Silent Hills. And the Crim that lives in that in that universe is a very happy man. Uh, Silent Hills would have fixed me. Matpat is unhinged, but let's not gang up on it too much. He's nowhere near as bad as Lily or Nostalgia Critic. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't look. Matthew Patrick doesn't know I exist. He's never going to care about the video that I'm making. And like as I said at the start of this video, I like him as a person. I don't like his rhetoric at all. I think he's a fine guy. I've heard very good things of him and what he's like to work with. I could be wrong. Like I could be hearing from biased sources, but I don't think anybody's ever really complained about Matt Pat. I think Austin was a little bit disappointed that he was let go, and I think that was a bit of a dick move because I think Austin was a big part of the channel, but like it was like, oh well, we're gonna like stop producing your videos because they don't get a lot of views. Like I thought that was really shitty because I feel like Austin did have a bit of a cult following. Like it was a very like I watched every single like even when I stopped watching Game Theory regularly because there were patches where I just didn't care. But even if it's a game that I don't play, I watch every single Austin video because he's so funny. And he's very more like self-aware of like, yeah, I'm being a pedantic like neurotic nerd. I get it, but like just listen, just hear me out. Just hear me out, guys. And it's like I don't want to be too mean to Matthew, but like I feel like Austin is what Matt wants to be because he is smart, but he is self-aware and he is neurotic and he is kind of vulnerable in a way that Matt isn't. Um and I just think his content works more. Oh my Thank you, Roxana. Just wanted to say hi and good luck. Thank you for the super chat. You guys are so great. Who is Austin? Austin is that guy. He starts every video. He's like, "Dear Nintendo, it's me, Austin." And like in the background, he's always playing Carmen in all his videos. Like the dun 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 dun. Like he's really funny. Austin still does the science on his own channel. I haven't watched it in a couple weeks, but or like maybe a month or two. I think Shoddy Cast. That's what it is. Yeah, these are his videos. He's very self-aware. Uh, I just really love his videos. He's really funny. Anyway. Oh yeah, we're covering that video. Anyway, back to the video.
Do you see yourself being repulsed by that sort of thing? Good! Because it's normal for someone to react that way. You know who doesn't? Mario. In fact, he relishes
Sorry for the pregnant pause again, but like, fuck, dude, chill.
in it, yipping and yee-hawing as he leaps from one flattened corpse to the next. He has no sense of guilt, no sense of remorse. Police officers forced to kill in the line of duty have
Dude,
second thoughts.
dude,
Soldiers forced to kill on the
dude.
battlefields often suffer from PTSD. Bad guys or no,
Why did he
Mario should
pronounce
be
that?
feeling something, anything other than joy, knowing
Why does he's like PTSD? Like, don't. Why'd you pronounce it like that, you weirdo? Ah! Pregnant pause. Oh my god, get out of here, guys. I wasn't trying to be weird. I'm eating a chip, and if you hear a crunch, then you're welcome, mukbang fans. Um, yeah. ASMR, a little demon guy crunches chips in your ears. PTSD. It reminds me of how like JonTron and like Patooey, like the guys kind of cringe, but would like enunciate things incorrectly for laughs. But it's like Matt doesn't do it on purpose. I think. Very. I say this as another fellow guy who also is like this, but very like evident of a guy who like most of the big complicated words he knows he got from books rather than talking. So it's not actually naturally in his vocabulary.
that he's ending the existence of so many living creatures. You know who else doesn't
PTSD is my favorite Star Wars droid. Somebody draw that.
have any remorse for their crimes?
It's that's the bro.
The Joker, Hannibal Lecter, Mr. Hyde, Ted Bundy,
Okay, dude, you can't just
Lumberjack Dexter.
you're just gonna throw Ted Bundy in with these fictional characters.
These are
Okay,
all men with antisocial
I do be eating
personality
Pop Tarts.
disorder,
Oh my
actual
god.
psychopaths.
Psychopath is a colloquial term, not a scientific term.
And Mario fits right in. They're all men characterized by their inability to form attachments or have any real empathy for others. Despite being charming and personable on the outside, they hold steady jobs, even have families, girlfriends, but can be impulsive and sexually promiscuous. They're manipulative. They learn to mimic emotions, despite their inability to feel them. They appear normal, happy in every sense, and yet they ruthlessly prey on everyone and everything around them, sacrificing their safety, having no remorse for their actions. Deep down, they're arrogant. And to bring it all the way back around to where these two videos first started, oftentimes the first sign of someone with antisocial personality disorder is their cruelty toward animals.
Oh my god,
Every
dude.
single crime we've leveled against Mario across these two videos fits into this diagnosis. Animal cruelty, unloving brother, sexually deviant,
uh,
remorseless murderer. I can definitively say Mario has antisocial personality disorder. Behind that
Imagine a plumber this sinister.
Plastered on smile, behind that perpetually happy "It's-a-me" is a monster. A man who has proven himself to be a threat to everything and everyone around him. He is no hero. We just haven't stopped to question him until now. Who would have thunk it? Mario, the most successful, unidentified serial killer ever. In the end, though, if you think about it, it makes sense. There was only ever one piece of evidence we really needed to prove Mario's evil intentions. Damn you, blue shells. So, I bet you never knew that about Mario, but
Alright, so let's... Alright, I'm gonna scroll up, read the chat, and then we're gonna unpack that. Matpat making the most cursed Stigma edit compilation. Uh... Anyway, yeah, okay, so let's look at the context of Mario and his cartoon violence. When we think of like cartoon characters like Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse and like a lot of the characters that inspired Mario, like Jerry the Mouse, like they're all like kind of violent, aren't they? They're kind of like mischievous little guys and they're like hitting people like with hammers and stuff, and it's like it's part of the joke, it's part of the silliness, it's part of the goofiness. Um so like I think like comparing Mario to like people that genocided a bunch of like Southeast Asians by crushing them with elephants or whatever he was going on in that section about. Like, I think that that's like, I don't think that's what it was inspired of. I think it's more likely it was inspired by like Looney Tunes and like old Disney cartoons and like rubber hose animation. Like even like the style of Mario very much resembles those sort of cartoon characters. And he's meant to like there's meant to be that sort of evocative like comparison between them. So like I would say that it's just like I'm going to struggle with a word. I used this word earlier today and I really struggled with it. First, this one.
Verisimilitude.
Verisimilitude. Verisimilitude. And the suspension of disbelief. It's really hard to believe that Mario's a psychopath. It like really takes me out of the story. But it's more just kind of like and like you kind of this is kind of goes for like all of Matt's theories is that like you can like you really need to learn to work with this
Verisimilitude.
verisimilitude in video games and movies and stuff where like you just kind of have to like accept the logic as it comes to you and not think too deeply about it. Like creators and artists are like asking us to it's like sort of this little agreement that we have. It's like, hey, I'm presenting you with a story and this is how I'm telling the story, and we're both gonna just kind of like agree that one another is smart enough to deliver the story in this medium, and like there's gonna be some logical inconsistencies, especially if you compare it with the real world, but just like sort of like suspend that and just believe in the realness of this world. Like, even if it's not real, you've got to treat it like it's real on its own merit, if that makes sense. Like, yeah, it's kind of silly that Mario jumps on turtles and squishes them, or like shoots Koopas out of their shells, or like gets bigger by taking a mushroom. Like, that's kind of silly, but like, if you like just kind of like put aside what logically makes sense in the real world and just accept the world of Mario, then it's like because if you don't do this, you miss out on a lot of the themes of a story. And I think Zelda's a really good example of this, and we're gonna get into it later. We're gonna get into Zelda here in a bit. But like
if you focus too much on being pedantic, you're going to miss the point of the story. And that's like kind of my whole thesis about Matpat is he misses the forest for the trees because he's so obsessed with the little details and making things fit together like puzzle pieces when stories, especially like the ones that he covers, are not really like hard concrete puzzle pieces. They're more like clouds or bubbles that you just kind of like bloop. You kind of like they kind of float together in this nebula, right? And you just don't think too hard about it. Do. I like that this implies that throwing the penguin off the cliff is canon. That's another thing. Is like, and I have this problem with Anita Sarkeesian too. Is like just because you can do something in a video game doesn't mean it's canon or you should. The point of the penguin mission is to reunite it with its parent. Yep. Popeye, yeah, Popeye was actually, if I recall correctly, was the original inspiration for like the Jumpman version of Mario back in Donkey Kong. Anyway, my I guess it's kind of like it's the same problem as Cinema Sins, except Matt is like is slightly less annoying than Cinema Sins, in that like he's presenting it as being like, oh, this is like you're really smart and you're thinking a lot, but it's like, but you're not really being smart and thinking. Like you're actually like doing the opposite. You're like refusing to like think about. I don't know. I think that's the difference between Austin and between Matt is that Matt presents himself as an intellectual and Austin presents himself as a nutcase, you know? When it's like I feel like Austin's a lot more honest in that it's like, yeah, I'm being a fucking wacko, but like just come with me, come down this little take this journey with me and just let me be insane for a second. And like that's more honest and like that's doing exactly what Matt did in these early videos. And that it's like, yeah, this doesn't make sense, but just hear me out. Whereas Matt's like, I'm so smart. I'm the smartest boy. And it's like the tone of it is I think what loses me, and I think why I find Austin more watchable than Matt, because Austin's like very self-aware, and I feel like Matt isn't, or he doesn't come across as being self-aware anyway. This will be the last one we watch. Mhm. I feel like we're not gonna watch all of these. Let's watch. We haven't seen him. We did see him cover a Zelda one, but we're gonna cover like I was interested in this one because the atheism aspect of it. But we're not going to watch this one unless people specifically request it. Earthbound, I think I want to watch this one. This was the first one released, but I'm not very familiar with Chrono Trigger, so I feel like I can't really comment on it. Um, Another really early one. This is a big one that we're going to cover. Let's watch the Earthbound one. I like Earthbound. My hot take about the Team Fortress 2 lore is a lot of the shit, like stairs being invented by Lincoln and rocket jumping being that old, are clearly just Soldier making shit up. Yeah, sometimes like people lie in fiction. We forget that. All right. I am gonna do Sans' Nest. It's on the list. See, look, here it is. Can I make a poll? How do I make a poll? Engage with audience, start poll. More old videos or go straight for Sans is Nest. How do I let me why can't I start the poll? Oh. All right. Vote. Do we do more old Game Theory videos or we go for Sans' Nest right now? I'll play this little song again. Yay, music. All right. Whoa. Whoa, audio. All right, there we go. Sorry, my audio was being a little weird for a second. What is happening? Why is my chat being weird? Refresh. All right. All right, we're gonna go. Yeah, sorry about that. It seems like my stream chat did not like it did not like the poll thing, but it's fine. We're done now. Yeah, I think we're gonna go. So yeah, people seem to want to do the Sans' Nest video, so we're gonna do that one. We'll do that one later. So let's close some of the older ones. I think we've done plenty of the older ones. We'll also cover this one. So this video in my opinion, is a turning point for Matpat. I'm curious. 9 years ago. Technically, this video is older, but I think we're gonna do the Sands of Ness video first. And then we'll do the Five Nights at Freddy video. So this is a turning point for Matt, I think.
Can you imagine a world where we're all represented by a font? Huh, wonder which one I would be. Too straight. No, not in that way, just straight, as in unexciting. Too, Deadpool.
All right.
Broadway! Now that's the one, now that's the one!
Okay. So like this video, these videos are a little bit more exciting, I think. A little bit more polished. So yeah. But this definitely was the day that Matt went a little crazy, a little silly stupid. So let's get into it. And this was after Film Theory was made.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where instead of putting a joke here, I want to ask you a question. If your personality were represented by a font, what font would you be? Take a moment and put your font in the comments. I'm really curious to see what everyone has to say.
Oh, by the way, the font that I use in all my videos, the one that you're seeing on screen right now, in the title and in like the little bottom text, is called Final Frontier Old Style. It's designed to look like the old Star Trek font from the first season, like the first series, the original series.
Hey, maybe find a couple new cool fonts to use. Getting bored with old Calibri 11. And with that out of the way, it's time to talk Undertale. Now, I don't think I've ever gotten this many requests to cover a game. Well, except for FNAF. And I suppose FNAF 2. Oh, and then there was FNAF 3. Wait a minute, should I be worried about something here? Anyway, across the board on YouTube, Reddit, and
Oh, the irony, Matthew. The irony.
Twitter, you all have wanted Undertale. And honestly, I'm glad you brought it to my attention. True loyal theorists will know that Earthbound is my favorite game of all time. So a self-aware RPG in a similar style? Oh man, it's like a gift from the indie gaming heavens. Undertale is a game where every character, from Goat Mom to Grind Fodder, has a sympathetic design and unique personality, motivations, goals, fears. Whether you're saving or slaughtering them, the game makes you feel something every time you enter an encounter. But to me, one character stood out amongst all the rest. Sans. A skeleton named after the font, Comic
Yeah,
Sans,
you and everybody
hence all the
else.
font references at the beginning of the episode. If you haven't played Undertale, I'm sure that was a really weird opening. Anyway, Sans is... well, there's a lot of mystery around this guy. And before we get into it, let me put up a very special spoiler warning. Undertale is a game best experienced blind. So if
Remember back in the day when we were like, hey guys, it is actually really important to play Undertale blind. Remember that?
you haven't played it, pause the video and come back after you've finished. I promise you won't regret it. Alright, so everyone out of the pool and ready for the adult swim? Good, because I'm feeling pretty determined to get to the bottom of
Oh,
Sans'
ha ha
mystery.
ha.
So just to recap for those of you who haven't played the game and ignored the spoiler warning or just need a refresher, Sans is one of the two skeletal brothers who appear in the game. His partner is Papyrus, a loud, goofy trap lover also named after a font. But in the world of Undertale, their origins are a big question mark.
Trap
All that we
lover.
really know is what's given to us by a
Sorry, that was really
shopkeeper in
immature.
Snowdin, who explains that Sans and Papyrus, quote, just showed up one day and asserted themselves. Weird, right? What's more is that while Papyrus is just kinda the goofy sidekick, Sans is much more complex. Sure, he likes fart jokes, but he's also incredibly powerful.
Okay, so the whole like they just showed up one day and asserted themselves, like, yeah, because they work for the king. Like they just, it's kind of like, oh yeah, they came from the big city, they came from the castle and asserted themselves. Like they're not. I don't know. They're not supposed to be like, yeah. Yeah, like maybe cool it on the Team Fortress 2 racism or whatever you guys are talking about in chat. Like just chill a little bit. Um but like obviously the reason why they're kind of upset, like yeah, they just kind of came and asserted themselves. Like the easy solution there is that they came from the yeah. Yeah, they just tell us their backstory. It's not that deep.
Powerful and deadly serious. Not only is his boss
I mean, Sans is there is some mystery to them, but I think that like most of the mystery comes from the meta-ness. Like, I think there is a mystery to Sans, but I think that we're not on the right track here. This is not it.
battle the hardest in the game. He's one of the only characters to have knowledge and power over space and time. He often takes shortcuts around the world through ridiculous routes, even walking through walls. He also acknowledges that he's only one of infinite versions of himself, making self-aware commentary of the various timelines that you've played through in the game. He can even count the number of times he's killed you. He acts like an arbiter in this world, passing out judgment on the player's actions in the game, even explaining the secrets of EXP and love, or execution points and levels of violence, just to clarify. In short, he just doesn't quite fit in with the rest of the world of monsters. But then what? Or who is he? Well, the idea that he doesn't belong in Underworld seems to be correct. The evidence seems to point to the fact that he was, in fact, formerly a surface dweller. In the true pacifist ending of the game, as the group looks out onto the horizon, Papyrus asks Sans,
Um, so Matt couldn't have known this at the time, but Deltarune and Undertale were actually developed and thought and conceived at the same time. So Toby Fox already had an idea of what Deltarune was going to be when he made Undertale. So Matt couldn't have known this, but what I think is very likely is that Sans is actually experiencing the games in the reverse order that we are, and the the Deltarune Sans actually somehow gets to the world of Undertale. And he's from that version of the world, and then um comes to the sorry, my words are not working. He comes to the world of Undertale after the events of Deltarune. And I think in later chapters of Deltarune, my assumption is that's when he picks up all that knowledge. Um, that's what I'm assuming anyway. Or it could be something. I think that's more the right track than what Matt is getting on about. You kin Sans? Oh, Sai is a Sans kinny. You know what? That makes a lot of sense for what I know about you. Oh, SG, I'm so sorry. I hope you feel better later.
about the giant ball in the sky. Sans says, quote, "We call that the sun." This is important because A, the usage of the word we and knowledge of the sun shows that Sans has a kinship or knowledge with other humans, and B, that despite he and Papyrus both being skeletons, are supposedly brothers, and apparently appeared in Underworld at the same time, they clearly have two very different histories. Why would Papyrus not know the name of the sun, but Sans would? We get further clues.
I think it'd be also interesting if, like, either Papyrus, the brother that he's referring to in Deltarune, is not Papyrus, or it's a different version of Papyrus. I think that would be interesting.
As to Sans' origin, as we hear him say multiple times that he wants to go home, or go back. He says as much during his dinner date scene at the Metaton Hotel. He notices that the player must want to go home and says, quote, I know the feeling. He then continues, maybe sometimes it's better to take what's given to you, as though he ended up in Underworld by accident. And in a genocide run during his boss fight, he says, quote, look, I gave up trying to go back a long time ago, end quote. And before you say he means going back to the surface world, that's clearly not the full story. His very next line of dialogue is, and getting to the surface doesn't really appeal anymore either. Key word here is either. Yes, he seems to hail from the surface and wants to go back, but based on his dialogue, he no longer considers it his home. It's as though the surface world he once knew is gone, as though he's from a different time. It's pretty intriguing. So we're left with a being that appeared out of
Yeah, I mean, like, in the context of, like, knowing Deltarune exists now, like, it's very obvious that, like, that's what he's talking about. But I guess, like, Matt would have had no idea at the time what Toby Fox's intentions were, so...
nowhere, presumably from the human surface, but from a different time period, who seemingly has the power to teleport. That's a lot of questions and not a lot of answers. But here's where things get really interesting. Sans has a hidden workshop that takes a fair amount of searching to find. You could say it takes a lot of determination to unlock. Anyway, obligatory determination references aside, as you start to look for this Easter egg, Sans gives you a key to his room with the words, it's time you learn the truth. After some searching, you find the workshop, which contains items that leave even more questions. A photo album featuring Sans and a bunch of smiling people you don't recognize, a badge, blueprints with illegible handwriting, and a broken machine hidden behind a curtain. In the latest update, one more detail was added, a hand-drawn picture of 3 smiling faces with the words, don't forget. So what's it all mean? Well, a lot of Undertale theorists have been linking the
And that's, like, again, like, it's so obviously, like, a Deltarune reference, right? Don't forget, I'm with you in the dark. Sorry for my awful singing. But, like, that's, like, don't forget is, like, a thing. Like, that's a big thing in Deltarune. So it's very clear that, like, yeah, that, like, these are connections to Deltarune Sands. And I, like, yeah, we didn't have this knowledge yet, but, like, the leap that he makes.
these details to a mysterious figure named W.D. Gaster, a ghostly character who never truly appears in the game. Honestly, covering him is a theory all unto itself, and probably one best saved for another day. Even still, none of the Gaster theories I've seen have been able to explain all the details, in particular, the photo album and the badge. And that's what kept nagging me as I researched Undertale. A badge? That one in particular really stuck out to me. Why would such an oddly specific item be included in this huge Easter egg of a room?
Let me check something. Is there a badge item in Deltarune? I don't think so. But it's probably an item that comes. Yeah. I'm assuming it's an item that's gonna come up later, but it's like it's very clear like it's gonna be these are gonna be details that we find out in Deltarune. Yeah. Matt couldn't have known, but I also think that like it was very clear even at the time that Toby Fox had more plans with this world and he had the intention to do more, but like we just sometimes you've got to accept that like hey, we don't know now, maybe we'll find out in the future and kind of see where it goes, you know? Like saying like oh, we don't know yet because we don't have all the information is fine. Like I think it was very obvious when Undertale was made that like this is a world that like we're going to see more of. Or maybe that's just me though. And thank you for the super chat, Sai. Obviously Sans is deceiving and after not surviving. Uh-huh. Yeah, okay.
Something that supposedly reveals the truth about Sans. Badges just aren't important in Undertale. And then it hit me. What if it wasn't from Undertale? What if this badge was from a completely different game and was in fact the most important badge in the history of gaming? The Franklin badge. Now for those of you wondering what I'm talking about, the Franklin badge is a pivotal item from the Mother series. You know, the one with Earthbound. Or maybe you don't know that one either. You know, the one that Ness from Super Smash Bros. Yeah, well, Ness is from Earthbound, and Earthbound is the second part in this larger Mother trilogy. Alright? Good. Anyway, the Franklin badge is a really important part of that series. It gets to start in the very first game and carries through the whole trilogy, saving your life multiple times in the process. It's so important that Nintendo has made it a staple item in the Smash Bros. Series. So I asked myself, what if the badge in Sans' Undertale's drawer was that exact badge. Well, first off, it made Undertale connected to my favorite game, thereby making it even cooler. But that's still a pretty big logical leap. I needed more. And let me tell you, as I started looking, more and more pieces started to fit into place. At the end of Earthbound, you're given a photo album covering your adventures throughout the game. To me, it's one of the best, most satisfying endings in gaming to look back on your journey in picture form. And what does Sans happen to have in his other drawer? A photo album filled with pictures of Sans with people you don't recognize. Of course, you don't know them. They're not characters present in Undertale. And note the word that's used here. People you don't recognize, not underworld monsters. So that's two items oddly linked to the Mother series. But then how do the blueprints and broken machine fit in? Well, in the final stretch of Earthbound, Ness and his three friends must travel to the past in order to have their final battle against the evil alien Gygus. To do that, Dr. Andonuts, remember him by the way, he's gonna be important later, with the help of the science geniuses Apple Kid and Mr. Saturn, create what's known as the Phase Distorter, a machine that allows people to travel through time and space. Except, it comes with a cost. It can't transport organic material. As a result, the young heroes must put their souls into robotic bodies to use the machine and thus save the world. I played this game back in 1997, and I'm not ashamed to admit that when I first saw the scene, I cried. It's devastating. Dr. Andonuts says goodbye to his son. These characters that you've grown to love and care about are suddenly promising to sacrifice their lives. For all they know, there's no possibility of them being able to come back home. It's this incredibly dark departure in the final moments of what was otherwise a fun, quirky, and colorful RPG. So what's all this have to do with Undertale? A lot, actually. But the first thing you need to know is that Mr. Saturns are known for their, let's say, unique linguistic style. That would explain the illegible handwriting on the blueprints. And the machine, I think a broken phase distorter, is behind that curtain. Now that may seem like a stretch, but it actually explains a lot. If Sans wound up in Underworld via a phase distorter, it could provide a reason for why he's a skeleton. He used the machine as organic matter and suffered the consequences. Not killing him, but turning at least part of him into a pile of bones. It would also explain why Sans has given up hope for going home. Remember, the distorter is a time machine. By being in Underworld, he's not only in a different place, but based on how he talks, he's also...
And like, the thing is that there's like a nugget of like he, why would it be Sans? Like, I know the whole thing of like, oh, but like Toby Fox's first thing was an Undertale hack, or was a was an Earthbound hack, but like the the sort of I think it was heavily inspired, but like even with the humans' designs, like and how all their shirts have stripes and the way they look and the way they're designed, like clearly is supposed to resemble Earthbound, but like to then be like, oh, like these two exist in the same universe. I think it was such a leap even at the same time. I think that I would have been a lot more impressed if there was like an admission that like, hey, like think this means that we're gonna get more. Yeah, bones are organic matter. Uh, yeah, Earthbound is dark. Mother, I should say, because that's the title. That's Earthbound is just the English title. Um, yeah, I think Toby wanted to distance himself from the hack in all seriousness. So do I. And is actually risk it from Homestuck. I mean, like Undertale was coded in Andrew Hussey's basement, so
in a different time, with no hope of traveling back to the time he came from. But the crossovers between Earthbound and Undertale continue. When you speak to the Apple Kid at the end of Earthbound, he's blown away by the astronomical odds of Ness overcoming Gygus, saying that he's going to continue studying the trait called courage in order to harness its power. Seems awfully similar to the same experiments happening in Undertale around the trait of determination, no? Especially since so much speculation has circulated that Sans is a key player in those experiments. But I'm sure you also want physical evidence, right? Well, don't worry, because I have plenty. During one of the endings of Undertale, we see Undyne and Alphys hanging out on the beach on the surface world, a beach that shares a lot of similarities to the tropical resort location named Summers that you play through in Earthbound. In fact, the geographic layout of the surface bears some striking similarities to the world of Mother. When Undertale's crew of monsters are finally able to reach the surface and look out over the earth, they're met with a beautiful sunset falling across a landscape of a tall mountain, a large city, and a sandy area adjacent to water. Notice the sun's reflection to indicate water and a lack of trees in this middle section here, hence the sand. Well, in Earthbound, you have the big city of Fourside, complete with skyscrapers, which you reach via a desert that just so happens to be adjacent to some water, and to the east, the mountain in Onets, where a meteorite lands on Earth. I always called it Onets, but if that's not clear enough for you, Mother 1, Earthbound 0, Earthbound Beginnings, whatever you want to call it, it's had a lot of names, had a map laying out the same geographic landscape, a tall mountain to the east of a large city separated by a desert with all of it up against a coast. I don't know about you, but to me it seems like there's a definite connection between the world of Eagle.
I mean, again, I think it's more of a reference, like an Easter egg, like a love letter, than it is supposed to be actually the same world, you know?
Eagle Land? Again, unclear how it's pronounced. Between the world of Eagle Land and the surface world of Undertale. But the strongest physical connection, the one that definitely unites these two franchises, comes from none other than Papyrus himself. He wears a custom-made costume known as his battle body. But if you look really closely at the design of the armor, you'll notice some markings on the chest. Is it just a throwaway detail? Oh no! That right there is an exact match to the ones that appear on the chests of Starman, the most iconic enemy of Earthbound. And look at the way he stands. I always thought it was awkward until I looked at the two characters side by side. Papyrus's curved arm and hand is a direct match to the curved arms of the Starman in the Mother series. In short, we have some incredibly strong
It is not like what a reach. Jesus. Like again, like I'm sure that like the symbol on his chest is a reference to the Starmen, but that doesn't mean they're the same thing. Like it's just a reference.
Universe is somehow connected to the Undertale world, which brings us back to our initial question: who is Sans? Well, what
Occam's
if we took
Raber
one final
Toby
step and
was
said that Sans
inspired by
happened to be
Mother.
Ness
Yep.
from Earthbound, sent through the phase distorter during a test of courage, carrying the Franklin badge and his photo album in his trusty backpack. Not only do all the items in the workshop suddenly fit, but so does Sans' behavior. Remember, Sans can seemingly teleport, and Ness just so happens to have the PSI ability to teleport. Now look at the way Sans always stands, hands in his pockets, directly facing the camera. It's a very similar stance to how Ness is depicted standing in most marketing for the game. It even explains why Sans bleeds when you finally hit him. He is, or at least was, a human. Oh, and finally, Sans is only one letter removed from being an anagram for Ness. That's just a fun one. I thought it was worth
Matthew.
mentioning. But if there was any doubt, we have to look no further than the creator's previous work. Toby Fox, the man behind Undertale, had previously worked on a Halloween hack for Earthbound. But this just wasn't a simple reskin. The Halloween hack tells the tale of Dr. Donuts after the events of Earthbound. Remember I pointed him out? He's the one who made the phase distorter. In Toby Fox's version of the story, we see that after Gygus' defeat, the souls of the kids never return home. Instead, by going to the past to defeat Gygus, they create a new timeline that they're stuck in. As a result, Jeff never reunites with his father, Dr. Donuts. And Dr. Donuts goes crazy with guilt because he's the one responsible for creating the time machine and extracting the souls of his son and his son's friends to send them back to what he assumes was their death. In his mind, he killed 4 kids. And in Toby Fox's game, he's lost his mind trying to deal with that guilt. I'm telling you, this hack is dark. But that said, you see a lot of Undertale in this game. The appearance of Amalgamates, the first use of the awesome song Megalovania, the prototypes for Flowey, and the theme of having the choice to be non-violent in an RPG, sparing your enemies. But then why does all this matter to the theory? Well, remember, in Toby Fox's version of the story, the
Again, like like Toby Fox is very clearly like really likes a certain kind of themes. Like this was his first version of exploring those themes, but it doesn't mean they're from the same universe, you know? Yeah. The full of ketchup thing.
kids don't come back. They're stuck in the past with no hopes of getting home, just like Sans. And in the hack, one character is oddly missing, with no explanation as to why. Ness. Presumably in this timeline, his soul is in a different place than his 3 friends. Which brings us back to Undertale. 3 faces with "Don't Forget" written on it. It's Ness trying to remember his 3 friends. In short, Undertale is a continuation of Toby's version of Earthbound, with Ness never being able to get home, adopting the name Sans, and accompanied by Papyrus, a former Starman, an alien force able to speak English and still equipped with his armor and signature posture, but without any knowledge of earthly things, like the sun. The pieces all just seem to fit. And all we need is an appearance from Pokey/Porky, and we've got ourselves a true sequel. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. Now go forth with that knowledge and try to tell me who Gaster is. Don't worry, I'll be looking too.
Yeah. So that was ridiculous. I think that like I think there's definitely something mysterious going on with Sans. I think that's like very obviously the intention, you know? Like I don't think that's debatable at this point. Um that being said, that being said, um I think like it's more intellectually honest to be like, yeah, there's something weird going on with there's obviously something weird going on with like Sans and Undertale and Deltarune, or at the time like just Undertale because we didn't have Deltarune yet. I think like accepting that and like saying that we don't have all the information yet and the information is probably coming. It's just more honest, isn't it? Than being like, oh, it's definitely supposed to be Ness. Like I don't think so. I think that like yes, Frisk and Kara and Chris are all supposed to reference like Ness and Lucas and fucking Nin 10 from the Mother series. I think it's very clearly like an inspiration slash reference to those characters, but I don't think it's literally supposed to be the same universe. I think it's just inspiration, kind of like it's kind of like how like Chainsaw Man and Evangelion are clearly referenced. There's clearly a lot of references to Devilman. And like just because like Chainsaw Man is a really good example because it follows like a very similar world building where it's like I don't like despite it carrying similar themes and like similar sort of characters, I don't think that like I don't think that it's literally intended to be a sequel or like a spin-off of Devilman. I don't think Chainsaw Man is supposed to be a spin-off of Devilman. I think it's just very heavily inspired by it, and Toby Fox and Fujimoto similarly like wanted to play with that kind of world and that kind of logic, and they had their own ideas and themes that they wanted to explore. And I think they're both very successful in that, where it's like a fresh new look at this type of world. And they have bring new ideas to the table, and I like both of these series very much so. And I like both of the original series very much so. So like it's a love they're love letters. Um and it's not that freaking deep. I just think he wanted to talk about Earthbound references and the theory was a forced excuse to talk about it. I agree. And that's what really frustrates me about Matpat is that I just wish that he was more intellectually honest and just like admitted that like I want to talk about like the references to Undertale or the references to Mother in Undertale. Like if you just said that, like that would have been a fine video. But instead he has to like wrap it up in all of these secret conspiracy, like acting like everything is a conspiracy is just such like a dangerous way to think. And it's similar to a lot of the problems that I have with Lily in that like it starts with like video games and cartoons, but if you like train your brain to think in that way, then you're just gonna like be intellectually stunted. And when it comes to starting to think about the real world, um, your brain's gonna work in similar ways. And I'm not saying that Matt Pat is like single-handedly responsible um for that phenomenon, but I think he played a hand in it and he's very quintessential, like condensed version of this. And I do think that he did negatively affect how we on the internet talk about certain things, but I also think that like that was kind of already happening when Matt Pat got to the scene, you know? I think it's part of the branding, which is a problem. Yeah, like we live in a capitalist hellscape. We must always be on brand. And we sacrifice intellectual honesty for the brand. And it's like, I just don't like it. Yeah. So, Sans' Nest. That was the Sans' Nest video. And now we're going to cover his first ever Five Nights at Freddy's video. Let's freaking go.
Hello once again, theorists. Welcome to Matpat Plays. Today we are playing the scariest game of all creation. Probably never heard of it. It's called Five Nights at Freddy's. Here we go. What's this? It's a camera. The camera came up. Was was that a bunny?
The sass.
Was that a bunny? I think it was a bunny. Oh my gosh. I am so scared right now. Oh god. Oh, it was only the fan. It's only the fan. Only a fan. I have never played a game this intense. Oh god, shut the doors, shut the doors, shut the doors. Oh, please don't see me, please don't see me, please don't see me, please don't see me, please don't see me. I'm so scared right now, I'm so scared.
Okay, this is funny.
Okay, we're good. Oh! Just the fan. Just the fan. I don't know about you, but every time the camera makes the sound to come up, I pee a little bit in my pants.
Oh, okay, Matpat. You can be funny.
What? That's it? That's it? It's a jump scare? It's a little bunny rabbit jump scare? Really? Really? Alright. I mean, oh god, it's so terrifying. Oh, there's the bunny rabbit. Shut my door. Man, this is truly compelling gameplay.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, guys. I'm
This
almost
is a
out of
horror game.
power.
This game is for
40%
babies.
and it's 5 a.m. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. Oh, please don't get me Freddy. Please don't get me Freddy. Come on. Is this what it takes to get views on YouTube? What is this?
Yeah, I do gotta say that like Golden Freddy was probably like the only scary part of that game. It's like at that point you kind of like by the time that you encounter Golden Freddy, you kind of already have like an idea of how the gameplay works, and like everything is pretty much the same. Like you got to follow the little rules, and if like a sneaky little animatronic sneaks into your room, uh-oh. And then like you don't always encounter Golden Freddy. It's a very random chance. So like I played the first Five Nights at Freddy's game and like a bit of the second, but like they're not it's not really my thing. I don't really like resource management games. So I was never going to be super into Five Nights at Freddy's, but I have watched like for the other games I've watched all the playthroughs. Um I guess like Security Breach 1 and 2 aren't really or Security Breach Ruin isn't really like it's not really a resource management game, but like yeah, like I didn't really at that point I'm like I don't really want to play this. And like I had heard so many people complaining about it that I'm like I'm not gonna buy this. But I did buy the first game and I think I bought the second game or I played it from a shared library on Steam or something like that. I distinctly remember playing it. Um and it's just yeah, it wasn't scary outside of like and then like I didn't know about the Golden Freddy thing. And, yeah, that made me shit my pants because, like, nothing had scared me up until that point, and you're like, "What the fuck?" Like, I thought it was a glitch at first. I was like, "Why is this what's happening?" Yeah, that was that was genuinely scary, so I'll give Scott that. I think FNAF was very good at tension because you're managing a lot of jump scares was a good punishment for not properly paying attention. I mean, maybe. I just think jump scares are stupid. It can be a hard game if you don't understand it. It's like Pac-Man in a way. Yeah. Want to do a resource management game, I would just boot up Victoria 3 and I do that a lot already. Help Wanted 2 is amazing though. Maybe I'll play it when I get a computer that can handle it. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where fear is our middle name. Matthew Fear Patrick. It's a very strange name. Okay, I'll admit it, I didn't give Five Nights at Freddy's enough credit when it first came out. A few jump scares from creatures that, aren't that scary. People overreacting to it on YouTube, meh, pass. But then when I asked you about it, you showed overwhelming support for an episode on the game on Twitter, so I began to dig
Yup.
a little deeper and deeper. And what I found was some of the most interesting storytelling, most intriguing mysteries, and most disturbing events I'd read about in a long time. Now, if you were just to play the game straight through 5 days,
Yeah, content warning. I think this is the one where he does talk about I know that there's like two Five Nights at Freddy's theories videos that he's hidden from the public. possibly more, but I think he does bring up I think he might bring up the murders. So let's see.
The story would actually come across as pretty superficial. You're the new night guard watching the security cameras at a Chuck E. Cheese-style restaurant called Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. 4 animatronics roam the halls at night because the owners don't want their servos to lock up. Bad news is, you can't let them near you or else they'll kill you on the spot because you look like a naked endoskeleton. Ow, ow, show them those circuits. Apparently, one of them bit someone back in 87, presumably 1987. When the past guard leaves you recorded phone messages.
Is that a bite of 87?
To act as your tutorial, that is, as much as he could record before he got himself killed. And that's it. Stay 5 nights, collect your paycheck, done, game over, play something new. But playing it that way is doing the game a huge disservice, because that's not even scratching the surface.
Bro, I am never getting, like, this, my little ship of Theseus. I'm not replacing her. She's my baby. I just need a new graphics card. I need a new graphics card. And technically, I can get that with the money that I've gotten, but I just don't get paid out until the end of August, so yay! I love how the YouTube payout system works.
If you're really observant, you start to unravel the layers of unsolved mysteries around this place. You find that there's a 5th animatronic, that posters on the wall will change randomly, that news clippings appear and disappear telling the dark secrets of this twisted place. Putting it all together, here's the rest of the story. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza,
Oh, I'm
once
out
a
of
popular restaurant,
Pop-Tarts.
fell into hard times when 5 children went missing there after being lured to a back room by a man dressed in a character costume. Though a suspect was caught and convicted, the bodies of the children were never recovered. The pizzeria was also threatened with shutdown due to sanitation complaints, as foul odors started to come from the animatronics, blood and mucus oozing from their eyes and mouths. The last article, written years after the incident, states that the pizzeria would finally be closed by year end. In addition to the core 4 robots, Chica, Bonnie, Freddy, and Foxy, there's also a 5th, unofficially referred to as Golden Freddy. Ignoring the rules of physics, Golden Freddy appears and disappears at will, can inexplicably travel through doors, wherever, causing strange hallucinations. And when he attacks you, you're not taken to the typical game over screen, your game crashes. So that's unsettling. And there's also strange messages appearing on the walls, repeating the words, "It's me." According to the game's creator, the place is indeed haunted by what we can only assume to be the spirits of the 5 lost children. So that's the gist of it. Murder, missing children, foul odors, killer robots, and pizza. But that story leaves a lot of lingering questions. Who is your character? How's he fit in? Why does he stay for 5 nights when he's very clearly confronting the possibility of death? What more can we know about this terrifying Golden Freddy? And most importantly, what is the complete story behind 5 Nights at Freddy's? They're all good questions about a delightfully incomplete and mysterious story with just enough threads to keep you theorizing. So now, if you'll indulge me, let me reciprocate that story with one of my own. I think you'll find it.
Yep. And here is, and like, don't get me wrong, um, there wasn't honestly a lot of like, there wasn't really a lot of story to Five Nights. Oh, I'm out of Pop Tarts. Sad. Um, there. Oh no, wait. I think I have one left. Hold on a second. Oh, we ballin'. I've got half a Pop Tart left. Heck yeah. Um, there wasn't really a lot of lore to really talk about in FNAF. Like it was like in the first one before we got all the extra stuff. It was just like creepy implications. Like, ooh, isn't this like intriguing? And it was enough to kind of like hook you in and be like, oh, that's kind of mysterious. Um, so for someone like Matpat who tends to make videos like what we saw earlier, you kind of have to make up your own event, and he kind of pushed himself into a corner with that. Um, where like everybody wanted a Five Nights at Freddy's video, but there wasn't really a lot to talk about beyond what he already showed. Like that is really just the story of Five Nights at Freddy's. Um, I think that the probably the best assumption is that like that like Golden Freddy was clearly the ghost. I think that probably the other animatronics weren't really haunted in the same way that Golden Freddy was. I think that was the intention, honestly, and that the rest of them were just like probably screwed with um by their creator, the guy who ended up killing a bunch of kids. I don't think the whole Afton family thing was really intended at the start. I think that was like they were trying to make the character more complicated rather than just some serial killer who used animatronics and character costumes to lure and kill children. Like I think he just wanted to make it deeper than that because like that's how you make like sequels and stuff. It's like you got to make things deeper. And I think that like as a series, it's just kind of really got out of control when like honestly like it's very Goosebumps, sort of horror. But like it's a very tight concept of like, oh, this weird, dark, creepy animatronic. Like it does kind of have that goosebumps like reveal of like something creepy and weird is happening, and oh, it's like all of these all of these little characters are out to get you, and then like you experience Golden Freddy, and you're like, oh, there's like this other level to it where like children were killed, and like the ghost of Golden Freddy is haunting the restaurant. Like it's very Goosebumps, where like there's always like this creepy atmosphere going on, and you think that you understand the threat that like, oh, these animatronics are eating people. That's weird and fucked up. And then you get like this second reveal of like, oh, actually, it's because of this ghost that did this because he was murdered by a guy. Like that's like classic Goosebumps. Um, and I think that's why it worked, especially as a children's horror game. Um, but I think that like similarly to like the Goosebumps movie that they ended up making, where it's just kind of like they took it, they made it. It's not that deep. Is that like FNAF? I don't, because it was never intended to be that deep. Trying to sort of apply that depth to it kind of ruins it. And Matpat did it to the game, but also so did Scott Cawthorn. They both kind of did it to it in different ways. Yeah, basically.
Interesting. December
Yeah.
1993,
Anyway.
Aurora, Colorado. 10 p.m. Tuesday night
Yeah,
at the
here
local
we
Chuck E.
go.
Cheese. After a family birthday party runs long, manager Margaret Kohlberg and teenage employees Sylvia Crowell, Ben Grant, Colleen O'Connor, and Bobby Stevens are forced to stay late to close up shop. But as Margaret tallies receipts in the back, Bobby scrubs down the kitchen, and the other three work outside in the main arcade. Unknown to any of the five, there's actually a sixth person locked in the building with them, waiting silently in the darkened restrooms. A 19-year-old named Nathan Dunlap. Earlier that year, Nathan had begun working there as a cook, dough master, before getting fired in July after a disagreement over his hours. Now, 5 months later, he was back. At 10:05, he left the bathroom, pulled out a small caliber handgun, and proceeded to execute everyone in the building.
I don't like it when people do this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being like silent for like the it's weird to think that this is 9 years ago and it's closer, like 'cause it feels so different, and like I don't know. Still, 9 years ago, Matt would have been, he's 37 now. Matthew would have been 28. Like, come on, dude, you should know better.
First Sylvia, then Ben, then Colleen. Dunlap then moved to the kitchen, where he surprised Bobby Stevens. The bullet entered Bobby's jaw, sending him sprawling onto the ground. Then finally, Nathan moved to the back, the office, where Margaret opened the safe before Nathan shot her twice, proceeded to grab her bag, filling it with $1,600 in cash, arcade tokens, and keychains. Spurred on by the building security footage, police were at his home a few hours later, where he was promptly arrested. Eventually, he was tried and sentenced to death, but his story re-entered the news just recently as his punishment has been postponed, leading people to debate whether he's able to sleep soundly, knowing that his execution has been delayed. This is a tragic story, a disgusting waste of human life, and one that I won't joke about or make fun of in any way, but I want to address it because I have a strong suspicion that this story is the one that inspired Five Nights at Freddy's. Let's look at the facts. First, I don't think that there's any doubt that Freddy's is a parody of Chuck E. Cheese. From the singing animatronics to the alliterative naming of the characters, the parallels are just obvious, so the setting is certainly the same. Next, what year does Five Nights take place? The time is certainly kept vague, but there are clues that we can put together. For one, the Chuck E. Cheese franchise had a tremendous period of growth and success in the late 80s and early 90s, but started to decline along the same time as arcades with at
Thank you for the subscription.
home video game consoles taking
Matt has said the reason he would never do conspiracy theories because it would be mentally draining. This is what the channel would have looked like. Yeah.
center stage. So that's one clue, but we can get even more detailed, specifically with your character's paycheck. Each night you're working a 6-hour shift, and you're spending 5 nights there. So that's 30 hours of total work time for $120. In total, $4 an hour. How can they do that? That's below minimum wage for 2014. But in 1990, minimum wage was $3.80. In 1991, it was raised to $4.25. And by 1996, you were looking at about $5 an hour. So the game seems to take place between 1991 and 1996. The Nathan Dunlap story took place in 1993. But let's move on to the most important comparison, the victims. In the game, there were 5 child victims. In the real life story, there were also 5 victims. But we can get even more specific. Online theories about the game always tend to draw a parallel between the number of kids missing to the number of animatronics, saying that the children's bodies were stuffed in the various suits. And this appears to be true. Bonnie and Chica both have moans and raspy breath sound effects, as though someone's trying to cling to the last threads of their lives stuffed inside the costumes. And other sounds made by the animatronics are just slowed down versions of children's laughs and screams. Additionally, as the news clipping mentions, the suits ooze blood and mucus and begin to stink, like decaying bodies or reanimated corpses. So 5 victims, 5 suits, seems like a slam dunk. But nowhere does it say that all 5 were murdered, only that they went missing and couldn't be found. Also, the trouble a lot of people have with this theory is Golden Freddy. Why is that guy so limp and lifeless? So unlike the others. It's weird, until you go back to the real life story. Yes, there were 5 people shot that night in Chuck E. Cheese, which matches the 5 victims in Freddy's story, but of those, 1 survived. Bobby, the one from the kitchen, miraculously survived the shot to his jaw after he was knocked to the floor
Dude, I'm so uncomfortable with this. Matt, don't. Stop.
by the bullet. He went limp, played dead, to avoid the killer coming back to finish the job. And that relates exactly to the advice you're given on night 3 by the phone guy. Try playing dead. You know, go limp. Again, let me reiterate that I'm not trying to make light of the real life events by comparing them to bear costumes and animatronics, but I do want to point out that these similarities do exist. And what else is limp and appears to be a lifeless, empty suit in the game? Golden Freddy. Surviving the attack, Bobby was able to go to trial and be a damning piece of evidence in the case against Nathan Dunlap, ultimately leading to his death sentence. Which animatronic surprises you by appearing randomly? The one you don't expect and has no clear pattern? Golden Freddy. It's also worth mentioning that of all the cameras in the restaurant, one is always black, preventing you from seeing what's going on. And that camera is located in the kitchen, leading many to assume it's where Golden Freddy hides, which just so happens to be the place Bobby was able to survive the attack. So I ask, odd coincidence or source of inspiration? In fact, if you think about it, the behavior of the animatronics really corresponds with key features of each of the real-life story's victims. We just covered Golden Freddy and Bobby, but the rest have strange parallels too.
I think that, like, confirmation bias and also, like, I'm pretty sure Scott has gone on record saying that this isn't true. Yeah. I think maybe skipping. Scott has vouched for that's theories in the past. Hmm. Yeah, not for this one. I think maybe that's enough of this video. I don't want to talk about it anymore, really. Oh, and he did a sponsor. Yay, that's not tasteless at all. Dude, come on. Let's see. So I have some Last of Us ones bookmarked. I have some Minecraft, Pokemon, and then I think we should look at a few of his self-aware videos. I don't know enough about Hollow Knight to really comment on the Hollow Knight video. Sorry. Oops. All right. This is like a meta theory, but it's not about his own stuff. I think maybe the coronavirus one is a little. I don't know if I want to look at that one. I think that one's a little like. We'll take a peek at it later. Um, 3 years ago, and then 2 years ago. So we'll look at this one first. So let's watch some software Matpat.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory and our 10-year anniversary special where we look behind the scenes at what it takes to make an episode of Game Theory. Smell that? Nothing but a week ahead of nerding out about my favorite games, films, and food. Thank you so much. Now, according to most Get Ready With Me videos, a typical YouTuber morning looks a lot like this. Birds chirping, sun shining in the sky, my own personal
Dude,
brand
the
of
fucking
cold brew waiting for
bloom.
me downstairs. All ready to start a week of work that, let's be honest, isn't really work. But then again, this is what it takes to make a Game Theory episode, and it don't look anything like this. Good morning. Now it's more accurate. Now it's even more accurate. So the last time we did a behind the scenes episode like this on Game Theory, it was 2014, and there was only one channel with 3.5 million subscribers. So as you can imagine, things have changed a lot since then. Process has gotten a bit more complicated. True story, we filmed that behind the scenes video on Christmas Day in what ended up being a 10-hour shoot. It was fun. It was also one of the most stressful, depressing days of my life, and I vowed that it would never happen again. And so I like to think that across 10 years of doing this, that I've been able to achieve balance, that I can just sit down on a Monday morning, open up my computer, and say, you know what? This is going to be a smooth week. It's going to be perfectly normal. So let's see how today looks, shall we? And it is indeed a normal week. We've got ourselves, let's see, a collab request, reward pickups for Game Theory, normal stuff, meeting request, normal, script revisions, meeting request, corrupted audio, God, that's an hour of my life that just went down the tube, meeting request, why are there so many meetings? Why are there so many meetings? Oh, Sophia says hi, that's nice, too bad there's no time for her, meeting request.
That reminds me, we have a meeting in 5 minutes. See you there.
This month marks
I'm not really looking at it behind. This isn't the video I thought it was. I was hoping that it would be. Okay, this is more. I don't know if this is actually like a self-aware thing. Uh, yeah. Oh, you guys are talking about the Pokemon stuff. Nice. Why are you adding me? What? What, Jer? What? Why are you adding me?
10 years since I published my
I'm
first video
trying
on the channel
to.
back in 2011, since the start of Game Theory.
I'm more of the opinion that Matpat wrote FNAF and Scott just rolled with it. Ooh.
A lot has happened. A lot. I mean, I've moved 6 times across 3 different states, and not once have I milked it with a house tour, so missed opportunity there. But in all seriousness, I got married, I had a kid, I wore this same jacket so many times that people don't think that I own other clothes. No joke at YouTube, they're like, you wear other things than this red jacket? Yes, yes I do, guys. I drank several swimming pools worth of Diet Coke, and I've used the same cutout picture of myself in every episode of the show for a decade. Hey buddy, looking good there. Holding up with the times. Probably should change my haircut at some point. Oh wait, I did that a bunch of times too. I've gotten to do things I would have never imagined. I've raced on ostriches, I've flown stunts in planes, I've played soccer in cars, and I've met with the Pope. We've also raised $5 million for charity, including setting an all-time record for the single highest donation amount for an online.
I don't really. This is not really what I want to talk about. I want to talk about him and how I want him to be self-aware. Let's watch this video instead.
A portion of this episode is sponsored by Capital One Shopping. Let me tell you a story. A true
All
story.
right, here we go.
A story about an email I received from a game developer that, for privacy reasons, has to go nameless. But let me assure you that it's someone who works on a game franchise that you're quite familiar with. Anyway, we'd done a theory or two trying to predict the plot line and some early twists.
This was I think this was I'm assuming it was Hello Neighbor because I know Hello Neighbor was pestering him to cover.
for their upcoming game. Out of the
Anyway.
blue, I received this email from the CEO of the company asking me if I had a mole on the inside feeding me information. Now,
Oh.
obviously it was a joke, but also not quite a joke. Anyway, I was just ecstatic that we were on the right track. And then the game came out, and it was nothing like our theory had predicted. It also seemed rushed and a bit unpolished, like a lot had been
Oh yeah,
changed
this is
in the game last
definitely.
minute. It got me wondering
Yup,
whether our
that's
theories
definitely
had
Hello
prompted them to
Neighbor.
change the game in order to move the storyline away from what I'd predicted. But no, that couldn't be right? Are developers actually changing their games in response to fan theories? Well, friends, that's exactly what I aim to find out today. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that 60% of the time gets it right every time. Lately, and maybe it's just me, I've been seeing a lot of discussion around my role, this channel's.
Okay. Hello Neighbor made me very cynical about indie horror for a while.
Role in
Dude,
the wider games industry.
that's like that's
Obviously, I got
FNAF's
that email
fault,
that I mentioned in the
honestly.
cold open, but I also had this random conversation the other week with someone who said that getting a theory video made for your series is like landing a white whale. Let's just make sure that there are fewer harpoons there, Ahab. There's also been videos from creators like Dags and Sagan Hawks that explore the evolution of indie horror and our specific role in that.
If you're lucky enough, you may get the blessing of the gods that is a game theory video on your story.
In this era of post-FNAF indie horror, it can be really easy to want to chase that trend, filling your game with secret lore. But if it doesn't fit your concept, don't do it. Don't chase that game theory video.
Ooh.
There's also meme material like this. Now,
Yep,
don't get me
this
wrong.
is
I don't
definitely
bring all this up
about
to be
Hello Neighbor.
self-aggrandizing, like, oh, look at how important we are to the games industry. I bring all this up to question the assumption. Is this actually true? Is there evidence to suggest that games are changing themselves in response to theorists? Have we and other online theorists shaped the way that games are made and marketed? And has this sometimes resulted in worse games? Well, first and foremost, we know that we have a very strong impact on search results. Last May, during our video on the game Only Cans, I made a quick offhand joke about the 19-year-old meme Lemon Party. That new flavor's name, Lemon Party. By the way, do not Google that. Super random, right? But wouldn't you know it,
No.
off of that very brief...
No, not the Lemon Party mention. Oh, Faith the Unholy Trinity trilogy. I don't know if I can manage that one. Ooh. I do want to play it, but it also scares me, like for real, for real.
Mention suddenly searches for the term Lemon Party hit their highest point in 5 years. And this is after we told you to not Google it. So do me a favor, don't hit that subscribe button, and absolutely do not leave a comment that has the word jump kick in it. Don't you dare, don't you even think about it. I will be so disappointed in you if you do. But that's just a search term. What about an actual game? Well, we dug around using Google Trends, which, if you're not familiar, tracks the volume of search traffic over time. Data that can then be filtered by geographic region and search platform. So we started to look at games that the channel had covered in the past, starting with one from 4 years ago, the VR game Duck Season. If you don't remember this one, it had a cute animal mascot, a horrible family, dead kids, a 1980s aesthetic, and none of this is really helping narrow it down, is it? It was our mission in that first video to reveal the identity of the murderous dog mascot behind it all. Just another normal day over here at Game Theory. That video is one of our best performing videos of all time with over 19 million views, so we stuck the term Duck Season into Google Trends, and wouldn't you know it, the timing of our video's release corresponded to the highest peak in search traffic ever for both YouTube and on the web in general. Other spikes in trends certainly seem to exist immediately after the game's release when Jacksepticeye, Corey X Kenshin, and others played the game, but in December of 2017, web search had dropped to 47% of the high. Then in January, immediately after our theory, 100%, all-time high of search traffic. If we get even more granular, you can see that the highest point from
I mean, maybe for indie games, I definitely believe that there's like been a huge impact on indie games, but I wouldn't say like Nintendo is super worried about Matpat.
12/1/2017 to 1/31/2018 is December 31st, the day after our video came out. We kept searching and we kept seeing the same thing over and over again. Mobile game Lily's Garden, video June 22nd, 2021, 100% spike in YouTube search immediately afterward. Andy's Apple Farm, game released November 26th, 2021, our video December 12th, 2021, 100% spike. And it wasn't just for game theory either. Nightmind, a theorist for all things creepy, had a video on Catastrophe Crow 64 in early February 2021, and sure enough, we see a sizable spike in trends for the United States right after the video releases. When you run the same trend search worldwide, you get a different 100% during the week of February 21st to 27th, when Dross Rotzank, award-winning Venezuelan YouTuber, released his video on the topic. And then our video came out on March 13th, setting a new, higher benchmark for the whole thing. Theorists, not just us, it would seem, get people excited to search for more info on the games that they talk about. But okay, this is all for small titles that no one would normally be searching for. What about something more mainstream?
I'm gonna speed this up a little bit. I hope that he talks about his effect on the media literacy, not media literacy, but like the way we critique and consume these games as well, because it's not just about like what developers choose to make, it's like how we view it. I think that's important in this discussion.
Well, we see this trend happening with massive titles as well. In 2019, Minecraft saw this massive resurgence in popularity, with its 10-year anniversary happening in May, and then PewDiePie picking up the game in June. Long live Sven Svensson. But despite a year full of huge events for this long-running, massively popular series, searches for Minecraft peaked on both YouTube and on the web between July 21st and 27th, the week we started our deep dive lore analysis into the game. In fact, that week was the most searched that Minecraft had been since 2015, a record.
I mean, like, I think it's also very clear that like game theory also rides trends, and like it looks like in this graph that sometimes yeah, it did cause the trend, but it seems like more often the game theory is riding a trend than causing a trend. You know what I mean? Like it looks like it was already going up, and game theory just added fuel to the fire, I
that
should
has only been
say.
surpassed in mid-2020 by the surge of some guy that you might be familiar with, Dream. Even when you're talking about crazy viral hits like Among Us, the game hits its peak in web search on September 20th. Our first video on the title came out the day before, September 19th. At this point, it
Yeah,
clearly
but
seemed like
see,
there was a strong correlation
even in that one, you were riding a
our coverage of the
trend.
game and it reaching the height of its search traffic immediately thereafter. And honestly, it does make some amount of anecdotal sense. We watch our stuff and we tell you that there's something cool and compelling in this game. Naturally, some of you are going to want to know more. You're going to want to find more clues and help solve the mystery. I mean, why else do you think we've done 50 videos on FNAF at this point? As theorists, we're not just engaging with these games at a surface level, making jokes at a game and then moving on to the next like a lot of Let's Players tend to do. We're trying to immerse you in these worlds, highlight the storytelling that's being done inside the games, or should be being done inside these games. And heck, if you like our little primer on it, then you're inclined to dig deeper and explore the world for yourself. But that's just talking about audience interest. What I want to know now is whether these trends have led developers to start paying attention to us. Have online theorists actually made an impact in the way that games are marketed and made? Now, before I tell you about our hypothetical impact, let me tell you about something that'll definitely have an impact on your wallet. Our sponsor for this portion of...
Okay, so again, yes, in certain contexts. I think that when these sort of videos started getting made, and when like Let's Players started playing them, that like, so I've mentioned this a couple times before, but my background, I went to a school for animation, and it was focused on like 2D animations, some like 3D modeling and animation, and film. Um, so I had a bit of a love back then for pilot episodes of cartoons, betas of video games. I played the beta of Undertale like long before the full release was made, and that's where I knew it from. And then I was like, oh, I played that game. I remember it when it got released and got popular. So like I remember what it was like playing betas back in the day, and it's very different than what it is now. Where it's like people are just kind of looking to hook you into the world. They're like like the Steam Greenlight stuff. It just comes across as very different, and I definitely think that part of that is because of channels like Game Theory and people like Matpat. All right, let's go.
Today's video, Capital One shopping. Buying games these days is increasingly more expensive, which is especially frustrating when all you're getting is a broken, buggy mess. But the thing is, most of us don't really think about where we're buying our games from. I know I just often go to Amazon for my console games because it's more convenient, which means that we're at the mercy of those companies and whatever prices they choose. This is actually where Capital One shopping comes in. The Capital One shopping browser extension allows you to compare prices from all across the internet, ensuring that you are getting the best available deal online. Plus, once you find the place with the best deal, Capital One shopping takes it one step further. It scours the internet for coupon codes, coupons that actually work, not like the ones that you spent hours
All
looking
right,
up,
let's.
stuff you'd be buying. And at this point, cost rise shortly after Mansion. Originally, we covered this out to players by the game itself, telling them that Grandma did nothing wrong, she has nothing to hide, followed by a YouTube link where you could find 4 live-action videos starring actress and sledgehammer enthusiast Kathy Bates. Can I prove that we were the thing that prompted them to go with that campaign? No, I can't. But does the timing work out for them to have seen our theory and then leaned into the whole Granny's innocent wink-wink angle? You betcha. That's some circumstantial evidence, but can we make a more one-to-one connection? What about something more substantial, something a bit more narrative-driven? What about Bendy and the Ink Machine? We made a theory after the release of Chapter 2 talking about this random angel character, this character that had shown up in a random poster on the walls, speculating that she was going to be important to the story moving forward. First, we'll see Alice take center stage as the game goes on. Like Betty Boop, we'll hear about how her popularity skyrocketed, surpassing Bendy. Sure enough, when Chapter 3 released 123 days after the video, the world was introduced to Alice Angel. She was front and center. Now, did we predict what the creators were going to do with Alice all along, or did we somehow speak this new character into being? According to Mike Mood in an interview,
we'd like to say we knew exactly what was going to happen, but really at the end of the day, we knew the beginning and we knew the end of the game. Everything that happened in between, it was kind of developed as we went along. In Chapter 2, we had a poster of Alice Angel, and that was just one poster. There was nothing explaining what this character was. The fans just started doing fan art, they just fell in love with the character, and it made it really obvious that Chapter 3 should be about Alice Angel.
That right there is pretty conclusive. They literally took ideas from the fan community and used them to fill out their story, which, let me be clear, isn't a bad thing. It's awesome to listen to the fans and respond to the things that they're all most excited about, but it's clear that we, the collective we playing these games, not just us theorists, we influenced how Bendy turned out in those middle chapters. So now we're starting to see how theories can have an influence for the better or for the worse. Which segues nicely to the 300-pound elephant in the room, Hello Neighbor. At least he's a dapper elephant. I mean, he wears a sweater vest and everything. Now, you might remember this little series of tweets from April 2020. For anyone that doesn't, TinyBuild, one of the developers for Hello Neighbor, had just released a TV pilot and began tagging my Twitter in their posts, seemingly...
Yeah. This is so uncomfortable because this was so awkward. Again, I think this isn't really the video that I'm wanting to look at. It's not really Matt taking accountability for what he's done or the anti-intellectualism or anything. I think I watched this video when it was released, and I don't think it really goes into that.
Trying to get another theory out of me. However, some have suggested that this block of tweets is part of a larger pattern of behavior. A pattern that implies that TinyBuild changed the game Hello Neighbor during development to chase theory videos like ours. But is that true? To figure it out, we decided to look at the development cycle for the game.
I
I'm
would
going to
say
skip the first
it's
couple of alphas
true.
because they didn't give us too much to work with. Basically, during this period, Hello Neighbor's popularity was doing fine, but nothing to write home about. Alpha 2 was released on November 22nd, 2016, 27 days after the last build. In fact, up until this point, TinyBuild was releasing a new version of Hello Neighbor every 27 to 30 days like clockwork. And what you know, 30 days after Alpha 2, Alpha 3 gets released. Players are treated to a much larger house with more rooms and a ton more to look at. But then things start to get weird. You see, sandwiched in there on December 15th is the release of our 2-part Hello Neighbor expose, which looked at all the demonic and satanic symbols around our dear Mr. Rogers wannabe. In the latest alpha build of the game, you can find a house on a darkened street. And look at the bottom of his shoes, a seal that reads 666, the sign of the beast. Combined, these two videos have been viewed 19.3 million times. Now, there's such a short time period between our video on the 15th and the Alpha 3 release that there's no way our video could have altered that version of the game. Beyond that, though, things get a little bit odd. Alpha 4 is released May the 4th, 2017, a whopping 133 days after Alpha 3. Now, remember, all the other releases were only a month apart, but Alpha 4 was in development for over 4 times the length of anything prior to it. It's also an oddly similar amount of time to the gap between our video on Alice Angel and the release of Bendy Chapter 3. But it wasn't just the length of time between versions that was noteworthy, it was also what TinyBuild had used the lengthy design time to create, specifically the game's brand new nightmare sequences. We are broken away from the main stealth gameplay that had been the selling feature up to that point and transported to another section to play surreal minigames where lore takes the center stage. And this is the trend that would continue until the game's release. Once Hello Neighbor came out, it was disappointing to say the least. A lot of people were really excited about this game, myself included. The original concept of an AI learning how you broke into a house and changing tactics accordingly was brilliant, but it seemed that there was a decision made to chase the hype at the cost of this original concept. They changed tactics and focused more on the lore of the series, which again seems to be...
Yeah, like I definitely think that like Hello Neighbor specifically chased the game theory hype, you know? I do want you to explain the anti-intellectualism a bit more and what you would define game theory's impact would be, if you don't mind. Um, let's pull up a definition of anti-intellectualism, shall we? Because, like, honestly, there's like that part of Pat's. I find myself getting tired. It sounds it's tiring. I don't like it. It just sounds like I just don't like that era of videos. I find it's okay to put on in the background, but even when I'm watching it these days, and I still do watch a lot of Matt's videos, is that like I'm putting it on in the background and tuning him out. Like he's just like background noise at this point for me. I don't I don't even remember. Like I watched a MatPat video recently and I don't remember anything that he added to the conversation, unfortunately. All right. Anti-intellectualism is hostility and mistrust of intellect, intellectuals, and intellectualism, commonly expressed as deprecation of education and philosophy, and the dismissal of art, literature, history, and science as impractical, politically motivated, and even contemptible human purists. So I think that like someone like Lily Orchard is much more obviously this, where she's like very like gets really worked up about like the classic books and like how they're taught in high school. Pat isn't as openly anti-intellectual. He's not like hostile. I would just say he encourages being dismissive of he encourages like this sort of dismissiveness of it's kind of really hard to define with Matt Pat, right? Because like I think that he's a smart guy, but I it's just very it's just very frustrating because he kind of goes about things in this way where it's like it doesn't like the let's like make up our own version of what I think the lore should be instead of like taking the piece of art on like the way that it was intended and talking about it that way. Um, if you think about like media and art criticism, uh, classically, we'll go back to like Plato, like not to be a huge fucking history nerd, but here we go. Like the way that Plato talked about Achilles and Patroclus and just the Odyssey, Homer's Odyssey in general. Like I would say that that is like an intellectual way to talk about the Odyssey or the Iliad. Um like he very clearly there's a couple like key aspects that he wants to talk about, and the relationship between Achilles and Patroclus is a big one for Plato. And it's also where we get the term like Plato's reading of the Odyssey and the Iliad is where we get the idea of a platonic relationship. Now, a platonic relationship in classic, like the way that Plato actually intended it, because Plato did see Achilles and Patroclus as like a couple that were having sex and were in love. But the way that like the Greeks kind of think about love is like there's all these different versions of love, and platonic love surpasses and encompasses all of those different definitions of love. Now we see it as like non-romantic, non-sexual love, but like classically platonic love is this concept of like all-encompassing, um sort of transcending the barriers between the different kinds of love. And like he's still like very focused and being kind of pedantic, yes, but he's still like taking the Odyssey and the Iliad as like what it is. He's treating it as like he's not taking it out of context or like being like, well, actually, like these creatures didn't exist, so therefore, like he's not concerned with that. He just kind of accepts it for what it is and uses it as like a branch to leap off of and explore his own ideas that within the realms of this story of this book. Um, and that's sort of the intellectual, philosophical way of thinking about art. But like just because Matt is talking about things that like seem scientifically sound doesn't mean that he's being intellectual about it, because we're not talking about the real world, we're talking about art. And like to take like imagine like talking about the picture of Dorian Gray and like you get caught up on how the painting is able to absorb the dark energy of Dorian. Like it doesn't really matter how it's able to do that. The book isn't really about that. Like if you get caught up with like, well actually like maybe the paint was made of this or like there was like toxins in the paint all along and that's why Dorian Gray gets all fucked up by the painting or something, you know? Like that's not really the point of the book. The point of the book is like the point of the book is about corruption and about like how like just because you look beautiful on the outside, um you can still tarnish your soul on the inside and become an ugly person. Um despite all of that. Like that's what the book is about. And talking about the picture of Dorian Gray and how, like corruption can affect beautiful people still. Like like beautiful people can be very ugly on the inside and sometimes the most beautiful people can be like the most vicious because they're able to get away with it so much more than like an actual person that's like unattractive, like they're able to use that beauty as a tool to hurt people. And like that would be an intellectual discussion about the picture of Dorian Gray. But like getting caught up on like, oh, well, like how did this work? Like that's like anti-intellectual, I would say, because you're like refusing to take the story on the basis of what it is. You're refusing to like enter the world of the story and like kind of like think about it in the way that it's being presented to you. Um and it's like the same with like, oh, well, like Pokemon is just like Ash was in a coma and like it's that sort of anti-intellectualism. It's just very frustrating to see people consume art that way and like anti-intellectualism in art looks a lot different than anti-intellectualism when you're looking at like at like the real world and science. But they're often it's often the same kind of thinking. Oh, and it's like tied to media literacy and stuff too as well, right? Gonna read some chat. Bum. Somebody asked me if I have any lost media tidbits. I'm not an expert on lost media. I like watching some of it, but I'm not as interested in lost media as I am in like sometimes I get into it, but I don't have anything like there with me that I can talk about right now. I'm not prepared. Like I could do some research and talk about lost media, but I don't have anything under my sort of like in my back pocket about lost media. I do okay. Um I think there's a thing to point out in his Persona video that just clicked for me. He tends to play, "Oh, this was the answer all along," but it's just a theory, don't attack me. Yes. Yes. Um yeah. It's just a theory seems like a don't get mad at me. It's just a theory. Reminds me of someone who made a rebuttal to Matpat's Mega Man theories and how much Matpat or whoever writes his videos just straight up ignores everything in the game has done. Yup. I think a much more interesting analysis of Mega Man is by one Aaron Hansen, right before he got into Game Grumps. He did an analysis of Mega Man and like the difference between like the early Mega Man and the newer Mega Man and how it taught you how old video games, he used it as sort of like jumping off point to talk about how video games teach you how to play them like in while you're playing them and that they used to do that without having like tutorials or like and I think that it's a really interesting video. I really liked that video back in the day and back when I was interested in game design, it was something that like I really was like, I want to make this a part of my video game. I want it to be very obvious how to play the video game as you start playing it without having to like go through a tutorial. Do talking about theories about art, I don't think it's the same thing. I mean, video games are art, in my opinion. Reminds me a lot of SCP articles. A lot of them are actually stories, albeit in a very odd format, but the format kind of makes people ignore the story a lot. Yeah, and the content farms based on SCP do this all the time. Yup. Oh. Yeah, making reaches and conclusions and bending the work to fit a preconceived ending versus just meeting work on its level. Yeah, I think that's a big problem with like stuff like MatPat videos. Uh, Now we're talking about SCP. We should talk about SCP a little bit, but it's kind of unrelated to MatPat. I think the Rick and Morty cat episode of Film Theory touches on MatPat talking about maybe sometimes you shouldn't overanalyze. I have not caught up on Rick and Morty. And hi, Sai, welcome back. We're talking about we've got to that part of like watching videos that kind of like teased Matt being self-aware, but was actually not that. Yeah, we're debating on if Matthew Patrick is anti-intellectual. Oh, 1 second. I'll be right back.
Backed up by the tweets and their eventual book series.
About that. My neighbor doesn't know how air conditioning works, and she's like, we should open the windows and the doors to make it cool down faster. Um, and that's not how air conditioning works. Anyway, I still think about yeah, we did get to the map. We did get to the Sans' Nest part of the video. Let's do a little detour. Let's do a little detour. Shoddy cast. This one looks like a good one to watch. So we're gonna like look at this at one of Austin's videos. And we're gonna explore a little bit on what I think is what MatPat is trying to do, but executed well.
Dear Mojang, hi, it's me, Austin. I'm dropping everything I'm doing right now to make this video because ADHD. This includes still putting off a cool Pokemon video where I go over the math of one of Picaspray's soft lock picking videos. I already did the math, I just have to, write it because, did I mention ADHD? I've been off my meds for 2 months, too. God, I've been so unproductive. It's been hell. I wish they'd make it easier for people to get and stay on their ADHD medication in the United States, because as it is right now, it literally is an ADHD gauntlet to get diagnosed, treated, and stay treated. But none of this relates to Mojang or Minecraft, so let's just get to the meat of the
Yeah, Austin's slightly unhinged style is always charming, says Sai. I totally agree. Also, Austin is very his vulnerability is like kind of cute and like relatable.
video. Pistons. The topic of today's video was brought to you by a conversation I had on Twitter, or rather a question that was asked of me on Twitter by user Ado Badia. A question that sounds simple at face value. Minecraft pistons. Strength, horsepower, force. That's right, baby. Let's get started. This is my jam. Numbers, let's go! This is a piston. I never use them in any of my games because, as you know, I'm an idyllic farmer in Minecraft. I find joy in the simple things in life, in tilling the soil, in animal husbandry. I have very little need for redstone devices and industrial things. But there's some really
Couldn't be me, Austin.
cool things.
I'm a stinky little redstone gremlin. For those of you that don't know, my name, Crimson Ender, is actually like my Minecraft username. Um, and just like a little tangent while we're watching this cute little Austin video. Um, Originally, the idea for my Minecraft skin was like when I changed my name to Crimson Ender because it was originally something else before that and it was stupid and cringe. Um, the concept behind the Crimson Ender skin was like it was a Enderman because Endermen were my favorite mobs at the time. But like red instead of purple. Like it had red eyes instead of purple eyes, and he was I don't know. It was just that was just how I was what I was going for. Like at the time, it was very popular to make your Minecraft skin based on a Minecraft mob. And then I started playing Skyblock with a friend. And was it Skyblock? I can't remember if it was Skyblock or it was just normal survival. Anyway, she kept mistaking me for an actual Enderman out of the corner of her eye. So she would attack me. So she's like, I'm sorry, I just keep on thinking you're a mob. And it just kept happening. I'm like, okay, I've got to do something about this. And I like used a few character skins. Like I had like a Metaton skin for a while. And like I think I had a Link skin for a little bit. And then I was like, I need a skin that's gonna be mine and it's gonna be me and it's unique to me and nobody else did it. So I like got one of those like block pixel editors and I made this little this little demon character. I gave him horns and it like especially if you use like the 3D mod pack where it gives like 3D definition to your character, it really does like look like horns curving up from his head. And I was just very pleased with it, and that was my Minecraft skin, and it didn't look like a Minecraft mob anymore, but it was like, oh, I've got Crimson Ender in my name, so I got to make it red, and I like devils and angels, so I make it a little devil guy, and blue contrasts very nicely with red, and like there was other little bits of lore like under like the flap of like the bangs, if like so you have like the bangs layer of your face where you can kind of like hide things underneath. I gave him a third eye. So yeah, Crimp, my little avatar, canonically has a third eye under his bangs that I barely ever draw. And I don't think I've ever drawn, since I started the YouTube channel, I don't think I've ever drawn this iteration of the character with the third eye, but it's under there. Just a fun little detail. Um, so yeah, it started off as a Minecraft skin. Crimps was originally my Minecraft skin, and Crimson Ender came from Minecraft. So I'm like a big Minecraft nerd, so this is the perfect video for me to watch. No, see, Austin, I use redstone to make a machine that rapid fires eggs to hatch more chickens. Me too. Or the cow crusher. Did I loom up behind her saying, "What's up?" No, I did. Well, maybe once or twice. Like, I do kind of like to be silly and prank people in Minecraft, but. Um, there's a mod called Ears that lets you add stuff like tails and ears. Ooh, I might have to look that up. Does Crim have a third eye? That's just a theory. Actually, I can bring up my Minecraft skin. Give me a second. Let's see, skin. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Ah, okay. I see how it is. I forgot that I made my profile unavailable to look up on the Minecraft skin lookuper thing because I didn't want people looking up my old stuff. Just give me a second. For comparison, you could also watch one of Matt's science Minecraft videos. The diamond ones come to mind. Yeah, maybe. How do you spell the little demon guy's name? And also, can he shoot lasers from his third eye like my Sona kind of can? Really, it only glows, but yeah. Crimp. It's just Crim with a P at the end because he's an imp, so he's Crimp. It's very silly. How do I look at my skins? I don't like the new UI of my Manage profile. No, that's not what I wanted. How do I don't. eh, eh, How do I look at my skins? Java edition. Here we go. Skin. All right. I'm gonna show you my old Minecraft skins. Where is, here we go. There we go. Hold on a second. This is my current skin. Let me see if I can just show that off a little better. Do a little bit of a pull that over here. Perfect. Purr. So this is my current Minecraft skin. This I commissioned it from someone. But this was the one. We'll just go click use. So this was the one that I was using for a little while. And you can see his kind of horns curling up here. There was also this one, which was just the same guy in like different clothes. There's this one, but that one was a little bit more femmy. It also had different colored eyes. But like this one is like the canon one that I was working with for a while. This was the one. I had a different one in between this. It was just an Enderman, but like this was the Enderman wearing armor. I used armor from like a different skin. And then I used this for a while to try it, bridge the gap between this one and this one. This was an old one I used to use before I changed my name, and then I had like a John Egbert skin that doesn't really hold up. But yeah, these were the skins I used. And this is like, oh, naked time. But it was like supposed to be a base to put clothes on over. I like bought a couple of clothes. Like you used to be able to, I don't know if you could do it anymore, but there was a point where you could like buy clothes to put on top of your skin. And I think this one maybe this one I think was mine, or it was like modified. But I like made the base myself, and I think I bought a few like clothes to put on over it. Oh, and I had this Lynx one for a while. Um, uh-oh. Uh-oh, Ooh, I don't have that version of the skin on this. I know what to do. Yeah. I forgot that I don't have the version of the skin that I've been using on this profile. I'll just switch over to this one. I think it's on my laptop, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Close. Anyway, back to. Oh, can Crimp do a third eye laser? No. Well, no. It's just like I don't even remember if there was lore behind it other than like I thought it was cool to have a third eye. Um, yeah, I think it was just like I think third eyes are cool. Imagine not using Java. Yeah, me too. Anyway, the skin doesn't exist. Anyway, back to the video. That. Okay, back to the video.
You can do with pistons, which are powered by redstone, like make elevators, auto harvesters, and all sorts of things. Pistons are truly wonderful things that shouldn't be underestimated in their utility, but they do have some limitations, some of which depends upon which version of Minecraft you are playing. In Java Edition, the one I'm usually playing, they work like this. They move any number of blocks between 1 and 12, one block forward when they're activated. Easy. So in order to figure out how powerful they are, we have to figure out a couple of things. One, what's the highest amount of mass they can push? And two, how quickly do they push that mass? The second one might sound trivial and unimportant, but it's actually the most important bit. Almost anything can be moved any distance with any amount of force if given enough time. This is how levers work in real life. By multiplying the distance and time over the length of the lever from operator to object, it makes it possible for small forces to move relatively heavy things just by extending the period over which that force is applied. That's an oversimplification, of course, but it's why one person can eventually push a car 1 mile to a gas station to refill with gas. It just takes a long time, given how much less force our bodies can output compared to a car engine. But you know what doesn't have the output of a car engine? Raycon earbuds. At least.
Oh my god. Cringe. Sorry, I'm not.
And since I constantly forget.
No! Hurry up. Not the Raycons. Okay.
Anyway, where was I? Oh, right, pistons. So first of all, what's the heaviest thing in Minecraft? Well, it's probably the gold block. Gold is one of the densest materials known to man, and it's certainly the densest thing in Minecraft, barring some magical properties in Bedrock or something. It's certainly the densest thing we know of in-game. A single block is 1 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter in size, or precisely 1 cubic meter. It's possible in-game to make a block of solid gold, and gold has a density of 19,320 kilos per cubic meter, which means, that's right, a single block has a mass of 19.3 thousand.
And like he's calm now, but you just know the drop is gonna come where he
which
goes
makes
nuts.
our math actually pretty easy. A piston, once activated, takes approximately 7 frames at 60 frames per second to push a block precisely 1 block forward, which is 1 meter. That's about 117 milliseconds, which is pretty damn fast. So let's look at the original question again. Ado wants to know what the...
All right. I also use Raycon. I would love if Raycon sponsored me. But I'm not playing a Raycon sponsorship for free.
Strength is, and what's the horsepower? Strength is kind of vague, unfortunately, but let's use force as a stand-in here.
This is me thing, but I will always prefer a full set of headphones to those earplugs. I mean, I do use full set earphones right now, but like one of the the thing is you can't lay on your side when you're using full set earphones, so like there is some also when you're exercising, it's, kind of troublesome, and that's like one of the things with Raycons is that they're flexible and they're small and they're discreet and they're not cumbersome. So like I do like full sets for some things, but I also like in-ear headphones that are small and like discreet with like a low profile for other things.
Horsepower, meanwhile, is a measurement unit for power, which is to say it's joules per second. We'll get to the actual unit later because first we're going to start by answering the quote-unquote easy question, which is how much force does the piston output? Well, let's look at what's happening here, right? Because force is mass times acceleration, and mass, we got that bit. It's 19,320 kilograms for our one block of gold. Don't worry, we will get to the 12 later, I promise. We're just going to keep things simple for now. Anyway, so 19,000 kilos. It starts at a resting velocity of 0 meters per second, and technically it also stops instantly, but we're going to just ignore that part for now. We have to figure out its max
Austin.
speed. It actually seems to take just a bit for the piston to reach its top speed, 3 frames. This is our acceleration time, exactly 50 milliseconds. This is about 42.8% of the way into the journey, meaning once it reaches this speed, it travels the rest of the way at max speed before stopping at exactly 1 meter's distance away. With some pretty careful angling of my camera, I could get a good shot of its journey and determine that within those 50 milliseconds, it made it to here on the texture of a dirt block, or approximately 6 pixels into the dirt block's 1 meter long texture. A block is a total of 16 by 16 pixels, so this was 37.5% of the total distance covered. This amounts to 0.375 meters, after which it has reached its max velocity and travels the rest of the 0.625 meters at its top speed. That's 0.625 meters in 4
sure are
frames,
numbers,
or
aren't they?
67 milliseconds, which we can just do distance over time to get
Okay,
the
come on,
velocity,
Matt.
which comes to
Come on,
9.375
Austin, let's
meters
go.
per second. Woohoo! Okay, so acceleration, which gets us force, right? Right. So from 0 to 9.375 meters per second in 0.05 seconds, that's velocity final equals velocity initial plus acceleration times time. Velocity initial cancels out because it's 0 divided by time
I'm
to
curious
isolate
for something. Oh, yeah, I guess Shoddycast is unfortunately not doing as well. There we go.
the acceleration.
He's like, this is 80K views, and Matt's videos go
A
into the
equals
million.
VF divided
That
by
sucks.
T, which equals 187.5 meters per second, which is a lot of acceleration. So we got our mass and we got our acceleration. All we gotta do is multiply them together to get 3.6 million newtons of pushing force, right? Well, almost. That's just the force from acceleration, but it's not the only force we have to worry about. See, the block of gold is sitting on the ground and it's being pulled down by gravity. What's my...
All right, listen, Austin. Yeah. Austin, I think you're falling off a little bit from like your older videos. Like the energy, like you can tell that he's tired in this video. I don't really want to watch the rest of it. It's not really the kind of video that I'm talking about. I hope he's doing okay because this is not. Ugh. Hold on, let me try to find like a video that I'm. Uh, We're not gonna watch the whole thing. We're just gonna watch a. This is one. Here we go. Let's watch this one.
You see, my original goal, the original video I was going to do, was to figure out of all 728 Pokemon moves,
Here we
which
go.
was the most dangerous and damaging
Yeah.
of them all.
Just 1 hour snow.
What did I get myself into? Dear Game Freak, so I'm trying to do this thing where I don't yell so much. It's, well, Let's just see how I do today, because today's episode, an episode I picked explicitly because I thought it would be easy, is not easy. It was grueling. It was exhausting. But we're here, and I've run the numbers, and I've arrived at some startling conclusions. Which Pokemon move is the most dangerous? Not the most damaging, not the most fatal to a target, the most dangerous.
Here we go. This is the
Because
kind of
other
video
two
that I
are
wanted
really
to look
easy
at.
answers. Just look at the stats, all the moves, run the numbers, and bingo bongo, you have the move that is most likely to kill an opponent. Nah. Today, we have bigger plans. I've poured over all 728 official Pokemon moves, boiled that down to the most dangerous 204, manually reviewed and researched all of those, reduced the list to 37, then 8, then 3, and then, finally, 1. The most dangerous mass murdering move is, well, we'll get there. Together. Are you ready? I'm ready. Let's do this. Figuring out what the most deadly and dangerous Pokemon move is in a game
But,
that
like,
casually has...
This kind of proves my point that, like, this is more the kind of video that I was talking about where Austin kind of characterizes himself. He plays, like, there's a bit of, like, parasocial thing going on here where Austin is presenting, he's like over exaggerating his nuttiness. Like he's like, I'm a fucking nut. And yeah, I did research 700 and whatever moves to get to this. I'm insane. And I made this video for you so you don't have to, like, he's like, I'm overthinking it. I admit it. Whereas Matt's like, I'm so smart. Here's how this thing actually works. Actually, like it comes across as two very different ways. And like I don't mind like over analyzing. It can be fun sometimes. But I think that Austin's older videos before he got like really tired and like stressed out, um succeeded where Matt failed. Yeah, this is the energy I recall. Yeah, exactly, Sai.
giant fire-breathing lizards, self-destructing ping pong
Gravity
balls, and so many gods that are capable of
Gravity is always going to be a higher contender in Austin's videos. Gravity always comes to bite us in the ass. One day we will have all the energy of future Austin. Some of us are already there.
manipulating space-time that apparently 10-year-old children can capture in tiny balls and force to do their bidding, that is a huge ask, but not impossible if we limit ourselves to a few rules. First of all, in order to judge the most dangerous move, we're going to limit our sample size to one instance of the move. I mean, Flamethrower could easily be more dangerous than Fissure if you let a Charizard rampage through a city and burn each person to a crisp piece by piece, or get a Coughing to poison the water supply of a nearby town by repeatedly using Toxic so it's no longer diluted into harmlessness. And that's basically it as far as restrictions go. Z moves, combinations of items are all on the table. And while initially I did consider moves like the classic Hyper Beam, Hydro Pump, Metronome because it can do a ton of different moves, Fissure, and like a bajillion others that are too numerous to name, they immediately got eliminated in favor of moves that were so obviously more damaging. After a lot of hemming and hawing, I ended up with this short list of possibilities. Hail, Aeroblast, Magnitude, Sheer Cold, Spatial Rend, Black Hole Eclipse, Roar of Time, and Continental Crush. These are all pretty possibly devastating, and you may immediately think of other moves that are similar, like Fissure, Blizzard, Sunny Day, etc., but I decided that these 8 represented the most potentially lethal moves of their class and category for reasons that I will go over pretty quickly to save on time. Hail should be immediately obvious to anyone who's watched my videos on Zelda before, because apparently that's all I can talk about when it comes to that franchise. Anything that messes with the weather can have potentially devastating consequences to the local environment. Hail creates a literal, actual hailstorm that changes the local weather. Now, there are several moves that change the weather to something, but to create hail, you need a lot of wind and water, which means it would likely involve higher pressure changes in the local climate than than another move like, say, Sunny Day. Plus, you know, there's hail to deal with. Aeroblast is interesting because it's a pressure blast based move, which I've covered before. The TLDR with pressure differences is that in order to do something like cause actual physical damage to someone, the pressure differential needs to be incredibly high and close together, which usually means you need something like a bomb to go off to create an air pressure wave strong enough to injure.
And like, I think this is a good example of the fact that like, in the world of Pokemon, you're not really supposed to think about what like moves like hail are having outside of battle. You could, but you're not really supposed to. It's kind of like, yeah, you're not really supposed to think about it. It's just like a local event. You're not supposed to think about like you're not really supposed to think about the grander effects on the world in the game. But Austin's like, we're gonna do that anyway.
Magnitude.
Where he's acknowledging that he's overthinking it, whereas it feels like the way that Pat kind of presents things is he's ignoring that part of, you know, of the reality that he's covering.
Should speak for itself. It's an earthquake. Boom. The end. Why not the move earthquake? Well, simple. Magnitude actually has a listed magnitude randomly selected for the move, and it's potentially more damaging than earthquake by power level. And this is as good an opportunity as any to talk about fissure. It was originally on my short list, but got removed because the physics of fissures in the ground are, well, actually pretty boring. They don't need earthquakes to form, and while they can be dangerous to anybody in the immediate vicinity and could be potentially devastating if used near the load-bearing wall of a skyscraper, the danger of fissure is far too situational and not at all guaranteed to be fatal to one person, let alone thousands like a magnitude 10.
Cognitive dissonance. Not distances, it's dissonance. DISSONNANCE.
An earthquake definitely is. Sheer Cold is interesting because, like Fissure, it's an instant KO if it hits the opponent, and its method of action is super interesting. Its description says it hits the opponent with a blast of absolute zero air. The biomechanics of cardiac arrest due to thermal shock are actually pretty interesting, and I could not pass the opportunity to research whether absolute zero, the temperature at which molecular vibrations that we know as heat ceases, could have potentially devastating effects when weaponized. The next handful are kind of clumped together, and I had to look at them in detail. Spatial Rend harms opponents by warping space-time. Roar of Time damages opponents by warping time, which is like literally the exact same thing as space according to Einstein, but whatever. Black Hole Eclipse needs no introduction because, I mean,
it's
it
a black
probably
hole.
creates a black hole. So there's that. In Continental Crush, I mean, well, I'll let it speak for itself. Just look at it. Any questions? Okay, so we have our list. Let's start crossing things off of it. Sheer Cold is the first to go. Absolute zero, if it's even actually achievable, wouldn't cause that much lasting damage outside the immediate area. Given that the medium of transmission is air, the cold molecules would just disperse out and warm up. Boring. Darn. Next. Aeroblast is pretty fascinating, actually. Blast overpressure, the pressure differences created by bombs going off, has been studied in great detail by, you know, the military. Data from the Department of Defense has several peak pounds per square inch, or PSI, overblast pressure differences recorded with their effects. Now, since Aeroblast isn't necessarily fatal, it's likely a 3 PSI blast, which would create winds of over 100 miles per hour, or 160 kilometers per hour. Basically what happens is if something big explodes, it pushes air molecules together near the blast radius. This is sometimes called the Mach effect because this kind of pressure wave is created by any object moving in a fluid faster than the speed of sound. This moves out as a wall of pressure from the blast, dissipating as it goes and washing over objects in its way. This peak in pressure can hit you, greatly increasing the pressure on your body by the surrounding air and then greatly dropping it down again. This causes all sorts of shear stress to your organs and can straight up kill you. Fun! Now, a lot of this has to do with how far away you are, but to create pressure waves of this magnitude, you need to set off a bomb with the explosive force of approximately half a ton of TNT, which we can determine with some helpful charts and graphs from the Department of Defense. So this is the benchmark that we need to top. To which we get to my favorite, Continental Crush, a move that pulls bedrock out of the ground, pushes it into one giant freaking mountain, and drops it on the head of your opponent. That's basically my instinct when I find one of those creepy as hell house centipedes, which, fun fact, are also called 100-legged, which I think is supposed to be cute, but instead makes them more horrifying to me. Easily more terrifying than any enemy in Bloodborne.
I know.
Oh, right, crushing your enemies with a giant amount of rock. This one is awesome. Doing some basic back-of-the-napkin math, we can estimate this mountain of rock has a width of 100 meters and an internal volume of 523,598 cubic meters. meters. We can measure this more closely if we need a tiebreaker later, but this will do for now. Given that the density of bedrock is 2,630 kilograms per cubic meter, this gives our mountain a mass of over 1.3 billion kilograms. Woohoo, yeah! But as you can see, it's just dropped. It's not a giant asteroid falling from the sky, which still gives our aeroblast a chance. Dropped from a height of about 50 meters and accelerating at 9.8 meters per second toward the ground under the...
How's the Matpat stuff going? Welcome, Timothy. We're actually like looking at some Austin stuff to compare to some of Matt's videos. So we're watching an
influence of
Austin
gravity, this
video
big ball
to
of rock would
compare.
hit the ground at over 30 meters per second, or over 65 miles per hour. Okay, we're getting a little scary now. At a height of 50 meters, an object of this mass would have 674,761,742,113.53 joules of potential energy, and due to the laws of conservation of energy, this is the energy that it would be hitting the ground with, proven with this formula, and that is, let's check, the same amount of energy consumed by a human adult over 80 years? What the? Okay, Wikipedia, someday we're gonna have a talk about some of the examples you've chosen for your orders of magnitude pages. Okay, so let's try something else. How many tons of TNT is that? Oh my god. 161,000 tons of TNT released in a fraction of a second? Nope, we have a new frontrunner. That is more powerful than a W-76 nuclear warhead. You know that bomb that Trump dropped on Afghanistan, the mother of all bombs, the largest conventional bomb used to date? Yeah, this is 61 of those things. Oh my god, no. Calm down, Austin. Don't yell. Breathe. Impact force of this thing could level an entire city, and this isn't even a move that's limited to like one Pokemon. A ton of Pokemon can learn this thing. This is like leaving atom bombs laying around for random 10-year-olds to pick up the keys to. Then again, that is Bethesda's entire business model with Fallout 76, so maybe you're onto something there. So, okay, just off the bat, I'm scratching off Hail, Aeroblast, Roar of Time, and Spatial Rend off the list. Just no way those things can do anything even remotely as bad as that. So that leaves Magnitude and Black Hole Eclipse, or whatever the hell it's called. Great. So one Earthquake and one move that gently lifts an opponent into the air. Spooky. Alright, so Magnitude first then. This one is a bit tricky to draw conclusions on. It's a move that randomly selects a magnitude between 1 and 10 and deals damage based on whatever number it spits out. If, and yes, this is a big if, they're leaning on real-world magnitude systems like the moment magnitude scale, which is what's used nowadays in place of the Richter scale. These numbers are logarithmic, meaning that a magnitude 10 earthquake isn't 10 times stronger than a magnitude 1 earthquake, it's 31.6 trillion times stronger. And if this is based on the moment magnitude scale and you happen to roll a 10, oh boy, this thing is serious. The rock from Continental Crush, our nuclear bomb rock, 674 gigajoules of energy. This earthquake, it would be unlike anything we've ever seen before. 1.23 billion gigajoules. We are talking cataclysmic depth. This would be a megathrust earthquake stronger than any that's ever occurred on our planet before. In Valdivia, Chile, on May 22nd, 1960, an earthquake of moment magnitude 9.5 shook the entire freaking earth. Between the local devastation caused in Chile and the tsunami that ravaged Hawaii, death tolls as high as 7,000 and damages to infrastructure totaled over $6 billion in today's money. I think while that would release more energy, it's hard to say what's a higher cause of death between this and the rock that would hit the ground and explode like a nuke. So all we have to do now is rule out this black hole move that would probably just evaporate harmlessly into Hawking radiation, and we can reach our conclusions, and I'll have made it through this entire episode without losing it. Alright, so with a gravitational pull that barely overpowers the local gravity and gently lifts Pokemon up, this would be a gravitational body of... Oh, okay, well, that's pretty massive. 3 times the mass of Churyumov Gerasimenko into this tiny black hole. That is... Okay, well, wait a minute. Small black holes decay due to Hawking radiation, no problem. So this one, according to Hawking's theories, would, damn it, 119 million years to decay? Yeah! That means that... No. Stay calm, Austin. Stay. This thing would fall to the ground like any massive object would. It'd hit the ground with a force that'd make you wish that someone had dropped a giant mountain on your head. That ain't even the worst thing. Everything it came into contact with would be sucked into its epicenter, unable to escape as they accelerated toward the center of this black hole, needing an escape velocity faster than the speed of light to escape it. As it ate up matter it came into contact with, it'd be pulled toward the center of our planet as it drilled through everything in its way and eventually reaching our core. Then slowly, ever so slowly, but absolutely terrifyingly, the entire planet would collapse into itself and begin to spin massively as it did so, killing everyone on Earth. Energy can be neither created nor destroyed. So you know what would happen if an object this massive, a black hole like this, actually evaporated into Hawking radiation? Key mother side-ducking word being radiation. It would release all the photons at once that it would normally release slowly over 119 million years. A quadrillion joules of light energy. Just bam! In seconds. That's over 40 minutes of the total output energy from the sun. From all angles. The whole thing released in seconds. It would be Armageddon to the planet Earth. The entire Earth might be split into pieces as a radiation wave of literally astronomical proportions burst out like a microwave oven of death. Why, Game Freak? Why do you do this to me? And why are you giving children access to black holes? I'm gonna go call my therapist now. Sincerely, Austin.
I like this hybrid freaking Agretsuko Zim Austin creature. Like, it's so good. But he's like clearly like characterizing himself as being unreasonable and insane. And like I I think that's why his theory videos feel like a lot less cunty than Matpat's videos, where it's like, Matt, you're just nitpicking, you're being an asshole. Like, but on the flip side, because Austin is going into it admitting that he's being kind of a dick and neurotic about it, it like kind of defangs that, and you realize that, like, yes, like, this video's kind of silly. He's being ridiculous. Like, he knows and we know that you're not supposed to take it that seriously. And by like putting on this and by putting on this persona, he's making it very clear that this is just for fun. And I think that makes his video succeed in a way that Matpat's doesn't. That being said, there is a huge chunk of this video, I would say from about here-ish to, okay, so that's like 120 to about here. That's 8 minutes of like hard science. And unfortunately, I think that's where Austin loses people. Because like even I found myself kind of nodding off a little bit where it's like, okay, like the numbers, we get it, the numbers, we get it, the numbers, we get the numbers, there's numbers. And it's like the thing is that like while Austin's videos are more intellectually honest, Matt's videos are easier to watch. And that's why Matt's videos gets fucking like tens of millions of views. Like a lot of these are like almost 20 million views each. Um this video, this supercut got 20k views. 9.6k, 80k, 56k, 43k, 61k, 79k, 49k, 61k, 104k. I think if you go on Matpat's channel, I don't know. Yeah, none of the science videos are on the channel anymore. So it's kind of hard to measure like the difference. I think that ever thought about watching Council of Geek videos? I don't like Council of Geek. Um, very much. I had an interaction with Council of Geek a long time ago where I said to them, "Hey, like every time I didn't I had an interaction with them a while ago. Like this was years ago now, and it was before they were like publicly living as a woman. And every time they would only ever bring out that sort of version of themselves when they had an excuse to. It's like, oh, well, I'm covering a gay character, so now I'm a woman. And like they're like, oh, it's just a drag thing. And like they were very clearly in the closet. And I was getting really frustrated with them because to me it felt like they were making a parody of trans people where it's like, like trans people like you can just be a woman all the time if you want to. Like you don't have to like look for an excuse to live like this. If this is what makes you happy, just do it. And they gave this like big long excuse. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was like sometimes eggs kind of annoy me. Or it's like just stop. I did watch a few of their early videos, but like again, like the whole like, oh, I can only be a girl if I have a gay excuse. It's just was very silly to me. Um and I lost my patience with them long before they came out. I don't know what their pronouns are these days, but I do notice that they're living more as a woman these days than they used to be, and it wasn't just inside of these like overtly queer slash gay themes. And I'm glad that they transitioned, but like it kind of soured the fact that that's what they were doing, and then like their response to me being like, just like do what makes you happy it's and like saying that like it's almost offensive the way that you only like do this when it's about gayness or gender, like the video, like it felt like it felt like at the time they were using transness as a costume, and it was like really kind of uncomfortable. And like when I pointed that out to them, they got super defensive about it, and like it just rubbed me the wrong way. So I think like the well is already poisoned for me. She, they is her pronouns. Okay, cool. A part of the showmanship is pretending. Matt's like a Muppet. We don't talk about the people who play them when they're playing them. It's part of the fun. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no, no. I think that Shoddycast does cover it in this video, but I don't really want to watch that video right now. Um, all right. I think to tie off this video, we're gonna watch one last game theory video. It's Matpat's final game theory. Can we hear all right? Oh, it's the old intro. Oh, this makes me so nostalgic.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where that is the last time that I'll be saying those words officially on this channel. Loyal theorists, how do you say goodbye? 13 years ago, I made you this promise.
Do you want to know more about the games you love without
Oh,
having
his
to
little
put
baby
in any
voice.
work of your own? Well, now you can play and learn. That's right, Weboverse. We have created Game Theory, gaming's tangential learning experience.
Well, Weboverse, here we are today, 3,000 videos of tangential learning later. How do you sum all that up? I already got super weepy in the last one of these things, so probably shouldn't do that again. It'd be redundant and probably not great for the tech equipment. We've also spent the last 10 weeks together knowing that this day was gonna come, right? So I really feel like I've gotten my farewell tour. I've buried hatchets, I've rekindled friendships, I made sweeping videos about the state of online entertainment, fired some tanks. That was legitimately very cool. I honored my heritage. I made Disney mad at me one final time, which, felt appropriate. Got some new dripping, and just in general, ran my way through all the things that were left in my content creator bucket list. So again, I ask, how do you say goodbye? First, it's probably most important to remind you that it's not officially goodbye, right? It's not like I'm dying or anything. It's more of a see you later. I'm still gonna be doing plenty of stuff. Like, I'm already booked to do the fashion show on Style Theory later this year. I'm still gonna be here on the couch for GT Live. In a couple weeks, I'm gonna be giving a speech over at PAX. I was recently in a kill count. Heck, I'm already slated to do the Jacksepticeye podcast, the Ludwig podcast. There's a collaboration I'm doing with Shape Fearless Productions. There's a FNAF musical over on Random Encounters. Like, I will be doing a lot, and you will probably be sick of me doing all these things on everyone else's channels. But if you do want to stay in touch with me, there are actually two ways that you can do it. Normally, I'd say something like, oh, you can follow me on Twitter, but we all know that there's like a grand total of 0 people who want to be over on that platform. So instead, I decided to make you this. A mysterious website named where'smatpat.com. This is going to be a place that I update every once in a while when I have news about some new project that's coming up or, a mystery that you're going to have to solve by digging through the source code. Yes, it's a ripoff of scottgames.com. No, I don't feel bad
Food
about
theory
that.
is a bit weird.
He kind of owes me one. Editor should drop on some deal with it sunglasses in this moment. Yeah, that's a good one. Once you're there, make sure you sign up via email. Don't worry, I'm not going to be spamming you with updates or anything. It'll be more like a Matpat newsletter. Or maybe a Christmas card that you get every once in a while with a funny update, or maybe we could chat about a favorite movie or something. I'll send over the occasional video that I'm just inspired to make. Who knows? Basically, this is just meant to be a way to let you all know what I'm up to directly in a way that isn't going to be subject to filtering algorithms, And to kick things off this week, I'll be selecting 100 random emails that sign up to get personalized letters. And from that point forward, once or twice a week, I'll continue pulling a handful of emails to send personal notes to. It'll be a fun way to stay in touch. Long story short, make sure you bookmark it since you never know what might happen over there. But, alright, enough stalling. Back to the question at hand. How do you say goodbye? Well,
I think you honestly have to end it all where it began. This title, A Game Theory about game theory. Did you know that game theory isn't just a nerdy YouTube show? It's also a nerdy economics concept. If that's news to you, I honestly can't blame you. At this point, we've created enough confusion online that apparently we've merited our own disambiguation tag on Wikipedia for game theory searches. In all seriousness, for the first 5
Yep.
years of the show, I received so many tweets from people who are mid-year in their economics courses, screenshotting their textbooks, freaking out when they got to the episode on game. It's not an episode, it's a chapter. When they got to the chapter on game theory, being like, oh my gosh, dude, did you know that you were in this thing? And yeah, we definitely did. The pun, believe it or not, was intentional. In fact, Steph and I knew from the very beginning that it was likely that the final episode of game theory was going to be about game theory. Why? Well, because game theory, it's everywhere. You can't escape it. If you've ever seen the movie Love Actually, there's actually this opening monologue in it that goes a little something like this.
We live in a world of hatred and greed, but I don't see that. Seems to me that love is everywhere. If you look for it, you'll find that love actually is all around.
Now you just gotta replace the word love with game theory, and you basically got it.
We live in a world of hatred and greed, but I don't see that. Seems to me that
game theory
is everywhere. If you look for it, you'll find that
game theory
actually
Jesus
is
Christ.
all around.
Huh, who would have suspected that English acting megastar and recent Oompa Loompa Hugh Grant would be making a guest appearance in my final episode? Truly, we have spared no expense for this one. And not only is game theory just everywhere, it also holds everything forever. Yeah, I know.
So, yeah, we're getting really meta with this one. It's not really about game. I'm wondering where he's gonna go with this.
Oh, right, that is a huge claim to make. Clearly, I was saving all my biggest secrets for the grand finale. So, you know what? Let's not beat around the bush anymore, my friends. Let's make you masters of the universe and reveal how, whether you like it or not, you all are theorists for life. Come on, this way. Yeah, we're moving off the couch this time. That's how you know it's a big deal. Let's go. At its core, game theory is the science of strategy. So we gamers, we understand strategy, but what exactly is game theory specifically? Well, to understand that, you have to go back to the original game theorist, not me, this guy right here. He might not have himself the red leather jackets or the cool diamond play buttons, but I'll tell you what he does have, a crater on the moon named after himself, so I'll let you decide who has the bigger flex there. This guy right here, he is mathematician John von Neumann, and he was everywhere back in the day. And I do mean everywhere. Like, this guy was a key player in the invention of the digital computer, he helped with the discovery of the structure of DNA, even the creation of key components for Oppenheimer's Manhattan Project.
So we're talking about like actual game theory, which is kind of interesting, I guess. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out if I want to watch this whole video.
That is game theory in action. And he got a Medal of Freedom for that, so it just goes to show the best outcome. Have you ever played rock, paper, scissors and thrown out rock as the first hand? Because you know statistically most people choose their first move to be scissors, or maybe you picked paper because the last 3 moves have been rock and they're obviously going to be throwing rock again. Well, congratulations, that is game theory in action. And he got a Medal of Freedom for that, so it just goes to show, don't let your dreams just be dreams, kids. Sometimes getting an honorary medal is a lot easier than you think. In short, game theory is the study of strategic choice. It's math that tells you what people are going to do and who's going to win the game. Probably the most famous example of a game theory scenario is the prisoner's dilemma.
Here we
where 2
go.
accomplices have just committed a crime and they're both given the chance to narc on the other one. If they both deny the crime, well, they both get a short prison sentence. If one of them denies the crime and the other rats him out, the narc walks free, well, his buddy is stuck in prison for a long time. And if they both confess, they both get a medium sentence. We can model the possible outcomes here in a nice, neat, mathy looking square. And while technically the best outcome for both of them would be to trust each other and not confess, they're criminals, and they don't know each other that well. And because they don't trust each other, by the math, both of them narc on each other, and as a result, getting medium amount of prison time. Or if that all is too complicated and hypothetical, over in England, they turn the whole thing into a game show where they say the word balls an uncomfortable amount of times.
Welcome to Golden Balls. Golden Balls. Balls of riches, 12 balls. My balls are all golden. 100 golden balls, and they're all bursting with money. Killer balls. 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 Balls.
Now, why am I bringing all this up? Well, game theory is more than just wads of cash jammed into a bunch of balls. Someone should tell Mr. Beast that I just discovered his next video idea. No, it has very real consequences for the world. Back when the US and USSR were on the brink of atomic annihilation, the principles of game theory.
Yeah, I did watch some of like the GT Live with him on it. I watched the one where they talk about those 2 sisters that made the game theory video. Or not the game theory video, the FNAF video. I think that they honestly did a better job theorizing about FNAF than a lot of people did, because they kind of acknowledged that, like, yeah, this is kind of just like strung together and was like made up as you go along, but like Cassidy being the crying child, genius. And Matt's kind of like, like, are you doing this because it's like Matt being like really caught up on the details when like they're like, hey, sometimes you kind of got to pick what is like narratively sound. I think that, and I don't have time to go over that stream because that stream is 4 hours long. That stream is 4 hours long, and I hope they make a supercut of it, because I think Matt getting frustrated with like their explanation not being like, oh, well, like, look at all these little details, not really fitting in. Like, I think that like is I think it really points to what Matt's problem is as a creator, is that he wants all the little details to fit into place. But you can't do that with like a series like FNAF, for example, because they never were intended to. Zelda is the same thing. Like the little details were never meant to fit neatly into place. That you kind of just have to do narratively what makes the most sense. And I think that's why Dual Process Theory, that's the channel. Dual Process Theory's video on Five Nights at Freddy's is so much better than a lot and like makes more sense and probably is more correct than anything Matpat has ever done on Five Nights at Freddy's because they're like, don't sweat the small stuff. What narratively is going on there? Like, it doesn't make sense for Cassidy to be some random kid that we've never met before because, like, that's not what is clearly intended by the end of the game. And yeah, things changed around, but like, what was the original intention versus like, what is the intention now? And I think the way that they talked about it was so good. Um, and the fact that Matt is like, ugh, but like, what about these little details? Like, I think that Matt just gets way too caught up on the small stuff. And like, I think sometimes it's more than just a character. Whereas Austin, it's really obvious that he's playing a character. With Matt, he gets like actually worked up IRL that like, ooh, like, yes, it narratively makes sense, but like, I don't think that's how it works. And it's like, well, it is just a story. It's a piece of art at the end of the day. It can be inconsistent, and you kind of got to accept that sometimes there are going to be inconsistencies because like it's fiction. It doesn't have to be consistent just because it's not real. Um, so I hope I'm making sense with that.
Helping both sides reach an agreement to slowly disarm their nuclear arsenals. If you want to know more about that story, Veritasium's recent video on game theory does a great job telling it. And honestly, I can't really improve on it. So thanks for doing all the research for my final episode.
I mean, that's kind of what the latest game theory episode was. He even states that he may have overthought some things. Yeah. That's true. But he's still doing it. Like, it's cool to be like self-aware, but if you never grow from that and you still keep perpetuating the same issues, then it doesn't really matter if you're self-aware, if you're still perpetuating the same problems unironically, and he still is to this day because he wants all of the little details to fit together. Like, just because he's aware doesn't mean doesn't mean that he's grown, you know? Like awareness is kind of the first part of it, but like even watching that even watching his streams about the dual process theory video, it's clear that he isn't trying to move past it. He often speaks about how he wants things to be thematic. Yeah, and he does, but like at the end of the day he gets really caught up on those little details. Anyway.
There, Derek. If you want an example that's a bit closer to home, though, here you go. YouTube. Got it. See, YouTube as a platform is just a bunch of zeros and ones, right? But YouTube as a community, it's a network of people constantly trying to make strategic decisions. Creators are players who are more or less rational people making videos that'll get you to watch and like and comment and subscribe. You, the viewer, you're also a player in this. You're on a strategic mission to win the experience by finding the thing that's most satisfying to watch. And the people who run, or at least have run YouTube in the past, shout out to Todd, Jake, Neil, Ernest, Meg, Ariel, Susan, David, Fede, Vader, Stephanie, and Kim. They're all in a strategic game to keep the creators and viewers happy while also figuring out the best possible outcome for YouTube as a company by appeasing all the advertisers and shareholders. It is seriously a
And here we are. Here we are with the problem I have with Matpat is that he got really caught up more in like there's him getting a little really caught up in the little pedantic details, yes. But at the end of the day, and here he is just admitting it, is he got very caught up in the number go up metric. When it's like Matpat is set for life. He's been set for life for a very long time. And instead of being like, I'm going to be honest with my videos and try to produce something intellectually stimulating, he's riding that train, you know? A unique perspective. I think the word unique is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that like I don't think it's unique. I think that I think that Matpat is unfortunately again, he's very much like Lily Orchard, where it's like he's this quintessential, like densified version of all of the problems with media analysis right now. Um, where it's not useful, it's not unique, it's not offering a new perspective because it's just the same bullshit that everybody else is saying. He's just popular about it. Like he's just the actually nerd, like but with a bigger platform. And you like I don't understand like how you could think that's unique. Um because like this has been a problem with nerds since nerd culture has been a thing. Like, actually, if Batman had enough time to prepare, he would beat Superman. Or like, actually, Goku would destroy this character. Like, would destroy One Punch Man because he can just do this. And like, you ignore like the themes of Superman and the themes of Batman and the themes of One Punch Man and of Dragon Ball Z to like bitch about like power levels. Like who fucking cares? Like and Matt is that guy. He's that guy dialed up to 100 and it's frustrating to watch and it's frustrating that he fuels that bullshit um on such a grand scale and feeds into that instead of like encouraging people to like look at the themes of the art they're looking at. That's what I don't like about Matt Pat. He's a fine dude, but he's just an actually fucking nerdy dude. Like that's what he is. He just got very popular doing that because he was very good. He was unique isn't it promotes for a different realm of thinking. No, it doesn't. Like he's basically asking you to turn your brain off when it comes to consuming the art you make and just like bitch about the little details. He's not like this isn't a good thing. Paige Leto, thank you for another super chat. Jesus Christ, you're gonna pay for my new computer, like on your own. Jesus. Matt really promoted an obsession with details while ignoring the themes at play that the author wants to communicate, as though the games were a stone tablet from space to decipher instead of a piece of art aiming to express a story. Exactly. Um, Raccoon Warlock, not a super chat, but thank you. Every time someone does a power level argument, my response is, but would that make a good story? Exactly. Like, Superman isn't interesting because he's extremely powerful and, like, math number could lift this. It's an interesting story because it's about the exploration of humanity, you know? And about being an immigrant and fighting for what's right in a world that doesn't accept you. It's time. I'm kind of over this video, so don't hug me, I'm scared. Game theory. Or is it film theory, I think.
What's your favorite item?
Alright. Hopefully I don't get, like... Yeah. So this is in order. We're gonna watch the first one, I think.
Mine is being creative.
Oh yeah? Well, mine is unraveling the mysteries of insane viral videos. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Film Theory, the YouTube version of your uncle who thinks that everything is a conspiracy. Why, yes, Uncle Bob, I do think it's strange that you never see a baby pigeon, and I'm definitely interested to hear your theory about the government's involvement in that. Please tell me more. And it's that kind of mixture of insanity and analysis that brings us to today's topic, the independent internet darling, Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. If you're unfamiliar with DHMIS, it's a series of short films with puppets that looks to be inspired by shows like Sesame Street. But hold on there, all you neglectful parents raising your kids off of YouTube videos. If any of you are looking it up right now to show your children, you're probably gonna want to let me finish this sentence first, because each episode of Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared features a bit of a dark turn towards the end, like arts and crafts with a real heart, or a giant can eating a duck alive. Oh yeah, you're in that part of YouTube again. But even though Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared is genuinely one of the weirdest things things I've watched on YouTube. I really like it. It's really, really well done, and you should absolutely watch it. At its core, this series is all about YouTube. Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared's creators, Becky Sloan and Joseph Helling, pretty much started this from scratch on the site.
They care. They care about power levels, so they talk about power levels. There are multiple different ways to consume and view media. That's not an issue, but to some people, that's what makes it interesting to them. And again, that's why I brought up Austin and why I like Austin. I like Austin's videos, but he acknowledges that he's being pedantic. He acknowledges that he is consuming this piece of media kind of dishonestly. Like he admits that. Whereas I feel that Matpat kind of occupies this sort of like, ooh, that's just a theory, unless, ooh, like it's like this weird Schrodinger's like it's like the same thing as Cinema Sins where they're like, oh, I'm just a little satire, unless like, and then it's like, yeah, these are my actual media opinions, but like it's just a satire. Like I don't actually think this. Like it's very clearly like it's so dishonest intellectually. Whereas like they want to be taken seriously as like critiquing a piece of media, unless like somebody's like, dude, that's not the point. And he's like, oh, but I'm just being pedantic. And like, it just pisses me off that he wants to both be taken seriously, but not be taken so seriously that like people that are like, you're missing the point, get mad at him. Like he's trying to have his cake and eat it too. Like he wants to be like taken seriously as this film critic and this game critic and this art critic, but not so seriously that he's held responsible when he's offensive. For example, like when we were watching some of his older videos about like fucking like he would start bringing up like real life cases, and this is gonna get to this is kind of bad in the same way. It's not as personalized as like his fucking FNAF video, his first FNAF video where he shows like real murder like that was yucky. And there's like a couple other yucky videos that he makes, and like, yeah, it gets bad sometimes. Your way of consuming media isn't the only way. Some people look at paintings and just see lines, others just like the colors, and some like to look deeper. Yes, that is true, but to reduce a painting to just lines on a page is anti-intellectualism. Okay, I have like a sneaking suspicion that Tired Moon Rabbit is not familiar with the rest of my content. Um, and like, if you have a problem with the way I'm talking about this, I suggest you probably don't want to stick around. Because this is what I do, is that I bitch about how people are changing the way, like, are contributing to like bottom tier levels of media literacy right now. And I think MatPat is one of those people that are contributing to it in a bad way. Raccoon Warlock, I have nothing against people who argue over power levels or ask about riding the eagles to Mordor, but there's always a part of me that questions why they choose to not engage with art emotionally. Yeah. I just see, the thing is, Tired Moon Rabbit, is that you're like asking me to afford MatPat something that you are not affording me. Like you're asking me to take MatPat on his level without like affording me the same privilege, you know? Like you don't have to like my content. You can click off of this video. Like I've chosen a few times to click off of Matt's videos because they're like it's like too much. It's too much for me. Um but like you're not really providing like anything that I can really bounce off of. Benefit of the doubt, kind of, but like my point here is that Matpat does not honestly engage with media. And you're basically just saying, "Oh, well, you should just let him do that." And I'm like, "Well, no, because like people like Matpat are contributing to more and more people engaging with media in a dishonest way." And Matpat even admits that this has had an effect on the way that especially indie art is created. Like that's his own logic that he acknowledged he's contributing to. And yeah. So by his own admission, he is contributing to like a negative effect of his videos, but like because he's chasing an algorithm and he found something that works for him, it's so easy to make this freaking potato chip video, you know? Yeah, MatPat is retired now. We can look back on the impact he had. Matt's theories are not as deep as he thought. Yeah, exactly.
First
Anyway.
episode came out only 3 months after I uploaded my first ever episode of Game Theory. It's a long time ago, so I feel like we have a kindred history here. But also I like it because this show refuses to be categorized. It's got puppets, but it also has animation in a lot of different styles. And then if you wait long enough, it also has some live action sequences. All of these different styles are one of the things that makes it really hard to interpret. These videos aren't interested in
The puppets are live action, Matt.
by anybody else's rules, and that makes it really exciting to watch. But last, and probably most importantly, is the amazing attention to detail these videos have. The number of callbacks and Easter eggs in every episode is astounding. Some of them you have to practically watch frame by frame to even see, and you know that's the kind of stuff that makes me, and obviously tons of other theorists out there, really excited. There are a lot of different ways to interpret Don't Hug Me, but today, for our first theory on this series, that's right, I said first, more on that later, we're gonna talk about what the whole thing means, an overview of the main themes of the whole series. Granted, we're not the first people to try and do this. YouTube and Reddit were flooded with theories when the last episode went up, but I really tried to do my homework on this one, and I got an explanation for Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared that'll convince even the most skeptical of theorists. Be warned, comprehensive spoilers lie ahead, but then again, this entire thing is on YouTube, and it's just 6 episodes that are between 3 and 8 minutes each, so just go watch it, like right now. Anyway, y'all ready? Fantastic. Let's get creative. If we're hoping to explain what's going on in Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, we first need to establish what kind of world we're in. A lot of theories look at bizarre events in the series as evidence of something sinister, such as the 3 main characters, to whom I'll be referring to from here on out as the red guy, the yellow guy, and the duck, being stuck in purgatory or some sort of nightmare. To that I say, Occam's razor, my friend. A better explanation is one that's a lot simpler. These 3 are just stars of a children's television show. Granted, it may not be a very nice children's television show, but the evidence is there. There are several instances in which we see the inner workings of a television show. We see clapboards and cameras right in episode 1 at the start of the creativity montage. Then again in episode 4 when the red guy follows the computer wire to the next.
The thing is that he's so close on this one. But
Room, and
anyway.
in episode 6, as the lamp explains dreaming to the yellow guy, we can also tell that most of the time, these characters are on sets. This is most obvious when Duck revolts in episode 5, saying, the perspective of the video changes, indicating that Duck has hit the camera that's filming him, and when the camera looks upward, we can see the characters aren't actually in a house with a ceiling, but in a studio with lights overhead. The other obvious tip-off is that our 3 main characters are basically archetypes of what you'd see on Sesame Street. The yellow guy is a human puppet, like Bert or Ernie, the duck is an animal puppet, like Snuffleupagus or Big Bird, and the red guy is some sort of humanoid monster, like a Grover or Oscar the Grouch, or those aliens that go meep, 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 all the time. Those things utterly freaked me out, by the way. And if this is indeed a TV show, it would explain some of the Easter eggs we keep seeing in later episodes. As Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared progresses, we start to see some of the same props appearing over and over again. At the beginning of episode 4, we can see a statue of Malcolm from the previous episode on the fireplace next to the clock. At the start of episode 5, we see the number chart the computer uses in episode 4 attached to the refrigerator, and then there are other props like the red, blue, and yellow baseball cap that keeps showing up episode after episode. These aren't just cool Easter eggs, they're there for a reason, to decorate the set with props they've used before instead of having to buy entirely new props and set pieces every time. This is common not just within TV shows, but also across productions as a way to save money. There are examples of this practice all over film and TV, like the newspaper from No Country for Old Men showing up in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and even
Yeah, I mean like I think that's like a very surface level reading of this show. But I know where this is going, and it gets kind of crazy. He says he does engage with media, but it's just in a different not harmful way. Does that make sense? Ah, yes, sigh. Oh, I see. I've loved when you've talked about this before with regards to Utena, where it's like, oh, here's what's actually happening, and it's like, would I just wish people would stop saying that because there isn't always a what actually is happening because like it's kind of like it's kind of like Matpat is like those, and he did these videos in his early career of like, oh, Ash was in a coma the whole time, and like that's intellectually dishonest. But all of his videos are like that. He's just better at disguising them now than what he used to be, you know? He tried to make a case for Mario being evil, one of the most clear-cut good guys in gaming. Exactly. And like it's like, oh, maybe like you could say it's like, oh, well, he's doing like these violent things, and it's like, well, maybe you just have to like accept the fact that it's that Mario is based on all of these cartoons like Bugs Bunny and Popeye and Mickey Mouse and Jerry the Mouse, where it's like, yeah, like maybe it's just based on cartoon violence and it's a little silly and he's a little bit of a stinker sometimes because he's a cartoon character. Wait, look who got super chat. Congratulations. I'll rewatch this at work tomorrow. Going to sleep. Have fun with the retired crooked crown king. Yeah. Thank you. Link is dead. That's another one that I think is it's a very stupid theory. Like Link is not dead. There are some themes about death in The Legend of Zelda, but like Link is not intended to be dead. Um Feels like he's like that when he talks about actual lore in game 2. Yeah. I mean, yeah, not everything has to have like this big like, "Ooh, I found the secret." Like sometimes it's just like Matt Pat is another person who refuses to look at video games in the lens they were intended to be. Yeah, Link is Dead is about Majora's Mask specifically. Again, like yes, Majora's Mask is about death and the cycle of life and rebirth, but that doesn't mean Link is literally dead, you know? Um he misread that game badly, but how he got there is understandable. Yeah, you could say that, but I would also say it's very juvenile. Um, and the fact that we're like taking these juvenile readings of games and uplifting them so that they're the most popular videos about those games on the internet, I think is a problem. But the reason that they're so popular is that like there's a formula and it's like really easy to watch. And, but then you get like videos like Austin's who are like, oh, I'm going to talk about the science and yeah, it's kind of silly, but like I'm going to acknowledge it and I get really into the numbers. Or you get really thoughtful videos. I'll show you who I like. One of my favorite people. Nightmare Masterclass. So good. But like a fraction, a fraction of what MatPat's videos get. 5.7K views, 8.9K views, 1.8, 5.9, 6.5. I mean, this one's a bit more like some. Oops, not what I wanted to do. Um, his pets got videos are where I found him. It might be interesting to someday compare and contrast his reading of Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared to Matt Pat's videos on Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. He's a lot. he's a lot better, I think, at picking apart these videos and untangling them. But yeah, if you haven't seen Nightmare Masterclass's videos, like right now, like unfortunately a lot of his videos, like despite being like a huge, he's got 60,000 subscribers, but most of his videos outside of things that like blew up like Angel Hair Analysis, he gets about the same amount of views as I do. Um and I'm a tiny little baby channel. So that's kind of disappointing. Because he's really smart. And his videos are really smart. And I just appreciate him so much more as a creator than I do Matpat. Um, yeah. His videos are like very political, but you know, he views things, yeah. Don't hug me, I'm scared. Critical approaches of Marxist analysis. Like, come on. We know what this guy's about. Um, Quentin reviews. I have problems with Quentin reviews. He's on my list. He's on my shit list. You want him to make it more obvious that he's being less serious. No, that's the problem, is that he is being serious. It is actually how he thinks. That's why his reaction to dual process theory is the way that it is. He gets worked up at their conclusions while making more narrative sense and probably being closer to Scott Cawthorn's intentions. He gets really worked up about how all the little details don't match up, like the number of toes and like, oh, but what about this little thing? When it's like dual process theory kind of takes um the fact that he gets upset about it and he gets like, oh, this bothers me and I'm gonna have to think about it a lot. Um, it's because he's very fixated on those little details. Whereas dual process theory acknowledged that those little details aren't going to line up because they were never intended to line up. You know what I mean? Like the reason that that they come across as that mixture of um like uh oh well these are kind of silly but like unless is because not because of cognitive dissonance, which I think is what somebody said before. It's he wants plausible deniability. He wants to be taken seriously, but if he is wrong, he wants this plausible deniability of like that's just a theory, a game theory. That's the problem. Have I seen Hagen Hawks's video on Petscop? I have. I have. I think it was pretty good. Yeah. Anyway, yes. Please watch Nightmare Masterclass. Um we're not watching this anymore, or this anymore, or this anymore. We can close this, we can close this, we can close this. Anyway, let's continue watching.
Better, Modern Family. The armor from Starship Troopers also makes an appearance in Firefly, or Star Trek literally reusing an entire space station in two completely separate productions. There's one other juicy bit of theorist bait in episode 6 that strongly points.
What video of Quentin reviews is on the shit list? It's not really anything in particular. It's that he kind of like props himself up as like this analysis when it's just like, dude, you're just reading this. It feels like he's just reading the synopsis page on Wikipedia. I know he isn't, and he makes his own synopsis, but like, if I just wanted a synopsis of a game, I'd just pull up Wiki, you know? Um, all of his videos fucking piss me off, but it's hard to process. It's hard to really talk about. I'm like, I almost feel like Quentin's video should be an edited video because it's more that I want to talk about how people will pretend they're making a criticism or analysis video, and then they'll just summarize the video, and I keep falling for it. There's another channel that does it that I keep falling for, and I keep forgetting that, like, oh yeah, this guy doesn't actually have anything to say. He's just summarizing the video. Wendigoon sometimes does it. But then he writes, I find like, sorry, I don't like Wendigoon. I find what Wendigoon does is he does that and then he makes up a fan fiction and then he calls it an analysis. And it's like, dude, uh, just write fan fiction. It's fine. You can just write fan fiction as a man. You're allowed to do that. But like men, I feel, oh yeah, we're getting into gender politics here, I guess. I feel like men feel like they're not allowed to write fan fiction, so they just make up theory videos, and it's really just fan fiction. So, anyway.
The whole thing being a TV show as well. When the yellow guy is in bed looking through his scrapbook, we see a picture of the red guy, who wasn't in episode 5 except for the credits, and whose bed is empty at the start of episode 6, wearing a graduation cap. Other theorists have suggested that this means that red guy is a teenager who grew up and went out to the real world, but going off to college is also a way for a television show to explain the sudden absence of a main character. For instance, at the end of season 4 of Blue's Clues, the original host Steve announces that he's leaving Blue to go off to college, when in actuality that was just the show transitioning to a new host, letting Steve go and do whatever weird artsy films that he's working on now.
Yeah, like, I feel like this part of the video was fine, but he's also just like analyzing very surface level things.
And no, internet, he did not go off and die of a heroin overdose. He just did.
You'll also notice the time that he made this video, 8 years ago. This was back when Matt was kind of like still doing like honest analysis, but when he started going off the rails.
A TV show like 3 years ago. Fact check, internet. Man, you guys are dark. Then again, we are talking about a series of videos where one of the puppets dies in a vat of oil and another gets his intestines ripped out. So, yeah, internet is a dark, dark place. Alright, great. So Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared is a kid's TV show. Awesome. But what does it mean? What the heck are the makers of the show trying to say? Well, the first part of this is fairly obvious. Television messages that are delivered to children are corrupting them as much as they're helping them. Those episodes of Sesame Street? Oh yeah, leading your kids down a dark path of brainwashing destruction. I'm looking at you, Big Bird. At least according to THMIS. You don't think so? Just look at each episode. The pattern here is pretty clear. Each one has a theme you'd expect to see on a show like Sesame Street. Creativity, how time works, love, technology and computers, health.
I don't think Sesame Street is a good example. I think that's a very Americanized view of Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, where like we're forgetting that like this is like an English show, right? So I don't think Sesame Street is necessarily the best comparison.
Eating and dreams, but in every instance that message gets corrupted, and not just by decaying flesh or catching your dad watching porn or a human heart covered in glitter. Let's take it episode by episode. Episode 1 is all about the virtues of creativity, except it portrays certain types of creativity as being right and wrong, claiming that green isn't a creative color and that the yellow guy's picture of a clown deserves to be destroyed because it's somehow creative in the wrong way.
Okay, we're gonna watch this video and then I'm gonna talk about my analysis of the Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared web series. Because the web series is very different from the series that came out on Channel 4.
Episode 2 tries to explain the concept of time, but that explanation is overly simplistic and teaches that time is important, even though kids still can't understand it from the way it's being taught. The clock answers questions about time like, when did it start? And when will it stop? With weird evasive answers like, time is important, I am a clock. Then, when the duck finally tries to explain time scientifically, the clock yells until Yellow Guy's ears literally start to bleed. In episode 3, the Yellow Guy learns about love from a butterfly. Pesky bee. Or bee.
A little baby pigeon.
Or little baby pigeon. Or whatever. And teaches him about feelings, but then later learns that love is only okay when it's followed in a certain way, particularly as it applies to religion. Episode 4 is all about computers and how they can teach us a lot about the world, but at the end simply conclude
like,
that
again, he's so close.
Things like fashion and shopping and mindless entertainment. They're literally getting sucked into a computer and distracted with all these superficial things rather than the information they were looking for in the first place. Then in episode 5, the characters are supposed to learn about how to eat healthily, but the advice of the canned meat is confusing and contradictory. And this food pyramid is just terrifying.
The food groups can easily be sorted using the simple health chain.
It's also about how certain name brand products are good for you and others are bad. The underlying theme here is clear. The kid show these 3 characters are in throughout the entirety of Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared sets out to deliver lessons about the world, but either fails miserably or succeeds in intentionally brainwashing kids to a specific point of view. But why? Why are the creators of the show so cynical about kids programming? Are they trying to say that there's some big conspiracy behind kids' TV shows? Well, yeah, actually. Definitely seems that way. Dig a little bit deeper and there's evidence that the show's creators are railing against not just kids' TV, but the makers of kids' TV and what their goals really are. Not in educating kids, but in making money. Throughout the series, we see visuals all about earning money, such as the very first thing you see in Don't Hug Me, a newspaper which reads, stocks flying high, along with a figure that seems to imply that the value of the British pound is increasing. We also have subtler clues, like a board game in the background of episode 4 that's titled Money Win. But the most important element of this is in a very small detail. Any fan of Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared knows that each of the episodes takes place on June 19th. But what you have to look closer to see is the year. You can actually figure
And then this is where it goes to shit.
Out from episode 1. That newspaper headline about stocks soaring in the UK is no accident, and it's not fiction. If you look at stock records for June 19th, over the last 100 years, there's one year in particular where stock markets were hitting record highs on that date, in 1955. In 1955, stock markets all over the world, including the US and UK, broke practically every record imaginable when the markets opened. And if this was good evidence in episode 1, in episode 2, we get our definitive proof. When the clock mentions that the past is far behind us, we see a picture of all three main characters with the date underneath that reads 1906-55. The 1906 part obviously stands for June 19th, since the Brits put their date before the month, with the 55 confirming our year. But why? Why 1955? Well, 1955 was actually a huge deal in British television history. Prior to 1954, the British Broadcasting Corporation, or BBC, held a monopoly on British television. But it was 1954 that the UK passed what became known as the Television Act, in an effort to bring an end to that BBC monopoly. This act led to the establishment of the first alternative network called ITV, for independent TV in
Men aren't allowed to write fan fiction, so they write theory videos instead. How could you say something so true and so brave? Yeah. Sorry. I just am a little queer guy and I talk about gender dynamics sometimes and how men are repressed and don't. Yeah, anyway.
1954. While the BBC is sponsored by the British government, ITV is independent and therefore has to make its money through advertising. Now, in interpreting the series, other YouTube channels, most notably YouTube Explained, have covered this topic, but they've said in the context of Don't Hug Me that this was a good evolution. I see it the opposite way, and I'm pretty sure the creators of Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared would agree, and here's why. This was the first time that advertising appeared in British television, marking an inflection point at which television went from a medium to communicate and entertain to a medium to make a profit, thereby giving executives and advertisers as much and oftentimes more power than the creators. And Britain was especially sensitive to TV advertising. I mean, in the US, we were already used to interrupting TV programs with ads, or not even interrupting them at all. In the US, it was actually standard practice at the time to bleed those regular shows into an ad. So one minute you'd be watching the Flintstones, and then all of a sudden they'd be selling you cigarettes. No joke. Or watching a game show and then being sold dishwasher detergent in the middle. One piece of evidence that was used against ads was that in the US, the coverage of Queen Elizabeth's coronation was interrupted by a commercial with a dancing monkey named J. Fred Muggs. The British considered advertisements like that embarrassing, and quite frankly rude. You don't interrupt their queen with a monkey. So 1954 and 1955 were years that were filled with debates about when and how to allow ads onto TV. And if the
Yeah, let's just keep watching.
I'm Scared's creators is any indication, the issue of ads influencing TV is a big concern of theirs. According to the newspaper The Guardian, Becky and Joe received offers from more mainstream sources to make episodes of Don't Hug Me, but turned them all down and funded the project themselves through Kickstarter. Joe Pelling was quoted as saying, "We wanted to keep it fairly odd and have the freedom to keep doing exactly what we wanted." The implication here is clear. If Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared were made for television, it would have had to have been approved by other people whose interests would have been for profit or popularity, not about the message of the show. And when you look at these 6 episodes, it's pretty clear that the messages for a positive, good, inspirational, entertaining kids show are there, but they've been perverted by the influence of an outside force. Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared is
Yeah, and we're gonna get to that, and like I think he's almost on the right track, but again, I want to like finish watching this, and then like I will give my reading of Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, the web series.
Ultimately a parable for the loss of control that artists trade off when they work on bigger screens. Their messages are manipulated and their morals are poisoned by others with ulterior motives. And with that, I'm gonna have to leave you hanging. I know, I'm sorry. I recognize that we're just starting to scratch the surface of this series, but establishing this series as a launching point was really important for answering all the other.
All right. Do we want to keep watching? I think this kind of gives a broad idea in that like he thinks that it's here's what I think. I think that Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared is a dark Sesame Street sort of, but not in the way that Matt thinks it is. So for those of, and I'm going to use Sesame Street as an example, even though it's American, because I think there is some influences there, but I don't think it's as direct as he thinks it is. Projects like Jim Henson projects like Sesame Street were created to sort of like replace the public school system because like especially like a lot of inner city kids were not getting the education they needed. So Sesame Street was like, hey, what about those poor inner city kids? Like, let's make a show for them to learn how to read and write and do numbers, and they can see themselves on the show. So I'll put like some people of color on the show, like Latinos and Latinas and Black people and Indigenous people, and we'll kind of highlight them so that like people that maybe not be getting the education, which are disproportionately like Black people and people of color, can kind of like get an education through TV, and it was put on the public broadcasting network, and there was no advertisements. So what I think Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared is really about is it's taking that idea but perverting it, and not taking Sesame Street and perverting it or shows like it, but taking the way that we teach our children and perverting it. Especially when you like look at some of the concepts that are touched on, like love and sex and religion and time and like getting a job and like, well, the job thing I guess is more of a thing in the Channel 4 series. But I don't think that like he's looking at it kind of as like a TV thing, where I think it's more like a conversation about the education system and the lies we tell kids and the way we kind of like it's kind of like The Wall. You know what I mean? It's kind of like The Wall mixed with Sesame Street, where it's kind of like questioning the way we like mold children into being these cogs in the machine, and like how they kind of like lose their childhood to like this force that kind of like almost enslaves them, and that force is capitalism. And it's like I could go and I could make a whole script on this, but I'm kind of like flying off the seat of my pants, so I hope I'm making sense. To me, Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared reflects how reducing complex ideas into simple lessons for kids can just scare and confuse them more. Yeah, and like, yeah, I kind of see where you're coming from with that, but like, I think it's also talking about like how, yeah. No, I think we're kind of on the same page with that, but I think it's like not exactly about TV. I think the TV shows are part of it, but I think it's more about how we educate children in general. Um and how we just kind of like load them with all of this bullshit, and how it's like why are we teaching them this bullshit? I didn't think Sesame Street was like that cool. Yeah. Yeah, Sesame Street is actually like a really wonderful project. I don't know so much about it now, but like the intention behind it is honestly very beautiful and like really good. And I just it's not really trying to teach super deep lessons. It's just trying to make kids feel cozy and like be able to read and write and like give a little bit of a diversity while you're doing it. Um and I just think that's like a really good intention. But what if you take the concept of like, to me, Toad Hug Me, I'm Scared is like taking that concept of like presenting kids with an education, but instead of that sort of pure concept of like, hey, these people might not be getting the education they need, you're kind of like, again, it's kind of like trying to do, it's kind of like The Wall in that way, where it's like criticizing the education system, I think. Um, yeah. You told me what it means. Can you tell me what it means to you? Patricia Taxon, the autistic horror of Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. Yeah, I think I have like a little bit of beef with Patricia. Um, her Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared analysis was really good though. Sty saying I think it's vibes and open to interpretation. Um, yeah, absolutely. Patricia, I have beef with because she's weird about trans men, honestly. She'll like say something and then like a trans man will be like, I relate to that. And then she's like, no, this only applies to trans women. And if you relate to it, you're incorrect. And it's like, bruh. chill, dude. Like, or dudette, I should say. Like, she's one of those people, and it's like, why are you so obsessed with being like the worst suffering person? Like, just relax and like let people in your community relate to you. That's a good thing. Like, she's one of those people that's obsessed with being isolated and being the most suffering person ever. It's annoying. What is the best map hat video? Just wondering. Hmm. As you can see, as I scroll through this, a lot of these are red. I do watch a lot of MatPat. I don't finish them all. Um, yeah, I skipped like a bunch through here. I'm trying to think of like one that really affected me that I watched. I don't want to watch the Don't Feed. I'd love the Don't Feed the Muse um series by Alex Bale. It was very good. I don't know if I want to hear Matt's take on it. Mm, the Smash or Pass videos were really cringe, honestly. That's a good question. None of these are really jumping out at me as videos I enjoyed. Hop over to film theory. Like, mm, yeah, I don't know. Uh, I don't know. It's hard for me to say. Bluey is much darker. You didn't realize. This is what I'm saying. Like, come on, get a fucking grip, my dude. Stop. You're just writing fan fiction. Um, uh, I remember not minding his Mandela effect videos, but I think like videos like the Mandela, or like series like the Mandela effect and like the back rooms, like a lot of that content was made to be overanalyzed by people like Matt Pat, so it kind of ends up working. Um, like when something is made to be like a mystery that you put together piece by piece, like obviously Matt Pat's gonna really shine, because he's analyzing the video or the content or the art in the way it was meant to be, like sort of read. Is Wally Satan? That's like another fucking weird video. Like some of them are really fucking weird. Um, anyway. Can we mention how cringe the boobs and gaming video was? Of course, I tried to watch the boobs and gaming video in this video, and it's yeah, it was something. What other ones did I have written down? Wally. Okay, yeah, let's look at the Wally one. The original one, I think. Yeah, let's see the original one.
Oh man, cupcake in a cup is delicious. Wally totally had the right idea with this one. How did they make it taste this good? Let's see, sugar, potassium benzoate. Ugh, gross. I'm not eating potassium benzoate. Hello, Internet. Welcome to Film Theory, the show where ruining your favorite childhood classics is my prime directive. And in my crosshairs today is none other than Wally. Now, I could be in the worst of moods, like say a hypothetical situation when you have to wait weeks for the darn cable company to fix your stupid internet, when, you know, the internet is kind of your job, and so you're paying people to just sit around and stare at their computers without actually being able to do anything. And you think that the cable company's gonna come back and repay you for all the lost time and effort? No. Meanwhile, the people who watch your videos are like, hey, where's your videos? What are you doing? Matpat's slacking off. And you're like, no, it's not my fault. Blame the internet company, but no one cares. No one cares. You know those sorts of moods? Yeah, I could be in one of those purely hypothetical moods just like that, not based on real circumstances, but you know what? The magic of Pixar makes it all just fade away. And Wall-E is my all-time favorite. You can keep your Incredibles and Nemos. None of them can compete with robots learning to love. And then they watch Hello Dolly, and then they hold hands, and oh, just getting choked up seeing these clips from the movie. Cut to the next scene, Ronnie. Cut to the next scene. And now they're dancing through space. Oh, I kid you not, I weep openly at 3 separate points in this movie. Well, at least I did. Now that I'm in the theory game, I don't so much watch movies anymore as I do study them. And this time I rewatched Wall-E.
Hey. Hey. Do we have some self-awareness in the Wall-E video? I think so. He fully admits to not meeting art where it's being offered, but instead like overanalyzing it.
I wasn't crying because of robot love.
If an author has one way for art to be interpreted, does that mean that no one can view it or discuss it in a different way? No, it doesn't. But like removing art from the context it was created is part of the anti-intellectual like it's part of like the poor media literacy problem. You know what I mean? Like part of literacy is being able to dissect it in the context it was presented in. If you're like Lord of the Rings was about the Korean War, how Lord of the Rings was about the Korean War, you're being an idiot. Like, even if you find similarities there, it's obviously not about the Korean War because fucking the Korean War hadn't happened by the time that Lord of the Rings was written. You can but even though like Tolkien says like, oh no, it's not about it's not a direct analogy of World War One or World War Two, but like he was a soldier in World War, so obviously he was shaped a little bit by the world wars, and like he had experience with war and knew what it was like to be in the trenches. Like obviously, like that's gonna influence him, even if he says that that's not how he intended it to be interpreted. There's obviously going to be some comparisons there because he is writing about a war. He experienced a war. The wars that he experienced, I think it was both World War One and World War Two. So like obviously there's gonna be some influence there. But to like be like, oh, but it's actually about the Korean War, it's like very silly to say that, you know? Um, that's what I'm talking about. You could, if you wanted to, reinterpret Lord of the Rings today to be about the Korean War, but you would be wrong and you would be doing a poor media literacy because you have to actually take Lord of the Rings in the context of what it was made, and the author's intentions matter, and the author's creations or like experiences matter. And like that's kind of what I mean. Whereas like Matt kind of takes things out of context and it's just poor media literacy. Anyway.
I was crying because of the dark secret hidden in the bowels of the Starliner.
Just refusing to meet art on its own terms actually pisses me off. Same page.
Axiom. To give you a refresher, the Axiom was supposed to be a safe haven for humanity, taking a few laps around the solar system while Wally's cleaned up the planet Earth and made it inhabitable once again. But when the events of Wall-E take place, they've actually been gone for centuries, longer than they first intended. They mention it in the movie like it's no big deal.
And welcome to day 255,642 aboard the Axiom. Oh,
could I see how his experiences affected his writing The Lord of the Ring? Yeah. Do I think that was the reason he wrote it? No. Absolutely. Like, we know why Tolkien wrote Lord of the Rings. And it was because he's a big fucking language buff and he wanted to talk about fairy tales and like make up like this world to support his weird thing for language, and like he wanted to translate a language that didn't technically exist, and that's why he made it, and he like wanted to like tell his own fairy tale story to his kids, and like but obviously some of his experiences with the war crept into that because like war affects people in a very deep and complicated level. Teachers literally tell students to do that though. Look at this PDS media through this lens, even if it wasn't meant to be. Yeah, but like there's still like intention on why they tell you to look it through a certain like yeah, I just don't think you're engaging with what I'm speaking of not engaging honestly with a piece of art. Tired Moon Rabbit, I think you need to give it a rest. Fortunately, so much of Matt's theories are a side effect of contrarianism and wanting to desperately have a new angle to discuss on media. Exactly. Same issue with Lily Orchard. Like that's the kind of shit that I want to talk about. It's not because I'm interested in like the toxic sludge. Like I do kind of get if it's something that I care about, like I don't watch people like drama alert or anything because I don't really care about drama, but if it's like, oh, I've been watching this person for a long time and oh, some drama happened. Wonder what that's about. Like if it's something I already care about, I will kind of like look in, but if it's like I don't watch drama for the sake of drama. I already wanted to cover Lily Orchard's shitty like takes, and then like she kept bringing up the allegations and stuff. So therefore, I wanted to talk about it. But at the end of the day, this is what I care about. I care about media literacy, and I care about like intellectualism, and I think intellectualism should be widely available to everyone, and I think everybody should be enabled to be literate, and I think that stuff like that is just going against that.
Hey, I see the ship's log is showing that today is our 700th anniversary of our 5-year cruise. Well,
But that's gonna cause some problems, and one in particular, what are they eating? Cupcake in a cup? What even is that? So be careful what you ask, because if you connect the dots throughout the movie, you can clearly see what the people on the Axiom are truly eating. And spoiler alert, it ain't Matt Damon's potatoes. They're eating each other. That's right, your favorite movie about an adorable little trash robot trying to save the world has covert implications that humanity is so screwed over that people are eating each other. Look, I'm not happy about it either. I wish this could be a theory about how Wall-E discovered the true meaning of Christmas, but there's just no evidence. Cannibalism, though? There's a lot of fishy things in this movie that point strongly in that direction. If it's been a minute since you've last seen Wall-E, two things. First, go watch it one final time before you forever start associating
The cannibalism. Should react to that one bad response he made to people calling out his FNAF theories because the summary is basically, if I recall correctly, that his theory team thinks a lot more about media than everyone else. No, yeah, I remember that video, but I think it's been erased from the face of the internet. There's like a couple of those videos that are just gone forever. Um oh, he's gonna get into it. The idea is that like there's no way that the Axiom could ever like sustain humans for that long, especially to the point of them being so overweight. So therefore, they must be eating people. Soylent Green is people. When it's like you're missing the point of Wally. It's not. There's no cannibalism intended. It's just supposed to be about humanity and reconnecting with nature and life and how like yeah, it's not that deep. It's not that deep.
it with the consumption of human flesh. And second, there are a few key plot points that you'll want to keep in mind. Wall-E is set a good way into the future, in the year 2805, but the real action begins in 2105, when the Earth became too polluted to sustain human life. The proposed solution is for a superstore named By and Large to build giant spaceships to evacuate humans for 5 years while little robots clean up the mess and make Earth great again. Fast forward to the events of the movie, and as I mentioned before, what was supposed to last for 5 years has now lasted 700. And that leads us to what is a pretty obvious claim at this point. The Axiom has got to be out of food. Trying to stretch 5 years worth of rations into 700 just ain't gonna work. When I go a week without buying groceries, I'm down to oven-faced peanut butter sandwiches and trying to determine if I can drink barbecue sauce for my daily recommended calories. Maybe they they put extra food on board? I hear your busy little fingers typing in the comments already, and yeah, I would say that's practically a guarantee, as packing extra is standard operating practice for today's space travelers. For example, NASA, for an average 7-day flight, will have 2 extra days of food on board with them. But when it comes to the Axiom, we're talking about 140 times the amount of food they would need for the planned 5-year excursion. 140 times. Even if by and large got wildly ambitious and stocked the Axiom with, say, 10 years of food, an additional 2 times the planned trip length, people would still start going hungry hundreds of years before the events we see in the movie. Plus, it's not like people are rationing out their meals. Unlike Matt Damon on the surface of Mars, everyone is unaware of how much food they have left. So the idea of rationing in order to conserve for the long haul isn't a thing they're worried about. And yet the food keeps coming. But from where? It's also important to note that food is going to be different than other limited resources like fuel or water, because there are easy ways for the Axiom to harvest those things for the several centuries where they're in.
Yeah, I don't think it. Also, sorry, Tired Moon Rabbit, I put you in timeout because I don't really think you're contributing anything useful to this discussion. Like it's just like a lot of actually. So I've muted you for now, for 24 hours. You can come back later. I'm not finding what you're talking about very useful. So, and I just don't want to focus on arguing against you or the people in the chat arguing against you. So I'm just muting you for now. Just a heads up. Wouldn't they go insane from eating human flesh? Technically, yes. Again, like, yeah. This is one of those videos where it's like, it's a Disney movie. Don't think too hard about it. Like, if you think too hard about that part, then it starts to kind of fall apart. But you've got to take Wally on the level that it's presented to you. Sure, they could be recycling human flesh to feed to the people, but that doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of the story, because the grand scheme of the story isn't about, you know, it's not about cannibalism. It's about returning to nature, you know? Um, I'm trying to remember what the Soylent Green is People is from, because I've watched that movie. It's pretty good actually. Oh, it's literally just called Soylent Green. Yeah, anyway. If the joke is thinking too hard about it, like Austin, it could be funny, yeah. But again, I think his live reaction to dual process theory speaks volumes about the fact that this isn't a bit. He is taking it too seriously, and he gets bothered by those little pieces not fitting together. When you just kind of have to accept that sometimes the little pieces don't fit together, and what's important is the grand thematic theme, the sprawling grand theme of the narrative.
Space. In a special feature captaining the Axiom, we learned 2 important details about the ship.
It would be like if Matt Pat made a video complaining about, like, oh well, how is it scientifically possible that Anthe and Utena turn into cars? It doesn't make any sense. Let's go into the science of it. It's like, bro, you're missing the point. You're missing the point. Or like, how could Akio possibly be keeping like the school in like keeping everybody alive forever and keeping them teenagers forever? Like, how is that possible? Like, if you're focusing on that, like, you're missing the point of Utena. Or if you're like, how could like the first ancestral race in Evangelion possibly have created these godlike beings? Like, you're missing the point. You're missing the point. Holy shit, Paige. You just dropped, dude. Fucking like my angel investor right here. You just like, I think you alone have donated like $150 to this video. Jesus Christ. Thank you. The refusal to meet art on its own terms gives me the impression that the person is trying to conquer the art rather than be open to the possibility of it affecting them in some way. I don't watch movies anymore. I study them. Matpat at the start. Exactly. Exactly. And I think it's very interesting. I think it's very, very interesting that it's men who frequently are the ones doing this. Again, we're getting a bit into gender politics, but I think it's interesting because I don't think I can name a girl, like a female creator, like a woman that does shit like this. You know? You get people like Jenny Nicholson, who I fucking love. I'm sorry, I love Jenny. She's so funny. She's so cute. She's like one of my favorite YouTubers. Um, and Jenny, she's very pedantic in that very autistic way. I mean, I don't know if she's actually autistic, but she comes across, she's very relatable. Like that 4-hour video on the fucking like, but she's talking about like the intentions and what makes a good like attraction like at a theme park, and like she's very good. Jenny is based. Many instances where writers weren't expecting people to take a fine-tooth comb for no prizes, you realize you just need to DWAI. Don't worry about it. Exactly. I got a raise last week and I need the character limit to make my point. Oh, Paige, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I try to read out if I see like something in the chat that like I will read super chats regardless of what's in them. Um but if I see like a regular chat that it's like, ooh, this is intellectually stimulating, I will read it out. But thank you for supporting me. That it really means a lot. And I don't want to sit here and pretend that it doesn't make a huge difference, because it does, because I'm just a poor boy.
For one, the ship is made
Anyway.
out of a nuclear embedded alloy. The Axiom is a second-generation General Dynamics Type 3 hull configuration made of a patented nuclear embedded positronium alloy, which would seem to indicate that it's running on
I mean, yeah, but that's just supposed to make it seem sciencey. Like it's don't worry about it.
nuclear power. While food supplies will quickly dwindle after a few years, nuclear reactors get a whole lot more bang for the buck. For example, when fully reacted, 1 kilogram of uranium-235, popular reaction agent, produces as much energy as 1,500 tons of coal. So a small amount of that stuff will cover you for quite a long time. And it's not like uranium is going to turn to mush like a week-old avocado. The time it takes for half a sample of uranium-235 to decay is over 700 million.
I mean, here's the thing is that I'm pretty sure that the Axiom is just working on replicator logic, like in Star Trek, where replicators will gather information from stars, or not information, but gather fuel from stars, and then just make make food out of molecules and rearrange the molecules. Like it's just replicator logic. I think you're overthinking this too much. It's just a replicator. Like it's clear that the intention of the Axiom is to be like some sort of like Star Trek thing. Like you could see it in the way that they dress and the way that the ship is shaped. It's Star Trek inspired, and that's okay. So like I think this theory is just absolutely wrong. It also doesn't matter.
Years. So don't need to worry about the expiration date on that one. For water, the Captaining the Axiom video also informs us that the ship is headed to the Kuiper Belt.
And here's your destination, Captain. The Kuiper Belt, that enigmatic frontier of our solar system, where fragments of our primordial protoplanetary disk still wait to be explored.
This is the part of space that's still, believe it or not, in our own solar system, but is beyond the planets. And all along, we all thought that the solar system ended after your very educated mother just sent you 9 pizzas. Take that, 6th grade science class. Film theory be dropping knowledge all over this his house. The Kuiper Belt is filled with frozen, asteroid-sized chunks of various substances like methane, ammonia, and you guessed it, water. So it's not gonna be hard to imagine that the Axiom could harvest some ice around it. Guess what you won't be finding on rocks floating through the empty void of space? Cows, wheat, other random foodstuffs. So fuel and water could technically be taken care of, but you just can't make food appear out of nowhere. Or can you? This is the future after all, so maybe they've developed a way to create food out of thin air.
Only ever seen a few Jenny videos. Don't know why I stopped. I don't like Raylo, so I quietly left. Hmm. This is not an actual indictment. It's a joke. Jenny defended a friend who wanted to be an ethical cannibal, so maybe she's not as base as we think. I don't know. Ethical cannibalism is pretty based.
Or at least that's what I initially thought until I looked a bit closer. I mean, food needs to come from
Sorry.
somewhere. Note that we don't
That
eat
was a
animals on the ship
joke,
other
by
than
the
humans, so
way.
like water, food is
Or
more
was
complicated
it?
than simply a bunch of hydrogen
But
and
that's just a
oxygen put
theory,
together. So you need
theory.
some ingredients for the food from somewhere.
Sorry, that
Even if
was
they had
awful.
developed some meal replacement superfood like Soylent, which delivers all your essential calories, it still requires plants. Soy. Not even the ship's captain recognizes what a plant is or how it grows. Where's the thingy? Plant, right. So what exactly would the hypothetical food be made out of? Also, if the Axiom were somehow able to synthesize food out of thin air, why would it be such a big deal that Earth can grow plants again? Wouldn't they be able to stay on the Axiom or go and colonize a new planet with that kind of technology?
So one of the interesting things about Star Trek, and again, I do think that the Axiom is based largely on Star Trek, is that like even though um so say that I have programmed into my replicator that like a beef Wellington. I love beef Wellington, by the way. They're so fucking good. But anyway, A beef Wellington. Every time I make a beef Wellington with the replicator, it's going to be the same beef Wellington. It's going to have the same seasoning, the same spices. Like it's going to be cooked to the same temperature, and I'm going to get bored with that. Whereas, like, if I'm actually cooking beef Wellingtons at home, every time I make a beef Wellington, it's going to be a little bit different. Like, maybe I'll decide to put a little bit of garlic in this one. Maybe I'll decide to use a different mushroom for my duxelle. Maybe I'll try a different slice of meat. Maybe like when I put it in the oven and I cook it to a certain level, the pastry's going to puff up in different areas. But like if I make a beef Wellington and a replicator, every bite of food is going to be the same as the last time I made a beef Wellington. Um, some people also in Star Trek say that there's less nutritional value in replicated food, but like, well, like that doesn't seem to be true. Like it's contested, but it is like all the same meal every time. Whereas with cooking, there is an art to it, right? And like Benjamin Sisko, my favorite captain from DS9, he will get like replicated vegetables and replicated pieces of meat, but then he'll go and he'll cook the food himself. Um, because he comes from like a Creole background and cooking is very important to him and his family. His father's a chef, yada yada. So it's an important thing to him. So he will cook himself despite also eating replicated food. And you start looking at it from that point, and it starts to become obvious why finding a new planet is important because it's not just about surviving. Like the people on the axiom are just surviving, where like they're not really living. But Wally, despite being left behind on this garbage planet, is living despite being just a robot. He has more humanity than the people aboard the Axiom, despite being a little robot on a garbage planet because he is living and he is cleaning the earth and he finds a real plant and like his dedication to that plant, there's more humanity there than there is aboard the Axiom because Wally's alive. He loves Eve and he loves music and he loves sitting in the sun and sunbathing and like he's living. And that's why it's important for humans to have a planet to live on instead of just being cargo on a ship. You know? Mm, replicate replicate complete dish every time. Woke option to replicate ingredients so you can get your enrichment. Wheezing, you literally got to the cooking point while I was typing. Exactly. A more interesting question would be why is the ship called the Axiom? Mm, I mean, in classic philosophy, an axiom is a statement that is so evident or well established that it is accepted without controversy or question. In modern logic, an axiom is a premise or starting point for reasoning. I mean, we could postulate that it's like, okay, so it kind of goes without saying that, like, I don't know. I think that it's like kind of like calling um the metal in Avatar unobtainium, you know. Um it sounds kind of sciency. Um and maybe you could say it as like, oh, it's called the axiom because like obviously when the planet dies, we're just gonna like leave in a spaceship. Obviously. It could be like, well, yeah, like we get it, like this is like a Star Trek ship, like it goes without saying that that's what that is, like just kind of accept it and like move on, that's not the point. Like you could get into a meta analysis of that, but it's yeah, there's like a bunch of different readings for why it could be called axiom, and that's kind of interesting. Matpat would talk about how Eggman could be able to power robots with animals without thinking about how that represents the themes of environmentalism in Sonic. Exactly. Exactly. Like you could talk about the robots and how they're powered by animals, but like if you get caught up in like the how, you get kind of like if you get caught up in the how, you get distracted from the why.
Nope, they've definitely run out of food, and yet we see that the population has managed to survive for generations aboard the Axiom. Does that automatically prove that the passengers are eating other passengers? Well, not by itself, but it does color the way that we look at other issues. Issues like, where do the dead people go? The Axiom has been flying around for 700 years and started with a population of 600,000. Again, according to those DVD special features.
The Axiom is a virtual city in space designed to accommodate the needs and desires of each of her 600,000 passengers.
During that time, we can be certain that those 600,000 starter people have died several times over. When Captain McCree looks at the pictures of the captains before him, we see that there were 5 previous captains of the Axiom. Certain that those 600,000 starter
in space designed to accommodate the needs and desires of each of her 600,000 passengers.
During that time, we can be certain.
This is something I find very interesting. Like, you have this family that's clearly like walking around, moving around, and then you have those mobility chairs that we see everybody using, but originally it was just made for people that might have mobility issues. But then everybody starts using them. That's kind of interesting and can be fun to kind of dig into. That would make an interesting Wally video, I think.
That those 600,000 starter people have died several times over. When Captain McCree looks at the pictures of the captains before him, we see that there were 5 previous captains of the Axiom who've lived and died, and that they were each captain for between 120 and 150 years. That means we're looking at lifespans that may be as long as 200 years, but that still leaves us with over 2 million dead bodies that the Axiom's gonna have to deal with. And we know they're not thrown away since we see the airlock system and garbage disposal areas of the ship. When Wally and Eve get pushed into the inner bowels of the Axiom with the rest of the waste, there's no organic material to be found, only mechanical parts. And when things do get jettisoned out into space, again, there's nothing but trash and metal to be seen. So if you're not throwing the dead bodies away or launching them into space, there's only 2 possibilities. 1, burning them into ash, which is likely, or 2, recycling them. And if you've got a lot of one kind of material that needs to be recycled, i.e. human bodies, and another resource that you're in desperate need of, i.e. food, then it makes at least mathematical sense to see if the surplus of one can fix the deficit of the other. But of course, no human would ever agree to a plan that monstrous, am I right? Well, I am right, but aboard the Axiom, they wouldn't have to. Remember...
Yeah. Matpat would talk about how, oh, sorry, I just read, they just say the movie that people got heavy because of, they say in the movie that people got heavy because of gravity, right? I don't think so. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think they got heavy because, like, they didn't have to do anything, like they were weighted on hand and foot. There's a little bit of fat phobia in there. Surprise, there's a theory about the people changing from real to CGI cartoons, LMAO. Yeah, I think that was interesting as well.
The Axiom's captain is incompetent. Until his spiritual awakening late in the film, Captain McCree demonstrates that he holds a meaningless title responsible for nothing more than reading announcements and clapping twice to get his coffee. McCree doesn't even know how the controls of the ship work.
Otto, why don't you wake me for morning announcements? Honestly, it's the one thing I get to do on this ship.
So it's clear that any major developments or decisions on the ship aren't going through him. Enter Otto the autopilot, who has no problem instituting the system of man-eat-man. Remember that all of Otto's actions revolve around Directive A113, a program which says that the Axiom must never return to Earth.
Autopilot, take control of everything, and do not return to Earth. Repeat, do not return to Earth. Let's get the heck out of here.
Both of the problems I just mentioned, the Axiom becoming crowded with corpses and running out of food, would very much threaten Directive A113 by requiring a return to Earth to offload or get more supplies, thereby forcing Otto, in an attempt to fulfill his programming, to come up with a solution to fix both problems at any cost.
I mean, here's the real answer why we don't see dead bodies in the fucking trash heap. It's because it's a children's movie, and that would be fucking terrifying. You know?
You give me the plan.
Otto, get out of my way.
We cannot go home.
What are you talking about? Why not?
That is classified. Captain, give me the plan.
What do you mean classified? You don't keep a secret from the captain.
It's not evil, it's just an artificial intelligence following his programming to the letter. And unlike McCree, Otto controls pretty much everything happening on the ship because everything on the Axiom is taken care of by the robot fleet. From being lifeguards at the pool, to performing maintenance, to delivering drinks. The passengers have relinquished all the control to the robots.
B is for by and large, your very best friend.
And many of these robots are obsessed with cleaning and contaminants. Thus, it would only be in their programming to want to dispose of something as unsanitary as a human cadaver. Which brings us to the grimmest part of all. Sure, I've demonstrated how the passengers in the Axiom could have come about eating each other, both in terms of necessity and in the logistics of how such a system could come about, but up to this point it's been mostly speculation. It's time to prove this grim truth using science. Just look at the passengers aboard the ship and say that they're a bit overweight. And that's not me judging them, that's a big point in the movie. The by and large CEO makes the claim that
due to the effects of microgravity, you and your passengers may have suffered some slight bone loss.
And the diagram...
Yeah, it is microgravity, you're right. It's lots of gravity because, like, it is true that, like, when you're in space, like, your bone density gets lower and they actually start to separate like
on the screen,
this. Like,
strongly
this
implies
is
that
pretty...
bone loss is the cause of everyone's bootylicious body.
This is exaggerated, yes, but
science of that
yeah.
just doesn't make any sense. Sure, NASA has done a lot of research and determined that the weightlessness of space makes bones less dense very quickly and causes muscles to atrophy, but neither of these cause people to be overweight. And even if it did, what evidence do we really have that these people are subject to microgravity in the first place? Based on the way Wally falls down the trash chute and the way the babies slide down the Lido deck at the end of the movie, the Axiom is mimicking Earth's gravity, just like it mimics Earth's temperature. If there were microgravity on board, you wouldn't need a hover chair because literally any chair not bolted to the ground could hover. So all this talk about microgravity causing obesity is pure lies. And while the movie leads us to believe that their physical inactivity is what causes them to gain weight, that also simply isn't true. Inactivity isn't good for you, sure, but weight loss is more tied to what you're consuming rather than what you're burning off. Don't get me wrong, the passengers would be in good shape, but if they never use their muscles, they'd simply be frail, not fat and overweight. This means that whatever they're eating on a regular basis is densely caloric. That's what's
Again, this is more of like a fat phobia problem than it is like when we think of like a lazy character that doesn't do anything, we're gonna think of a fat guy, even if it's not technically true. Like, especially if like we had like robots controlling our needs, like the robots would control the caloric intake and would give us exactly what we need. And like you burn calories just by sitting in your chair. Um, but because like the thing is that it's very unrealistic that these characters would be fat. They wouldn't be because robots are controlling their needs, and the robots would know the exact amount of calories to give these humans without making them unhealthy. So they would probably be in pretty good shape in terms of their weight. Um, they would be frail. Yeah, he's absolutely right here. And instead of being like, hey, this is a reflection of the fat phobia of the creators, he's like, oh, there must be a scientific explanation to this. When it's like, no, we just live in a fat phobic society. Therefore, we associated obesity with being lazy. Therefore, the lazy humans that never leave their chairs are obese.
The kind of weight that we see them toting around in the movie. And as it turns out, human meat could yield those sorts of results. According to a disturbingly specific article in Popular Science, an average human body, when cooked, is good for a little over 80,000.
But Crim, screen bad makes you big fat lazy baby. I mean, look, I'm a chubby guy. I'm like a little chunky. I have lost like a good deal of weight in the past few years, but like I have a very active job. I am somebody that has a very active lifestyle and I'm still chunky. Like I'm telling you that like while there is some like reflection of one to the other, it's not an exact science. Like a lot of it's genetic. And it is more about what you eat than what you do. Um, but anyway, I don't think everyone would be want to be lazy just from just yeah. Yeah. That's also true. Humans actually don't like being lazy most of the time. Oh, also, I'm still on the Firefox view instead of the YouTube video view, but let's go.
Calories. These were bodies analyzed in the 1940s and 50s, long before the American obesity epidemic forced our mayors to decide how big our cups of Mountain Dew could be. So we can imagine that people of today would be even more caloric, perhaps topping 100,000 calories apiece. And calories coming from human flesh aren't exactly healthy calories either. The Popular Science article notes that a significant percentage of those calories in a human body are coming from adipose tissue, pure fat. So combine, say, a fatty human flesh-filled diet with onboard inactivity, and you've got yourself a recipe that results in some very overweight passengers, like the ones that we see populating the Axiom. Now, of course, there's one final problem to this theory: tricking people into eating other people, getting around that humany flavor you're going to be contending with.
Actually, fat is one of like regular meaty fat is like the probably like the best one of the best kinds of fat for you. Because you know, like meat fat is fine. Like you can eat meaty fat. It's like when you get into like weird like what's the word? Synthetic fats that it becomes a problem.
It's kind of like getting a kid to eat Brussels sprouts. Eat it, it's gonna be good for you. Or, I guess in the Axiom's case, eat it, because if you don't eat your fellow passengers, there's literally nothing else we can serve you. So, you're gonna die and then get fed to everyone else. So how do you season up a human body to make it palatable to a bunch of unaware passengers? Well, the solution is a lot more straightforward than you might initially think. Science has actually proven that one of the best ways to mask the flavor of something is to liquefy it and then serve it through a straw. But it's not like everything that the people on the Axiom consume comes through a straw. I mean... Oh, that's it. I got nothing. I just ruined my favorite Pixar movie. Robot romance will never be the same. And with that, Charlton Heston, if you would be so kind to lead us out.
These people! We gotta stop them! Somehow!
But hey, that's just a theory. A film theory. And cut.
Yeah. I think that's a pretty dense sort of sort of representation of everything wrong with Matpat. uh yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's just thinking a little bit too deeply about it because I'm pretty sure that it is still kind of funny. It's funny, but like mm, yeah. So conclusion. Um I'm just like looking at the Plenty on Crack. Oh God. Hey, look, I'm in suggestions. Uh-oh, am I being suggested to people that watch game theory videos? Ooh. Sugar is way more responsible for weight gain than fat. Yeah. It's complicated. It's also like not as big of a deal if you're fat than most people think it is. The problem isn't so much sugar as it is it's the amount of sugar we put in things. Um, and the kind of sugar we put in things. But anyway, um, it's not really what this is all about. It's more like, what stupid reason do you come up with to make Wally evil? I mean, it's more of the same shit that like Soylent Green is people and Wally's responsible for it. I, I think at the end of the day, oh, here's another thing. What was the monster in Bird Box? Then part of the point is that they can't see it and they don't know, and that's why the horror is so effective and interesting. Um, but like I think this is like a very good example of like Matt missing the forest for the trees, where he's overthinking something that has a very simple explanation of like, oh, it's probably replicator food because it's like a Star Trek thing. It's like a Star Trek like sort of inspiration. It's obviously replicated food, and like everybody knows how replicated food works. They just gather energy from stars and space shit, and they just make it in with a machine. Like that's just like a common knowledge for anybody that's watched a little bit of Star Trek. And like that's clearly what the intention was for the Axiom to resemble was a Star Trek ship. Like easy peasy lemon squeezy. Um, and like instead of like going with that simple explanation and then like just like okay, so what does Wally mean? And why are the characters depicted as overweight? Oh, it's because we are a fat phobic society who hates obese people. Um, or like when we associate laziness with obesity, or um like why is Wally so like questioning about humanity, and why is Wally so human? Because he gets to live, and like the people in the Axiom are more like robots because they're treated and behave like robots. Um, like there's so many interesting things to talk about that surround the thing that he is focusing on with a laser focus, that he's just like missing all of these interesting conversations that he could be having. Um, and I feel like a lot of people do that these days. I mean, like also like as far as like okay, I guess we're talking about food stuff. So teardrop or sorry, why did I say teardrop? Okay, because teardrop Timothy was talking. The Photoshop on the Wally being devil looks lame. Sorry. Yeah, it kind of does. What was I gonna say? Right, food stuff. So like a a big reason why like obesity is such a problem right now is because like garbage food is more affordable than healthy food. It's why you don't see a lot of rich fat people. Like you might be able to think of like some in your head because of like rude little depictions, but like most people who are overweight are extremely poor because they can't afford to eat better food that provides nutrition and satisfies their hunger. um so they eat more with like more garbage in it, and they don't have the resources to eat healthy food. That's what the obesity epidemic comes down to. It's a product of capitalism. And because we profit off of like making people feel insecure about themselves, well, because so many companies profit off of people being insecure about themselves and hating being fat. We're not really like capitalism isn't really invested in fixing that problem. um, they want you to spend more money on fat loss solutions, so like why would it spend money off of on like actually fixing the issue when it can gain money about just keeping the issue going. Join the her. Join the her. It's join the herd. It's herd. See, join the herd. Anyway, food deserts and corn subsidies, baby. Yup. Back in the 1800s and early 1900s, though, only rich people could be fat because money. Yeah, that's interesting. And also, like, weren't fat in the same way that we, you know. But anyway, I think that's kind of about just about. Did we have any ones that we really wanted to cover? The anti-gay one, I don't think we're gonna cover. I don't think that was like a $10 donation, so I'm not gonna watch that one. We did cover the "Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared" video. Deadlock is not, because Deadlock is oh yeah, it was a game theory thing. I yeah. But I don't like Deadlock because it's that same sort of, it's the power level bullshit, right? Yeah, Overwatch versus Team Fortress 2, 7 years ago. Yeah, I really don't care. It's the power level thing. I just don't care. Team Fortress 2 Pyrogenda video. No, I don't think so. I think we're probably done for tonight. This is like almost a 7-hour stream, guys. Uh, was Matt right about Gravity Falls at all? Look, I think that there is a possibility that I will cover more Matt Pat videos in the future, but I think tonight we're gonna call it, folks. It's 1 o'clock and it's almost 7 hours after I started streaming this video. So I think I gotta call it. I think this video's gotten long enough. Um, Thank you so much to everyone that supported me today. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you for your thoughtful comments and suggestions. I really appreciate it. Um, I have seen Big Joel's video on MatPat. Yes, I really liked it. Um, Go watch Big Joel's video on MatPat. But yeah, thank you so much. You're still live. I took a nap. Yeah, I'm tired. I'm tired, guys. Good night. And I'll see you guys all next time. Bye-bye.